Chapter 881. Fortunately, I didn't order mushrooms. Otherwise, this dish would have gone to waste. Originally, I didn't have any psychological trauma toward mushrooms, but the smell and the letter just now successfully made me have a relapse. Klein's expression quickly returned to normal. He retracted his left hand, picked up the glass beside him, and gulped down the ice water inside. One more. He turned his head as if nothing had happened and ordered the waiter standing at the door of the pantry. At the same time, he pressed down on the clothes on his abdomen, slowly got up, apologized, and walked to the private washroom in the private room. This was opposite to the exclusive pantry, located on both sides of the main entrance. Furs, who was hiding in the cupboard, heard the footsteps approach and the bathroom door close. She couldn't help but lean over to Zio's ear and suppress her voice. This is the second time. They've only been in this room for slightly more than half an hour, and Don Dantes has already gone to the washroom for the second time. The first time was obviously to urinate. If it's the same this time, it means that this gentleman's kidneys, bladder, or prostate aren't very good. He's out. He's really just peeing. TSK. He seems to drink a lot of water and often goes to the bathroom. Sigh. It's not easy to be a rich man. It's especially difficult for a good-looking rich man. Zio rolled her eyes at her friend. This has nothing to do with you. Be serious and focus. We're doing a mission. Also, the member of parliament named Mocked has a rather powerful bodyguard. Perhaps he's a beyonder. We have to be careful. Furs had no choice but to suppress her desire to communicate. They were all guarding outside the door. They didn't guard against anyone going through the wall. That's not professional at all. All right, we'll talk about it when we get back. At this time, Klein had already walked back to the table and sat in his seat. He drank a mouthful of ice water and sipped the white wine before smiling at Mocked. It's been almost 2 months since I came to Bakeland. I've been busy familiarizing myself with the environment here and haven't been able to start new business. Every day when I wake up, I see the gold coins flowing out, and none of them come back. It's time to do something. He jokingly pointed out that he was willing to participate in the arms trade. Mock stroked his cup and smiled warmly. I can understand. I also went through this stage in the past. How much money do you have left? I can introduce some friends to you. Klein replied calmly. That's right. Currently, the most I can spare is 20,000 pounds. You're richer than I imagined, Mock said wistfully. Under normal circumstances, a millionaire who could take out 20,000 pounds in one go would definitely have a net worth of 100,000 pounds. Without waiting for Don Dantes to be humble, he casually said, Didn't you buy 3% of the coin company's shares? You can pledge it for at least 10,000 pounds, which will help you ease the financial strain. Klein smiled and sighed. I've already donated these shares to the church. I'm going to set up a bursary fund for the poor. Donated to the church. Mocked hadn't met St. Samuel Cathedral's priest and bishop today. Furthermore, he was outside and hadn't received an invitation, so he wasn't aware of this matter. Ma, Amriana, and Hazel, who were enjoying their delicacies, also looked up and subconsciously cast their gazes at Don Dantes. At their level, there were quite a number of friends they were familiar with who could fork out 10,000 pounds in cash, but only a few had the ability to donate that much money. And among those few, there might not be a single person willing to donate. No, there was already one, Don Dantes. Yes, Klein nodded with his usual expression. If not for the goddess's blessings, I would have long died in the chaotic southern continent. And when I was young, if I had the chance to attend school and study, perhaps my life would have been completely different. I wish to give those children who yearn to change their fates some hope. Your character is equally impressive as your generosity. Ma, Amriana put down her knife and fork as she praised sincerely. Hazel nodded indiscernibly as she looked at Dwayne Dantes with a much gentler gaze. Seeing her parents begin chatting with him about charity, she apologetically left the table and walked to the washroom. Her right hand seemed to be casually pressing down on her tummy. When she came to the door, she was just about to turn right when she suddenly turned her head and looked at the cupboard in the pantry. She frowned slightly, revealing a look of confusion. She then retracted her gaze and opened the wooden door to the washroom. After washing her hands, Hazel seemed to forget the abnormality from before. She touched the necklace by her chest and returned to the dining table. After the dishes and desserts were served, dinner was over. The quartet left the room with their servants and met up with the two bodyguards outside. They planned on returning home. At this moment, Hazel suddenly stopped and said, "I think I dropped my ear stud inside. I think I dropped my ear stud inside. Sorry, wait a minute." Without waiting for Ma and Rihanna to instruct a maidservant to search for it, she turned around and circled around the corner, returning to the room from before. Hazel lowered her hand that was covering her left ear and directly entered the pantry. She walked in front of the cupboard and placed her hand on it. She wanted to quickly open the cupboard's door, but after some thought, she cautiously held onto the necklace with her other hand and turned her body to the side to guard against any sudden attacks from inside. Taking a deep breath, Hazel took the opportunity when the waiter was clearing the dining table to pull the cupboard's door open, revealing the interior of the cupboard. Apart from spare cutlery and tablecloths, there was nothing else. Hazel revealed a puzzled expression once again, as though she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "I clearly sense that there's something very valuable inside," she muttered to herself. Before the maidservant could chase up to her, she closed the cupboard's door and walked out of the pantry. Outside Intis Serenzo restaurant, Furs and Zio turned their heads in unison and looked inside. "That girl actually discovered us?" Furs whispered in disbelief. If she hadn't been able to open the door and slip out from behind the cupboard, she and Zio would have been discovered. They would have no choice but to admit that they were secretly protecting Don Dantes. Zio wore a look of puzzlement as well. "When she went to the bathroom, I remember you didn't say anything or move. Perhaps she's also a beyonder and has some sort of spiritual intuition." Furs guessed with uncertainty. Mr. Don Dantes' life, sure, is difficult. On one hand, he often encounters conflict between the rich and nobles. On the other hand, not only does he have a butler who studies black magic in his house, but there's also a beyonder with mysterious powers nearby. By the way, what's her name? Hazel. Zio was searching for Don Dantes' carriage and hiding beneath it when her gaze suddenly froze. "Furs, look, that person's behavior is a little abnormal." Furs followed her gaze and saw a middle-aged man in a black suit. He was pacing back and forth on the edge of the street, looking anxious and impatient. "What's wrong?" Furs didn't have the time to observe carefully and asked directly. Zio gave a simple answer. "He's dressed like a respectable gentleman, but his shoes are very dirty. It's as though they haven't been polished in a while. As you know, Bakeland is very dusty. Also, he'll touch his armpit from time to time. I'm willing to bet that there's a pistol hidden there. Apart from that, his expression and posture indicate that he's abnormal." They're coming out soon. I'll head to the carriage first. Pay attention to this person and protect Mr. Dantes." "All right." As Furs found it troublesome, she was also rather intrigued. Hence, she retreated to a spot with some cover and paid close attention to the entrance of Intis Serenzo restaurant. 20 to 30 seconds later, Don Dantes and Mock's family walked out. They bade each other farewell and prepared to head to their respective carriages. At this moment, a two-wheeled carriage charged over from the street at an extremely fast speed, as though it would topple at any moment. The horse that pulled the carriage had a crazed look in its eyes, as though it had suffered a fright. In its panic, it slammed into the entrance of Intis Serenzo restaurant. One of Mock's bodyguards went forward in an attempt to subdue the startled horse, while the other protected the member of parliament, his wife, and his daughter as they retreated to the side. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been pacing back and forth approached from behind. He took out a revolver and aimed it at Mock's head with a warped expression. Klein raised his right hand indiscernibly before retracting it. He didn't do anything. With a nimble leap, he dodged the startled horse. At the same time, Furs, who was hiding to the side, gently clasped her hand and pulled it to the side. The attacker's feet suddenly went limp as though he had tripped over something. He fell to the ground and didn't have the time to fire. In his anxiety, he propped himself up with his hand and leaped up. He was about to fire wildly without aiming. However, he didn't touch anything when he pulled the trigger. His revolver had already fallen to the ground beside Hazel's feet. Following that, he and the startled horse were subdued by the bodyguards. Why did you attack me? Mock held back his tumultuous emotions as he took a step forward and asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man immediately roared with laughter as he shouted with a deranged expression. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Talk about air pollution. Talk about using anthracite coal. My factory went bankrupt, my child died from an illness, and my wife committed suicide. P.S. Update first. I was jet-lagged yesterday, so I was extremely sleepy. I didn't write or stockpiled any chapters. I'll be back to normal tomorrow. Also, to thank your loyal servant, Wong Kai, for tipping this Life Silver Alliance members. Here's a recommendation from you. Light Chaser in the City. Chapter 882. Lord of the Mysteries is stuck. Applying for leave for 1 chapter. Currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 883. Upon hearing the middle-aged man shout and seeing his warped expression, Hazel's eyes that were filled with anger and hatred gradually froze, melting into a look of confusion and confusion. It wasn't only her. Mocked, Ma, Amriana, and Don Dantes similarly fell silent. No one spoke for a moment. Even Furs, who was hiding behind something, lost her excitement. She no longer had a strong sense of justice. After about 10 seconds, Mock stopped looking at the assailant. He turned his head and said to his bodyguard, "Leave one of you here to watch the scene and the prisoner. One of you stay here and guard the scene and the prisoner. Wait for the police." Having said that, he paused for a second and turned to his valet. "Inform the reporters from a few newspapers to come and interview this matter." After making the initial arrangements, the Member of Parliament surveyed the area and noticed that many passers-by were attempting to gather over to see what had happened. Following that, he looked at Don Dantes and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry for making you experience such danger. I never expected the matter to develop to such a state. We actually considered the actual situation of factory owners and coal mine owners, and we provided them with some assistance and transitional plans. Who knew? Coming up with a plan is one thing, but carrying it out is another. When the remediation of atmospheric pollution becomes abnormally urgent, with immense pressure from all sides, it's no surprise that a one-size-fits-all solution would appear." Klein sighed and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Don't worry about my feelings. Don't mind my feelings too much. I've been through more dangerous situations in the past." On the surface, he was talking about his business encounters in the southern continent's West Balam. But in fact, he was recalling Megos, who was pregnant with an evil god spawn, the terrifying meteorite that fell from the sky, Cynthia, who wanted to give birth to Admiral Amirius' child, and the Rose School angel and charismatic order monster that caused the mountain outside biome to collapse. Compared to all of that, what had just happened was like a drop of rain that fell from the sky. There was no need to care about it. In consideration of Zio, Miss Magician's 2 bodyguards, and Hazel's existence, Klein didn't even take action. All he did was dodge, as an experienced person would. What he paid attention to was if there would be a storm. Mock sighed and nodded. "I can tell that you're very calm. I used to doubt what you said, but now I really believe it. All right, Dwayne, let's go back. Leave the rest to the police. If there's a need to take a statement, they'll come to your house to complete it." Klein nodded and said to Mock's family, "That's right. Pay attention to your safety." Mock nodded solemnly and sighed once again. Bakelin's social season has just begun, and this happened. Cherish the peace now. The mark of Bakelin's social season is the return of the House of Lords. It seems to have only begun last weekend. And this week, there have been 2 consecutive incidents, the framing of Baron Syndra's and the attack on Member of Parliament Mocked. Amidst his thoughts, Klein didn't stop as he walked to his carriage with a clearly afraid valet, Richardson. After sitting in it, Klein silently exhaled as he watched the scenery outside slowly recede. He half closed his eyes. He was temporarily unable to determine if Beyonder powers were involved in the attack. This was because every step was something an ordinary person could complete, and the middle-aged man's reason was sufficient. There was no need to deliberately fabricate it. Klein believed that in Bakeland, there were more than one former factory owner or unemployed employee who had such an encounter. The only thing that left him puzzled was why the target of the attack was mocked. Although this House of Commons Member of Parliament was indeed a supporter and advocate of the remediation of atmospheric pollution, often giving speeches in Parliament and accepting interviews from time to time, he was definitely not the person who attracted the most attention during the bill's introduction. In comparison, the members of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council were more likely to be chosen as targets for revenge. Klein leaned against the carriage wall and slowly opened his eyes. He saw that it was already late into the night, with overlapping clouds and heavy rain. He once again sensed that the whirlpool beneath Bakelin's calm surface was growing in size and intensity. Reining in his thoughts, Klein raised his left palm slightly and touched his pocket. It contained what seemed to be a letter from Frank Lee and an unknown species of mushrooms. Klein really wanted to return home and enter the world above the gray fog. He wanted to use the newly obtained mushroom to communicate with creeping hunger so that he could use the sealed artifact again. With the storm brewing, he believed that he needed to recover his peak combat strength as soon as possible. And in this aspect, creeping hunger was absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, he still had 2 Beyonder bodyguard by his side. He had to try his best not to head above the gray fog. I clearly don't need protection, but I spent a few £100 to hire 2 people to restrict my movements. How helpless of a tycoon. Klein sighed inwardly as he picked up the black tea that Richardson had just prepared. He took a light sip as his facial muscles immediately tensed up before relaxing again. Klein looked down and discovered that the black tea had twice the usual amount of lemon slices. He discreetly swept a glance at Richardson and saw that his valet looked a little dazed, as though he was still immersed in the shock from the assault. As cowardly as ever, Klein evaluated inwardly as he placed the porcelain teacup on the table. Late at night, 39 Buckland Street, Member of Parliament Mock's house. Hazel sat in front of the dressing table and looked at the gray rat squatting on the powder box. After a long silence, she said, "Did my father do something wrong? He was clearly pushing for a good thing. Nothing is beneficial to everyone. There will always be those who suffer losses. At such times, the corresponding bill or plan needs to be considered, compensated, and helped. If your father did such a thing, the problem doesn't lie with him. On the contrary, it only means that he's cold and cruel," the rat said in a perfunctory manner. Hazel thought carefully for a few seconds before her expression relaxed. She then said, "During dinner, I sensed that there was an extremely valuable item hidden in a cabinet in the room. But when I opened it later, I didn't find anything." The rat was startled for a moment. That might be Don Dantes' bodyguard. He was recently involved in a suicide case, and it's said to involve Baron Cinderas. It's normal for him to hire bodyguards to protect him in secret. The bodyguard in the cupboard might also possess supernatural powers and carry a mystical item, so you sensed it. Hazel nodded gently and accepted the explanation. She subconsciously muttered to herself, "I wonder what kind of supernatural powers those bodyguards have." After saying that, she cast a puzzled glance at the gray rat. "How did you know that Don Dantes was involved in a troublesome case?" The mouse squeaked and said, "My current state is perfect for eavesdropping on other people's discussions." As it spoke, it looked in the direction of 160 Buckland Street as its eyes shimmered. Furs, who was taking turns sleeping, felt herself floating into an ancient and majestic palace. It was filled with all sorts of beyonder ingredients and mystical items, and there were even 2 blurry tarot cards. However, she wasn't able to take any of them away. These items were sealed by an invisible force. Furs looked around in a bid to find a way to remove the seal. Finally, she saw a complicated symbol engraved on the dome. This was a symbol formed from the combination of fate and concealment. Find an item with this symbol engraved on it, and I'll be able to open the seal on a treasure trove. Furs immediately came to this realization as she jolted awake. She realized that she was curled up on the carpet in the room, covered by a thin silk blanket. She and Zio didn't dare sleep in the reclining chair, afraid that Don Dantes, who often sat there, would notice that something was amiss. Rubbing her temples, Furs sat up and saw Zio leaning against the wall that led to the master bedroom. She was seriously monitoring her surroundings. I feel like there's a secret hidden here. I had a strange dream. I dreamed of exaggerated treasures and complicated symbols, Furs said with a frown as she walked towards Zio. As an astrologer, her intuition told her that there was something wrong with the dream. Zio suppressed her doubts when she saw Furz's serious expression. After some thought, she said, "Perhaps there really is a secret. I once heard a proverb that belongs to the mysterious world. It goes like this: when a beyonder element is discovered somewhere, there's bound to be a second one." Ignoring the butler who still can't determine if there's any beyonder powers, that Miss Hazel is the first beyonder element. Nearby her, or rather, this street, there should be a second one. Furs nodded gently and said with a smile, "However, this has nothing to do with us. Tomorrow evening, we'll be able to collect our payment, end our bodyguard mission, and leave this place. The most pitiful one is ultimately Don Dante's. He's innocent and ordinary, but he has no choice but to interact with troublesome matters and beyonder elements." Having said that, Furs looked at Zio and joked, "Quick, say it. Quickly say it. May the goddess bless him. I'm a believer of steam and machinery. I can't do that." Zio seriously considered it for 2 seconds before drawing the crimson moon on her chest. She piously whispered, "May the goddess bless Mr. Don Dantes." Furs had completely shaken off her drowsiness. She covered her mouth and yawned. "I'll walk around the house and patrol it. Wait 15 minutes before sleeping." "All right." Zio was clearly more energetic than Furs. Furs immediately turned to the door, reached out her hand to press on the wall, and arrived at the corridor. Just as she was about to walk to the stairs, she suddenly sensed a slight commotion coming from the room where Don Dantes' valet slept. Furz's eyes darted around slightly as she cautiously approached. She opened a tiny door on the wall and peeked in. She then saw Richardson dancing a somewhat crazy and mysterious dance. Spirit dance? Doesn't this valet believe in the Evernight goddess? He's secretly worshipping death? Furs knit her brows as she watched Richardson finish his spirit dance. She watched as he softly prayed to the god of death to protect him from various dangers. When everything was over, Furs clicked her tongue and shook her head. Poor Mr. Dantes. P.S. Update first, then change later. Chapter 884. After returning to the room with the balcony, Furs looked at Zio, who was leaning against the wall. "What do you think I saw? That valet, Dantes' valet, is actually a believer of death. He was dancing and praying just now." Zio suddenly widened her eyes before relaxing her expression. "For Mr. Dantes is only a question at the back of the list. That manservant named Richardson clearly has the blood of the southern continent. Perhaps he was born there, so it's not surprising that he secretly worships the god of death." Furs replied with a smile, "That's right. I know. I just think this is very interesting. Isn't there a little too many people around Don Dantes who have secrets? If one day I discover that apart from him, all the creatures in this house, including the housekeeper, maid, gardener, carriage driver, earthworms, bugs, and rats, are related to mystery and beyonders, I don't think I'll be too surprised. I'll be able to easily accept this fact." Zio rolled her eyes at her friend again. "If that's the case, then Mr. Don Dantes won't be a simple person. He's surrounded by beyonders and beyonder creatures. It can only mean that he might be the son of an evil god or an angel on earth." Without waiting for Furs to divert the topic, Zio changed the topic. "Didn't you just say that you had a strange dream involving treasure? Why aren't you curious at all? Why haven't you considered what it represents and whether or not it really exists?" Furs chuckled. "This kind of dream usually means a lot of trouble and danger. I'll think about it when I have the chance to meet that symbol in the future." Although she said that, what she was really thinking was, there's quite a problem with this dream. Who knows if there's a conspiracy behind it? I'll head to the tarot next week and seek advice from Mr. the Hanging Man, Mom Hermit, and Mr. World before deciding what to do. They're all experienced and powerful beyonders, so they might have similar experiences. You've matured quite a bit. Zio nodded slightly, exerting strength in her back. She bounced off the wall and walked towards where Furs had been sleeping. Mature. Furs snickered and leaned closer to her friend. She straightened her back and looked down at her hair. Without waiting for Zio to get angry, she sighed again. You're the one who's matured. I still remember this time last year. You relied on your intuition and your fist for arbitration. You would make mistakes and lose your way from time to time. You're much better now. Zio was taken aback as she lay down on her side and wrapped the thin blanket around her. With her back facing Furs, she mumbled, The main reason I got lost was because of you. Furs laughed dryly and nodded thoughtfully. This is an inherent characteristic of the apprentice pathway. It has nothing to do with me. Yes. Seeing that Zio was already lying down, she walked to the wall of the master bedroom and seriously became a bodyguard. The night receded bit by bit as the sky gradually lit up. After Klein woke up and had his breakfast, he received 2 visits from the police and a batch of reporters. Some of them were here for the further investigation of Quarren's suicide, while others wanted to know more details about Member of Parliament Mock's attack. Under Walter's arrangements, Don Dantes met them one after another and quickly settled the matters. In the afternoon, Mock suddenly came to him and hurriedly said to Klein, Accompany me to the club for a round of tennis. Accompany me to the club for a round of tennis. He had joined several clubs, but there was only one that intersected with Don Dantes. East Balham Military Veterans Club. Is he going to seal the deal on the firearms deal? Klein understood the hidden meaning behind his words. He immediately got his valet, Richardson, to get his coat, top hat, and cane. He took his carriage and followed the Member of Parliament to the unique sand-yellow building in Hillston Borough. After entering the club, it was the same room as before. Klein once again met the donkey-faced Colonel Calvin of the Ministry of Defense. After exchanging pleasantries for a few minutes out of habit, Calvin finally got down to business. He looked at Don Dantes and chuckled. I heard from Mock that you can fork out 20,000 pounds in one go. Although it's a little forceful, it's indeed doable, Klein replied with the corners of his mouth curling up. Calvin nodded in satisfaction and said after some thought, I won't need 20,000 pounds for the time being. The batch of firearms, ammunition, and a small number of cannons prepared for you will be in a warehouse in East Balham. There aren't many of them, and it's enough to arm 3,000 to 4,000 people. According to the scrapping price, it'll be 10,000 pounds at most. Of course, you have to give me 15,000 pounds. He didn't hide anything, as though this was a norm within the Rouen army. No problem. Klein nodded with a calm expression. Calvin chuckled. Very good. Mock has a good eye. If you want to do business in this area, you absolutely can't be stingy. That batch of firearms is worth at least 20,000 pounds in West Balham. If you can find a suitable buyer and use your experience there, you can definitely sell it for 30,000 pounds or more. By the way, the transportation and storage fees will be borne by you. We will only send 2 or 3 people to assist you. Indeed, they're overseers. Klein listened intently, feeling that he needed to urge Admiral of Stars and Donnas to quickly provide him with information on West Balham. He pondered for a moment and said, Roughly when will it begin? There's still another 2 weeks before the batch of firearms is placed in the corresponding warehouse. It's up to you to decide when to begin. Yes, you don't have to pay in full. Pay 8,000 to 10,000 pounds first, and you can pay the rest when the matter is over. Calvin put on a look as though he was very amicable. 2 weeks later. It's almost the end of the month. I definitely have to attend the Snake of Fate's birth banquet before leaving. I'm still waiting for his umbilical cord blood. Klein's thoughts raced. I need to make some preparations. I'll probably head to the southern continent in early July. After Calvin and Mock exchanged looks, they rubbed their palms together. No problem. Outside East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse, Zio and Furs were hiding on the roof of a nearby building, monitoring the people around them. Zio knew very well that there were quite a number of Beyonders in the club, so she didn't dare let Furs sneak in with her to provide close-range protection for Don Dantes. All she could do was wait outside. Thankfully, this is Bakeland. Even if there's no fog in this season, there won't be a lack of clouds. The sun isn't too strong. Otherwise, my skin would definitely turn red from the sun. Furs mumbled as she hid in the shadows. Just as Zio was about to say something, she suddenly saw a carriage drive to the club's back door. It was brown in color and had a symbolic coat of arms. The coat of arms' main body was a flower and a ring. Viscount Stratford's carriage. Zio silently muttered to herself as she hurriedly widened her eyes and focused her attention. She then saw the familiar yet unfamiliar figure alight the carriage and enter the East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse under the escort of a few bodyguards. "What's wrong?" Furs sensed her friend's abnormality. Zio didn't hide it as she frankly said, I saw Viscount Stratford. He also came to this club. That captain of the Royal Guards?" Furs asked in surprise. "Yes." Zio nodded heavily. Furs turned to gape, wishing to say something, but she didn't know what to say. All she could do was look around and pretend to monitor the abnormality. After a while, they saw Don Dantes walk out. In the afternoon, 160 Buckland Street had another visitor. This time, it was the coin company's major shareholder, Ma and Mary. "I'm very sorry that my request has embroiled you in this trouble. I never expected Baron Cindras to do such a thing. Poor Quarren. He's planning on bringing his family to Winter County for the summer," Mary Short said apologetically and angrily. Klein replied calmly, "I agree with your views on Quarren. I agree with you about Karen. He's really unfortunate. However, this matter might not have been done by Baron Cindras. This might very well be a trap targeted at him." Ma and Mary nodded solemnly. "I've heard of this speculation. It said that the police are planning on hiring a powerful forensic doctor to dissect the corpse and search for missing clues." The latter half of her sentence was automatically replaced in Klein's ears with, "The police are planning on hiring a powerful spirit medium from the Church of Evernight to dissect the corpse and search for missing clues. I wonder what I'll discover." Klein raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "May the goddess bless Quarren in peace. The true murderer who murdered him will definitely be punished." Ma and Mary replied with the same etiquette. "In order to prevent you from being affected by this matter, I plan on purchasing your shares ahead of time. I'll add an additional £1,000 on top of the current highest price. You don't have to worry about my funds. I've been busy recently borrowing money from the bank." Klein sighed with a smile. "I'm very grateful for your good intentions, but if you want to discuss the early transfer of shares, you have to go to the church. I've already donated it to them. I plan on using the income to establish a bursary foundation for the poor." This was the first time Ma and Mary was hearing this news. She was momentarily shocked and speechless. After a full 10 seconds, she quietly exhaled. "I'm very impressed with your character, your generosity, and your wisdom." As she spoke, the way she looked at Don Dantes had an additional hint of admiration. Klein modestly gave all the credit to the goddess. Then, he paused and asked with a serious expression. Following a pause, he asked with a serious expression, "Ma and Mary, I have a question I wish to hear your answer. When you decided to go against Baron Cindras to protect your control over the coin company, was it purely out of your feelings, or was it because of someone else's persuasion?" Madame Mary frowned slightly and replied frankly, "Their advice to me was to make me give up." Klein immediately fell silent and didn't continue the topic. After chatting about Member of Parliament Mock's assault, he sent the lady off 160 Buckland Street. After dinner, his butler, Walter, came to the semi-open room with the balcony and said to his employer, who was sitting in a reclining chair, "Sir, the 2 bounty hunters have been sent off. The total cost for 3 days is £300, not including the food provided." "He's finally gone?" Klein suddenly relaxed and nodded in approval of the butler's reply. Following that, he eagerly entered the master bedroom, prepared to take out the mushrooms Frank Lee had sent him and bring them above the gray fog to communicate with creeping hunger. When he arrived in front of the desk, where a mushroom was hidden, he saw a letter on top of it, which was pressed down by an ink bottle. Klein picked it up in puzzlement, tore it open, and quickly scanned through it. His expression immediately turned odd. "Mr. Dantes, we are the bodyguards you hired. We discovered something over the past few days and believe there's a need to inform you. Therefore, we entered your bedroom while you were having dinner and left this letter." Chapter 885. Your butler might be researching black magic. Your valet secretly believes in death. There are people with supernatural powers in your neighborhood. The street you live in might have some secrets that make people have strange dreams. You should be able to understand the meaning of certain words, so we won't explain further. May the goddess bless you. Klein looked at the letter in his hand, momentarily unsure if he should laugh or cry. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but make a self-deprecating remark. Just from the contents of this letter, I'm really pitiful, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with what it describes. Shaking his head with a smile, Klein held the letter in one hand and suddenly shook it to the side. A scarlet flame soared up and engulfed the piece of paper. Regardless, Miss Zio and Miss Magicians are rather kind. The only problem is that I know everything they've warned me about, and I know the whole story better than they do. As Klein mumbled, he rummaged for the mushrooms he had previously hidden. There were a total of 4 types. One was dried products that could react with water and fish. There were 3 of them. The second was a new variety with a golden cap that emitted the fragrance of flower. The third was white with black spots. It was puffy and swollen, as though there was liquid flowing inside. It was filled with the smell of milk. The fourth had a strange organ that resembled gills on both sides. Its surface was covered with fine but soft scales. Klein swept his gaze at the mushrooms, took out a gold coin, flicked it upwards, and caught it firmly. After confirming the results, he took off the ordinary gloves he had previously worn. Naked, he grabbed the 3 new mushrooms in an attempt to verify something that Frank Lee hadn't mentioned. The sensation was normal. There were no changes to the mushrooms. Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief, no longer worried that the danger they posed exceeded the limits. He had previously been afraid that these mushrooms would immediately spread their roots, devour, and spread their spores the moment they came into contact with flesh and blood. Perhaps it's because the gas wall lamps are relatively bright, or perhaps these mushrooms have lost most of their activity after being plucked. They can only be revived under special conditions, such as the environment of a creature's stomach. With the spirit of proof, Klein drew all the heavy curtains in the master bedroom and extinguished all the gas wall lamps. Then he picked up the new species of mushrooms with his bare hands and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with them. They did not suck his flesh and blood. After doing this, Klein lit up the wall lamps again and set up a ritual to sacrifice the mushrooms above the gray fog. Sitting at the fool's seat, he wasn't in a hurry to summon creeping hunger. He first let the metal bottle containing his blood fly onto the long bronze table. Then, he poured a drop of blood on the table and pushed the 3 new mushrooms there. In just a second, the parts of the mushrooms that were close to the blood suddenly softened and wriggled to wrap around it. Dense needle-like hairs grew out from the area of contact. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he watched. He directly used some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to suppress all the mushrooms. Then, he let the drop of blood fly back into the metal bottle and closed the lid. He had a general understanding of the characteristics of these mushrooms. Without wasting any more time, he beckoned for creeping hunger to fly over from the junk pile. Holding the thin human skin glove, Klein placed it on the table and released the shackles on the mushrooms. Then, he saw creeping hunger use its 5 fingers as support to forcefully stand up and quickly retreat like it was playing a piano. Do you know fear now? Klein revealed a friendly smile and pressed down on the human skin glove, gifting it with some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. Then, he used his other hand to grab a mushroom and moved it towards creeping hunger. The human-skinned glove struggled with all its might, but to no avail. It actually began to tremble. Klein paused his hand that was holding the mushroom and chuckled softly. Are you still going to praise the true creator at any time? The creeping hunger continued to struggle and did not respond. Klein thought for a moment and relented. I'll allow you to praise him once a day, early in the morning or in the evening. Creeping hunger's struggle weakened, but it didn't stop. TSK. Klein continued communicating without batting an eyelid. Then 3 times a day. Praise him at breakfast, lunch, and dinner times. However, you have to remind me beforehand. After creeping hunger struggled for a while, it suddenly laid down on the table and stopped moving. After another round of communication, Klein successfully came to an agreement with creeping hunger on this problem. However, the need to eat humans every day was an item's instinct. It couldn't be weakened by too much just through communication. He still had to wait for Aztec to provide an effective seal. All Klein could do at the moment was to allow creeping hunger to be carried around without eating humans. However, it had to be replenished with food within 24 hours. How troublesome. Thankfully, after creeping hunger fused with Mr. A and mushrooms, its living characteristics have been enhanced. Otherwise, there's really no way for me to communicate in such detail. Klein sighed as he did the corresponding divination on recent events and came to the conclusion that he wasn't in any danger. He also preliminarily confirmed that Quarren's suicide had a beyonder influence. After busying himself, he left the world above the gray fog and returned to the real world to continue waiting for Mr. Aztec's reply. On Saturday night, the formally dressed Klein arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral with his valet, Richardson, in a carriage to participate in the charity gala held by the Church of Evernight. After passing through the main entrance, he was led to a hall by the side by the priest. There was a shrine with a sacred emblem that represented the Evernight goddess inside. There were a few small crystal chandeliers hanging down from above. In front of them were slender candles, as well as metal round lids that were placed upside down and filled with wax. At that moment, they had all been ignited, illuminating the hall in a bright and clean manner. It had a sense of holiness to it. Klein looked over and saw neatly arranged chairs and guests dressed in extraordinary attire. Among them, women were mainly divided into two types. One was dressed in either bright or dark clothes. They were bold and open, allowing one to see large patches of fair skin in front of their chests and their arms. The other was dressed in fresh colors and rather conservative clothes. Even their collarbones could be vaguely seen, and some were even covered. According to what Klein knew, in the Kingdom of Rouen, this meant the difference between married and unmarried. Widows and divorced women could choose between the two types of attire, but the former's colors were as dark as possible. Apart from these, Klein also saw shiny necklaces, exquisite earrings, and all kinds of precious accessories. Compared to the balls and banquets held by Member of Parliament Macht and himself, the guests here were clearly more grandiose. Walking into the hall, Klein greeted the bishop, Member of Parliament Macht, and company whom he knew as they made small talk. At that moment, a voice sounded from the door. Many guests cast their gazes over as they smiled and went over. Klein looked over as his eyes lit up before they froze. At the entrance of the hall, the most eye-catching person was a girl with lustrous blonde hair that gently draped over her shoulders. Her green eyes were as beautiful as gems, but they also seemed to hide a whirlpool on the surface of the sea. It made it impossible for anyone to look away. Her facial features were beautiful, and she had an outstanding bearing. Her looks were flawless, making it difficult for the men and women present to notice what style of dress she was wearing or whose accessories she wore. However, Klein had noticed her collarbone necklace. A round and flawless pearl happened to be embedded at the intersection of her two collarbones. It softened the contours of her neck, giving her a pure and charming feeling. Klein had seen her before and knew her. She was Miss Justice of Tarot. Back then, with the help of the magic mirror divination, Klein had seen her. Suddenly, Klein looked away, not daring to take another look. This was an instinctive reaction. The main reason was that he knew that Miss Justice was a beyonder of the spectator pathway. If he garnered her attention, it was very easy for her to read his true thoughts and hidden secrets from his changes in expression, body language, and aura. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Klein forcefully turned his head back and continued casting his gaze at Miss Justice's face. He realized that the problem with his avoidance was even bigger and more obvious. How could a gentleman who liked women of different styles not take a few more looks at such an abnormally beautiful girl when he encountered her? At the same time, Audrey sensed the abnormality of a particular gentleman. His sideburns are already a little white. His looks and bearing aren't bad. He appears to have a lot of depth. This should be the Don Dantes who donated more than £10,000 in an attempt to establish a bursary foundation for the poor. His reaction just now was a little strange, as though he was hiding something to Audrey. It was normal for Don Dantes to look away. She had encountered too many similar situations in the past. Some men would subconsciously turn their heads and look to the side after seeing her, as though they were afraid of being discovered by her. They were afraid of making eye contact with her, afraid of exposing the moment of intoxication that surfaced. Therefore, what was strange about Don Dantes wasn't that he had moved his gaze away, but that he had turned his gaze back. In addition, Audrey felt that the most problematic point was that this gentleman wasn't astonished, but surprised. What is he surprised about? What is he hiding? With this question and a faint smile on her face, Audrey followed her parents and brother to greet the people who crowded over. Seeing that Miss Justice wasn't paying attention to him, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he thought, I have to be careful later. I have to act the role of Don Dantes well. I can't let the spectator notice anything amiss. Regardless of whether Miss Justice noticed it or not, I have to think of a good reason for my abnormal reaction just now. Miss Justice is indeed a young lady from a powerful, noble family. I wonder what her name is. I'll ask Mocked or Bishop Electra later. Amidst his thoughts, Klein frowned slightly, having a nagging feeling that he was being watched. He hurriedly followed his spiritual intuition and swept his gaze to the door. In the shadows outside the door, a golden retriever was silently squatting there. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 886. When the golden retriever's serene gaze came into view from the shadow, Klein's forehead twitched indiscernibly. He did not hide the fact that he was a little frightened. He naturally turned his gaze away and looked at Miss Justice's group. How scary. Why is this dog hiding in a corner for no reason? Why is it hiding in the shadows? It seemed to be looking at everyone in the hall. Miss Justice seems to have fed a spectator potion to an animal. She had once sought Mr. the Hanging Man's advice. Could it be this golden retriever? One was in the light, while the other was in the dark. Which actor would be able to handle it? In high society, the spectators aren't limited to Miss Justice and company. She joined the psychological alchemy under the guidance of other nobles. I think she's the sister of Madame Duke of Negan. As Klein lampooned and analyzed, he walked towards Mock's family and asked in a seemingly casual manner, Those who came in just now seem to be very noble? Mock glanced at Don Dantes and chuckled. The Earl of Eastchester's family. You could directly call him the Earl Hall. You should have heard of him. That's his wife, Lady Caitlin. That's his eldest son, Lord Hibbert. You've met him. Upon hearing Mock's introduction, Klein suddenly felt a sense of shame. This was because he had indeed seen Hibbert Hall at a ball hosted by the other party, but he hadn't paid any attention to this lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have questioned which noble he was from. Alarmed by Miss Justice's sudden appearance, Klein maintained his smile as he listened. Mock continued, That's his daughter, Miss Audrey Hall. For the past 2 years, she's been known as the most dazzling jewel in Bakeland. This is very realistic, isn't it? Without waiting for Don Dantes to respond, he tactfully said, Among her suitors are princes, dukes' heirs, and many noble lords and gentlemen. Mock's hidden meaning was very clear. It was to tell a fellow like him, who had a wide range of interests in women, to not have any thoughts about this lady. She was a target that he couldn't touch. However, another thought flashed through Klein's mind. So Miss Justice is the daughter of Earl Hall. It's no wonder she's so rich. It's no wonder she never haggles. Earl Hall is one of the top bankers in the kingdom. He's the most influential member of the House of Lords and one of the hereditary nobles. His wealth is only slightly greater than Baron Syndra's. Even if Miss Justice isn't able to inherit the title and family business, the assets she receives would still be worth at least £100,000. Coupled with her looks, background, and personality, she's indeed the best candidate for the royal family and nobles to marry. However, her continuous purchase of mystical items doesn't look like she only has a few £100,000. Can this be reimbursed? I also want to rely on my father. As his thoughts raced, Klein smiled in response to Mock's reminder. I've heard all sorts of rumors about Miss Audrey, but I've realized today that they aren't too exaggerated. Unfortunately, I'm not a prince, nor am I the heir to the titles of Duke, Marquis, Earl, or Viscount. Otherwise, I would also be one of her suitors. He was implicitly expressing that he knew his own identity and position. Mock didn't continue the topic as he began introducing Don Dantes to some of the guests he knew, truly bringing him into high society. Of course, the greatest help in this matter was the Church of Evernight. Without the charity gala they held for the Bursary Foundation, Mock wouldn't have been able to bring Don Dantes directly to those people of high status. Marquis Rosent, Earl Gross, Viscount Lochran, the aristocratic believers of the goddess exchanged a few pleasantries with Don Dantes, all of them in a rather cordial manner. Before Mock finished his introductions, an elder walked in. He wore a black clergyman robe with red accents. On his chest were 5 dark, sacred emblems. His face was clean without a beard, and his eyes were deep, dark, and serene. Including Earl Hall, everyone turned to face the elder and bowed respectfully. "Good evening, Your Excellency, Saint Anthony." This elder was one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight, Saint Anthony Stevenson. He was the person in charge of the Bakelin Diocese, a member of the upper echelons of the church in the truest sense of the word. The moment Klein saw the archbishop, his body and mind involuntarily trembled. He couldn't help but find it hard to hide it. It was as though he had returned to his youth, walking on a village path without any street lamps. He swept his gaze and saw that the other guests didn't have such an intense reaction. He immediately understood that the horror St. Anthony brought about was something that could be sensed more clearly the stronger one's spirituality was. He hurriedly entered cogitation in an attempt to converge it. When he managed to control his trembling, St. Anthony had already revealed a smile. He surveyed the area and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "Praise the Lady! Praise the Lady!" All the guests participating in the charity gala responded. With the arrival of the archbishop, Mock stopped introducing the remaining guests to Klein because the gala had officially begun. According to the usual practice, everyone first sat in their seats and piously prayed to the goddess for 3 minutes. Following that, the cathedral's choir walked to the front of the altar and used an ethereal and orderly song that could cleanse one's soul to praise the goddess. After the religious ritual ended, Bishop Electra was instructed by St. Anthony to come to the side where the choir had been standing. There was a wooden platform with all sorts of books placed on it. "Thank you for coming. Your character is like the resplendent stars in the silent night." Bishop Electra said a few polite words before saying, "Our establishment of a bursary foundation for the poor stemmed from Mr. Don Dantes' suggestion. He is a true, noble gentleman. His piety and character are impeccable, making him a role model. Let's invite Mr. Don Dantes to give us a short speech." Although Klein was already prepared, he still gasped when he heard the last sentence. This wasn't like usual. There were 2 or even more spectators. It wasn't a place where he could brag as he wished. The content of the speech had to be sufficiently real to prevent anyone from noticing that he was lying or using fake examples. Pressing down on the clothes at his abdomen, he quickly stood up and walked to the wooden platform while buttoning his suit. After coming to the back of the wooden platform, he found his footing and surveyed the nobles, members of parliament, clergymen, and high-ranking government employees. He smiled and said, "I'm a little nervous. This is the first time I'm being looked at by so many people of high status. I was once active in the areas where the poor gathered in the chaotic southern continent. Because of that, I saw many things. There was a little girl who started helping her mother make matchboxes from the age of 6. If she didn't do that, her family wouldn't even have the money to buy rye bread after they paid their rent. The rye bread they ate had a lot of wheat bran. Occasionally, they would bite on gravel and pebbles. They were so hard that they could use them as sticks to attack others. As this young lady gradually grew up, although she was very tired every day and her family didn't have any extra money, she still yearned for the night school organized by the church. She hoped to learn how to read and grasp knowledge, because she knew that only by doing so could she not continue her present life. Only then could she not starve wear clothes that could truly withstand the cold, and not go to a factory with terrible conditions. Dying in her 20s, Klein selected the experiences of the poor children he had seen, combined them together, and spoke with sincerity. He could clearly see that the ladies more or less revealed looks of pity. Some of the girls' eyes even shimmered, such as Audrey Hall. What an easily moved child. My performance comes from the bottom of my heart. I can even move myself, much less the audience. However, most of the gentlemen weren't moved much. Some likely already understand the situation of the poor, while others don't care about people of low status. Klein swept his gaze and continued. Our industry is developing. Our industry is developing and will definitely need more literate workers in the future. Our election conditions are being relaxed, and those who are eligible to vote in the future will definitely include the majority of educated people. Out of pity for these poor children and my expectations for the kingdom's future, I've decided to donate all of my company shares to the church to establish a scholarship fund for the poor, allowing them to have a chance to enter the true temple of knowledge after attending the free night school. Earl Hall, who had a beautiful mustache, nodded when he heard that. He was the first to raise his hands and clap gently. Amidst the warm applause, Klein returned to his seat. Bishop Electra went forward and announced, Mr. Don Dante's donated shares are worth £15,000. The shares that Mr. Dwayne Dantes donated are worth £15,000. We will use it to establish a lone charity bursary foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you agree with his ideas and sympathize with children who yearn for knowledge, you can participate in this foundation. As he spoke, he pointed to the donation box beside him. Audrey retracted her gaze, pressed the corner of her eyes, and turned her head to her father. Dad, I plan on donating £1,000. What about you? As she spoke, she quickly summarized the situation she had just observed in her mind. Don Dantes likely led a life at the bottom of society. His sympathy, pity, and speech are all very real. Those poor children are really pitiful. When the bishop mentioned that the shares are worth £15,000, the corners of his mouth curled up unnaturally. It's obvious that his heart aches for the money. However, the sincerity of his donation doesn't seem fake. This can only mean that he's a gentleman who loves money, but he also loves kindness. What was the reason for his surprise and attempt to hide it when he saw me? He's seen me somewhere, but he doesn't know who I am? But there's no need to hide it. He recognized my necklace as a mystical item, so he was surprised. Later on, he tried to hide it? If that's the case, it means that he's definitely a beyonder. Furthermore, his sequence isn't too low. I'll ask Susie when I get back. Perhaps she noticed other details. She's hiding in the dark and won't be guarded against, allowing her to discover more. Amidst her thoughts, Audrey saw her father, Earl Hall, take out a checkbook and a fountain pen with a smile. The amount he wrote was £10,000. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 887. £10,000. Audrey blinked as she expressed her surprise with a subtle change in expression. Without needing her to ask, Earl of Hall sensed her puzzlement and chuckled. He's a very knowledgeable person. Some of his ideas have inspired me and resonated with me. Besides, we can't ignore suffering just because it's an objective existence that can't be resolved for a long period of time. Audrey vaguely understood her father's words, but she felt that she didn't understand it clearly enough. She nodded slightly and took out her checkbook from her handbag that matched her dress. She wrote down the number £1,000. This was a charity gala, and it was held in the cathedral side hall. Therefore, there wouldn't be dancing or overly extravagant arrangements. There wouldn't be any serving men or maidservants accompanying them. There would only be simple self-help and donations. The ladies would undoubtedly bring their own bags. After the guests placed their checks into the donation box, they went to the two long tables on the two sides to get alcohol or simple food. They walked around the hall and conversed with others without sitting down. This was closer to a buffet. Klein followed Bishop Electra to St. Anthony's side and was introduced to the upper echelon of the Church of Evernight. St. Anthony smiled in response to Don Dantes' greeting and sized him up. Very good. We are proud to have a believer like you. The goddess teaches us that character is more important than status. Therefore, you are a sufficiently noble gentleman. To be frank, when facing this saint, Klein's heart was pounding. This was because any deity or beyonder that was related to the fate domain could possibly see the gray fog aura on him. For example, all members of the monster pathway, or the Evernight goddess who wielded misfortune. And if Saint Anthony was a high-sequence beyonder of the sleepless pathway and had grasped beyonder powers related to misfortune, then it had to be said that there was a certain chance that he could tell that there was something wrong with Don Dantes. For this reason, Klein had gone above the gray fog for a divination before attending the charity gala, and he had obtained an answer that was risk-free. Since the goddess didn't say anything, her archbishop would probably pretend not to see anything even if her archbishop noticed something amiss. Klein replied with a warm smile. Recently, I've often come to the cathedral to pray and listen to Bishop Electra's sermons. I feel like my heart has been baptized, and even my soul seems to have been purified to a certain extent. That's why I can follow the teachings of the goddess and pass on beauty and hope to others. St. Anthony nodded and said, yes. In front of the goddess, all believers are only distinguished by their character. Whether they are nobles or commoners, men or women, they are all the same. May those who live in a bad place be free from fear and find peace. Praise the goddess. Klein and Electra then tapped their chests 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Praise the goddess. Seeing that St. Anthony had turned to another believer, Klein prepared to go to the long table and get a glass of champagne to quench his thirst. At that moment, he saw a gentleman approaching. This gentleman's skin was a little loose, and his tummy was clearly bulging. However, one could tell that he was rather handsome in his youth. Even now, his blue eyes that had a smile in them and his beautiful mustache didn't make him look ugly. Klein had heard Mock's introduction and knew that he was Earl Hall, a member of the House of Lords and a powerful banker. Of course, to him, this noble's most important identity was Miss Justice's father, and Audrey happened to be by his side, her bright eyes focused on Don Dantes as she waited for the interaction between gentlemen. This made Klein a little uncomfortable. I have to act in line with Don Dantes' persona. A person of ordinary birth who has worked hard to squeeze into high society would definitely be a little nervous and uneasy at this moment. A gentleman who loves beauties would inevitably be nervous and uneasy when faced with the most dazzling gem in Bakeland. However, he would subconsciously reveal his own knowledge, his charm, and his desire to express himself. Yes, a tycoon who has rich experiences and walked out of chaos definitely has a hidden pride, confidence, and confidence. Regardless of how he feels inside, he will try his best to remain calm on the surface. He will be respectful, but not humble. Klein's thoughts raced as a smile suffused his face. He bowed to the approaching Earl of Hall. Honorable Count, I just happened to see your check. I admire your kindness and your benevolence, but you never flaunt them or tell others how much you have donated. Earl of Hall chuckled. No, I'm not as good as you, because the price I've paid is far inferior to yours. What he was implying was that £15,000 might be a tenth, or even a fifth of Don Dantes' total assets. £10,000 was only a thousandth or less to him. Clearly, the former had paid a higher price, and his willingness to pay was purer. From my point of view, as long as it can help the poor who yearn to use knowledge to change their fates, all donations are sufficiently kind and benevolent. From this point of view, the difference between £10,000 and £15,000 is only £5,000. Klein tried his best to appear sincere as he deliberately glanced at the blonde girl who was listening by the side, without leaving a trace. He knew that the normal, without leaving a trace, meant very obvious to a spectator. Audrey wore a faint smile as she quietly listened to her father and Don Dantes' conversation. She didn't seem to notice the gentleman's peeping. This made Klein, who didn't receive any feedback, lose his confidence in his performance. Earl of Hall smiled and said, "Then let's keep our opinions to ourselves. It's not a bad thing. At the very least, we are praising each other." I can tell that you have had difficult times in the past and have experienced the lives of the poor. Klein nodded and said, I don't avoid these past experiences. I don't shy away from the past. It's my precious treasure. And this is also what my friends and I lack. Earl of Hall smiled and nodded. It's precisely because of this that you possess unique wisdom and views. I hope there will be a chance to cooperate with you in the future. That's what I'm looking forward to as well. Klein replied in an appropriate and sincere manner. Earl of Hall pointed to the side. Some friends are waiting for me. May your good deeds and your wealth increase. Klein didn't waste his breath as he drew the crimson moon on his chest. Praise the lady. Praise the lady. Earl of Hall and Audrey tapped their chests 4 times in a clockwise fashion. As he watched them walk past him and head elsewhere, Klein couldn't help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he tensed up again as he naturally looked around the hall, taking in the shadow of the door. The golden retriever remained crouched there, silent. On the carriage back to Empress Borough, Earl of Hall, who appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, suddenly turned his head to look at his daughter. Audrey, didn't you previously say that you wanted to join a particular charity organization of the church? Are you interested in joining this bursary foundation? Audrey had already sensed that her father might have such thoughts back in the cathedral. At this moment, she appropriately showed surprise and confusion. It's just a very small charity foundation. Audrey's brother, Hibbert Hall, argued for his sister. Earl of Hall smiled and shook his head. I've asked a few bishops. The total donation for tonight has already reached £100,000. Why do you think there's so much? Hibbert Hall furrowed his brows slightly and said he said, bribe. At the same time, Audrey also gave her opinion. The sinking of knowledge and election qualifications? Earl of Hall nodded and sighed. Nothing is inevitable, including human beings and nobles. He then looked at Audrey and said with a smile, You don't have to force yourself. You don't have to force yourself. I can find someone else to join this bursary foundation. I just hope that you can see more because of this. You won't see certain things as inevitable and will never change. If you miss this, there are other charity organizations. Dad, I'll think about it, Audrey replied seriously. After hearing Don Dantes recount the stories of the poor, she already had the intention of joining the Bursary Foundation to raise donations, contact the government, and organize events. She was hesitant because she felt that there was something wrong with the middle-aged gentleman. After returning home, Audrey immediately got Susie and closed the door. What do you think of Mr. Don Dantes? Audrey asked directly. The golden retriever sat opposite her and thought for a moment before saying, He seems to know you or something on you. He seems to recognize you or something on you. Also, he's acting most of the time. There are certain traces. He seems to be on guard against me. He is very sharp. Yes, I also noticed that he might be a beyonder. He acts very well, but it's still an act. However, that's very normal. When we socialize and face different people, we will play different roles and perform accordingly. Audrey thought and said, The biggest problem is still why he was surprised when he saw me, to the point of being a little frightened. Also, he was actually involved in 2 cases, especially Baron Cinders' case. There seems to be some beyonder factor involved. There are signs of him being guided. Susie turned agape, but she couldn't find a definite explanation. All she could do was bark. Audrey changed her train of thought. I have to get someone to investigate Don Dantes. After confirming that there's nothing wrong with him, I'll join the Bursary Foundation. All right, it's almost Monday. I can entrust Furs and Mr. Moon on the tarot. They're both in Bakeland. Monday afternoon, 3 o'clock. Dark red beams of light shot up from the magnificent palace, freezing into blurry figures. Audrey quickly surveyed the area and looked at the end of the long bronze table. She smiled and bowed. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Chapter 888. Upon hearing Miss Justice's greeting, the Fool Klein suddenly felt a strong sense of emotion. After knowing her identity, status, looks, and situation, he had a deeper understanding of Justice Audrey's relaxed, cheerful, and radiant tone. He understood where their essence originated from. However, Klein didn't feel envious or jealous because of this. believing that she lacked the tempering of hardship. Instead, he felt that it was really good to have such a lady exist in a world where the underlying rules were filled with chaos, distortion, and madness. A smile suffused his face as he nodded slightly in response to Miss Justice's greeting. After the tarot members finished greeting each other, Catlia nudged her glasses, turned her body, and bowed at the blurry figure shrouded in gray fog at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, there are 3 diary pages this time. Queen Mystic is finally online again. Klein lampooned and said with a smile, "That's right. Very good." A few seconds later, Catlia, who had obtained permission, conjured the diary pages and watched them jump into Mr. Fool's palm. Klein casually glanced at it and suddenly exclaimed at his heart. He discovered that the diary provided by Queen Mystic seemed to belong to the early days of Roselle the Great. It didn't seem like there was any important information. Normally speaking, in a situation where it's impossible to determine the importance of a diary, one would definitely prioritize the later diary entries. That way, the mystery of Roselle the Great's assassination can be maximized. I believe that Queen Mystic has the intelligence. As Klein wondered inwardly, he seriously read the first diary page. On the 21st of September, I arrived at St. Millum and officially began my first visit with the group. Faysac's weather's really a little cold. It's not even October, but it looks like it's going to snow soon. It's no wonder the specialties here are all kinds of coats and winter clothing. There's also strong alcohol. Damn, the height of the people here is really ridiculous, as expected of the country of the descendants of the giants. However, I still want to say that I hate it when people look down on me. Tonight, I'm going to tavern to get drunk with a beauty from Faysac. Upon seeing this, Klein suddenly suspected that Queen Mystic Bernadette had provided these diary pages to ask if she had an elder or younger brother of Faysac descent. Klein held back the clicking of his tongue in his heart and looked at the second diary entry. September 22nd, I think I blacked out. What happened last night? Where's my Faysac beauty? I've never drunk from her. The people from the embassy told me that the girls here can drink more than the guys. I'll have to control myself when I go to the tavern in the future. It'll be bad if some Annie picks up my corpse. The alcohol here is really strong. I've had a headache for the whole day. Fortunately, it's not my butt. Sleep early. We'll visit the Twilight Temple tomorrow, the 23rd of September. The Great Twilight Hall was indeed magnificent, as if a legend had come to life. The building seemed to be completely prepared for the giants. As a heretic, I can only walk in circles outside. The square at the foot of the Great Dust Temple is also filled with the fragrance of wine. There are quite a number of people here. Some are kneeling, some are sitting, and some are playing the bone flute. It gives off a melodious and open feeling. I got to know a Faysac man who plays the bone flute. Even compared to his compatriots, he's ridiculously tall. At a glance, he's nearly 3 meters tall. His name is Oneg, and he claims to be from one of the purest Faysac giant bloodlines. The way he plays the bone flute looks very melancholic, as though he doesn't belong here, yet he doesn't know where to go. He's even more like a poet than those fellows with intis who only know how to circle around women's skirts. Speaking of which, I can't help but lampoon. Those fellows actually take pride in diseases related to that aspect. It's completely disrupting the social market. I chatted with Oneg for a while and mentioned the question from before. He said that he was only missing his hometown. But the problem is that he's a typical St. Millum native. He has never left this place. Oneg didn't immediately answer me. He played the bone flute for a few more minutes before saying that what he missed was the source of the giant bloodline, the giant king's court in myths and legends. He told me that he and his fellow Faysac people often dream of tall mountains, huge city walls that are built upon them, palaces, towers, and all sorts of buildings that are forever bathed in the light of dusk. This is very similar to the Great Twilight Hall, but it's even more unbelievable. It's even more epic and miraculous. There's no need for others to tell me that Oneg and his people are certain that this is the giant king's court. Towards the end of the conversation, Oneg slowly stood up and thanked me for listening. He wanted to leave Faysac in search of the giant king's court, the homeland of his mind and soul. He believes that the easternmost region of the Sonia Sea might hide the path that leads to the giant king's court. He said that after thousands of years, the giants have never forgotten their homeland. Now, it's his turn to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors. This path will never stop unless it reaches the end. He played the bone flute again, gradually departing amidst the melodious but sorrowful melody. Hometown, hometown. Upon reading this, Klein felt that he had 100% resonance with the Emperor's feelings for the first time. Although Roselle only wrote 3 words that seemed to repeat himself and didn't elaborate on his thoughts, Klein completely understood the Emperor's emotions at that moment. This was because he and Roselle were like Oneg. They had a homeland of the mind and soul. With a sigh inwardly, Klein flipped to the second page of the diary. January 10th. Visited Sonia Island. This place is also known as the Ancient Elven Island. It has a large number of elven ruins and traditions. I was alarmed on the first day. The elves actually know how to make blood curd. They actually like to eat animal organs and are good at using spices. They even invented chopsticks. Thinking about the elves on the murals, apart from a portion of them with blue hair, the rest of their outlines, hair color, and eyes are similar to the Asians on Earth. Could they be from my hometown? Yes, I had such suspicions back then. However, thinking about it, it's impossible for so many people to transmigrate in one go. They're almost a race. I wonder if I'm overthinking things. It doesn't make sense that the lifestyle and food cutlery that can appear on Earth can't be produced here. Klein quickly read on with interest, wanting to know if Roselle had investigated the reason. January 13th. I've been busy collecting ancient relics and folklore, so I've forgotten to write a diary for a few days. Although many things have long been taken away by the various churches, I still obtained some valuable things. In all sorts of legends, there are records of Elf King Sennayathrim inventing chopsticks and using animal organs and blood to cook delicacies. There are stories of this ancient god being good at distinguishing spices. They all believe that he is the ancestor, the first elf. Due to certain reasons, he brought his race from the western continent, which only existed in legends, to the northern continent. Could it be that this is my hometown, the first transmigrator? Then, he produced a race? There's nothing an ancient god can't do, including having children. He seems to have a wife who's also an elf. I'm deep in thought. January 16th. Further investigations indicate that the elves might really have nothing to do with transmigrators. At the very least, they didn't leave behind any symbols related to Chinese or English. From the beginning to the end, they should have been using Elvish. This doesn't give me any sense of familiarity. Furthermore, those commonly seen inventions didn't appear before my arrival. It's the same for many famous sayings. What exists are only proverbs and fables with similar meanings and examples. At present, all the items and legends don't support my guess. This makes me a little disappointed, but I'm also relieved. If I were to encounter another or other transmigrator, I really wouldn't know how to deal with them. January 17th. I dreamed of a hometown that I had almost forgotten. As expected, the Emperor has given up on that guess. Klein flipped the page again and looked at the last diary entry. April 2nd. My daughter is smart. She can speak before she's even a year old. Although she's only learned a few words for now, I believe that her progress in the future won't be slow. She inherited this from me. No matter how I look, I feel that she's a little similar to me when I was on Earth. Could it be that the soul brings about a certain degree of inheritance? Haha, let's just treat it as that. Bernadette, this name isn't bad. It sounds beautiful, but I keep having the urge to give her a Chinese nickname. Sigh, she won't be able to see her real grandparents, 3RD April. Yesterday, I suddenly had such thoughts that I nearly lost sleep. Thankfully, I know cogitation. However, this also makes me consider a problem. That is, should I teach Bernadette Chinese in private? No. If she were to understand the diary entries I wrote earlier, as her father, I might as well find a piece of tofu to kill myself. In my daughter's heart, a father has to be filled with glory. However, writing a diary in Chinese is the last tie between me and Earth and my past. My daughter should inherit this tie to a certain extent. April 6th. After a few days of consideration, I've decided to teach Bernadette 2 Chinese characters as special symbols. I'll tell her that this is a protective incantation her father gave her, and that she should remember it forever. She doesn't need to understand the corresponding meaning. All she needs to do is remember it. These 2 Chinese characters are hometown. Home. Klein repeated the word again, his eyes even burning a little. He finally understood why Queen Mystic Bernadette had chosen these 3 diary pages. It was because there were protective symbols her father had left behind for her. Hometown. At that moment, Klein seemed to see a river of emotions. It flowed silently on the surface, but there were countless turbulent currents beneath it as they tumbled endlessly. Klein retracted his gaze and made the diary disappear. He looked up at Katlia. "What's your question?" Chapter 889. When he looked at the hermit Katlia, Klein had already expected her to make a request. He sighed inwardly and was certain. How does Mr. Fool know that I'm going to ask a question and not make a request? As expected of Mr. Fool, Katlia's thoughts raced as she respectfully said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, may I know the meaning of these 2 symbols?" After receiving permission, she conjured 2 Chinese characters, hometown and hometown. After receiving permission, she conjured 2 Chinese characters, hometown and hometown. As expected, Klein sighed silently. Together, they mean hometown, the home of one's heart and spirit. Together, the home of one's heart and spirit. Katlia focused on the latter half of the sentence because she knew very well where Queen Mystic's hometown was. She didn't believe that there was anything special about it. Audrey, the hanging man Alger, and the other members of the tarot took the opportunity to learn the new Roselle language, forcefully memorizing the 2 symbols' appearance and meaning, with the exception of Sunday. The fool Klein didn't speak further as he leaned back in his chair. "You may begin." The hanging man Alger immediately turned his head and looked at World German Sparrow, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table. "Your mystical item is almost done. I'll give it to you this week." He was referring to the mystical item corresponding to the ocean songster's Beyonder characteristic. The artisan had previously completed Miss Justice's glove, so the world's request had been pushed back to this week. Without Mr. Aztec's reply, and with the seal of creeping hunger unable to recover, this mystical item came at the right time. Klein controlled the fake world and made him nod slightly. Not too slow. Not too slow. If it were delayed for another 2 to 3 weeks or a month, wouldn't you have to teleport over to visit me? The hanging man, Alger thought, inexplicably wary. As his initial plan was to obtain the cataclysmic Interrer potion from the Church of the Storm, and he had just begun digesting the ocean songster, he didn't purchase the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. He resumed his silence and watched the transactions of the other members. To Alger, the most important thing at the moment was to obtain another 1 or 2 mystical items to pair with the Whip of Mind. After all, although mystical items had to be refined rather than numerous, with the negative effects stacked on top of each other as much as possible, it was still rather embarrassing for a Sequence 5 quasi-powerhouse to only have 1. Under normal circumstances, it was best for a Sequence 5 Beyonder to have 2 or 3 mystical items with negative effects that didn't reinforce each other. Of course, Alger had already reserved 1. Once the artisan completed the item for the World German Sparrow, it would be his 6-winged gargoyle core crystal. For this, he needed to spend 1,000 pounds. Together with the fees he had paid for the world, his already small amount of cash was reduced by 2,000 pounds, leaving him with 1,800 pounds, of which 500 pounds were the commission he earned from Miss Justice's glove. Seeing that no one spoke for a moment, Emlyn cast his gaze at the sun and deliberated. He asked, "I need a Sequence 5 artificial vampire Beyonder characteristic. What do you want?" During this period of time, he had already asked around among the sanguine and knew that there was a way to remove the mental corruption of a Beyonder characteristic, but he had to make sufficient contributions to apply for it. Therefore, Emlyn wanted to first obtain the main potion ingredient needed for his advancement before considering other problems. According to his observations, such a Sequence 5 artificial vampire Beyonder characteristic was worth about 8,000 pounds. After all, that was the price set by Mr. World. As for him, he only had about 5,400 pounds in cash, so the difference was still a little too great. According to Emlyn's original thoughts and habits, he definitely needed to save up 8,000 pounds before requesting a trade with the Sun. He wasn't a sanguine who liked to spend in advance or borrow money. Even the latest and best alls didn't make him thick-skinned enough to borrow money from others. He would only save more and work harder. However, he quickly realized a problem. The Sun didn't accept cash at all. To the residents of the City of Silver, Ruan's gold pounds were no different from waste paper. Therefore, Emlyn believed that the Sun would make a request regarding the item. The earlier he knew, the earlier he could make preparations. Besides, the Sun isn't aware of the market situation outside. Perhaps what he wants is only worth 5,000 pounds. Emlyn raised his chin slightly and looked at the Sun beside him with the mentality of waiting for a pleasant surprise. Derek thought seriously for a moment and said, "That's right. The sequence 5 potion formula of the Sun pathway." In the beginning, he wanted to say that he could help me repay Mr. World's debt, but he realized that Mr. World hadn't made any requests. Therefore, he believed that it wasn't suitable for him to transfer it to someone else. In addition, having participated in so many tarot gatherings, Derek was no longer a rookie who didn't know anything. In addition, the City of Silver also had an exchange standard. He knew very well that the difference between a Sequence 6 Notary Potion formula and a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic was huge. Using the debt from the former to offset the latter was a very disadvantageous matter. Therefore, he changed his request to a Sequence 5 Potion formula. A Sequence 5 Potion formula is very difficult to buy. The price ranges from 4,500 to 7,000 pounds. It mainly depends on the urgency of the buyer and seller, as well as the price to verify its authenticity. Just as Emlyn was about to agree, he heard Mr. World's deep and hoarse voice sound. "I do." For a moment, the palace that resembled a giant's residence fell silent. The members of the tarot appeared a little numb. Is Sequence 5 that common? Emlyn felt a baffling sense of weariness when he realized that he wasn't even at Sequence 5. How much? Klein calculated Emlyn White's financial situation and made the world's German sparrow chuckle. 5,000 pounds for the Priest of Light Potion formula. 5,000 pounds? Emlyn was first taken aback before he spoke without hesitation. Deal. It was like he was facing a doll that was on sale. All right. The fake world nodded, looking as though this wasn't a big deal. Then he saw Miss Justice survey the area and hear the girl say, "That's right. I have an investigation to entrust." Investigation mission. The fool Klein's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The world's German sparrow's expression turned a little sluggish. What investigation mission? Magician's Furs took the initiative to ask. From her impression, Miss Justice's missions were all relatively simple and well-paid. She had to accept it if she could. Audrey organized her words and said, "2 things have happened in Bakeland recently. 2 things have happened in Backland recently. One is the suspected framing of Baron Syndra's, and the other is the attack on Member of Parliament mocked due to atmosphere pollution." Magicians first found Miss Justice's description more and more familiar the more she listened. This was because she had been at the scene of both incidents. She had witnessed it from the beginning and had participated in it. Without realizing it, she sat up straight and waited for the rest of her sentence. And in these 2 incidents, there's a wealthy businessman named Don Dantes involved. He has only been in Bakeland for about 2 months, and he has just donated shares worth more than 10,000 pounds to the Church of Evernight in an attempt to establish a bursary foundation for the poor. Audrey spoke as though she hadn't directly interacted with him, but based on the information and rumors, she suspected that there was something wrong with this person. "I wish to hire someone to investigate this gentleman's actual situation. I know him very well. He's rather rich and good-looking. He's experienced in handling matters and has mature means. Kidney or prostate problems." Magician's Furs nearly raised her hand to answer. If Miss Justice wasn't satisfied with this, she had even more information. For example, Don Dantes' situation was rather tragic. His butler was researching black magic, his servants worshipped death, his neighbors were beyonders, and the street was hiding a deep secret. In order to escape his predicament, he had donated company shares worth more than £10,000. In short, he perfectly fits the image of a bullied foreigner. I nearly recommended him some medicine to treat his kidney or prostate. After all, Mr. Moon is good at this, and I can still earn a transfer fee. There's no rush. Let's hear Miss Justice's offer first. Furs held back her sudden excitement as she patiently looked at the girl beside her. However, her body language and emotional fluctuations had already betrayed her in front of a spectator. Audrey was surprised and puzzled. She never expected Furs to know Don Dantes and have a considerable understanding of him. This made her have new guesses about how Don Dantes was surprised to see her. She suspected that Furs had said or shown something to that gentleman. On the other side, Emlyn wore a blank look. He didn't know anything about what Miss Justice had described. He could only believe that it had happened in Bakeland. As for the fool Klein, who was leaning back in his chair and leisurely watching the members, the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't expect Miss Justice to get someone to investigate Don Dantes. This was because the two of them had only met once at the charity ball. It didn't seem like they would have any further interactions in the future, so there was no need for her to investigate the situation. Could it be that I've exposed other problems that have piqued Miss Justice's interest? Or could it be that the Earl of Hall's donation of £10,000 shows how much importance he places on this matter, causing Miss Justice, who is concerned about her father, to secretly investigate? Klein's thoughts raced as he took the opportunity to think of a solution. At this moment, Audrey deliberated for a moment, looked at Miss Magicians, and said, "The initial investigation fee is £500. If you encounter danger, causing the difficulty to increase, I'll add to the payment." "No problem." Magician's Furs hurriedly organized her thoughts. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the world, German Sparrow, raise his hand. He raised his hand. Chapter 890. Furs was taken aback for a second, nearly suspecting that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Right on the heels of that, one thought after another uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. Mr. World wants to take on this mission? That's right. He's in Bakeland. But this is an investigation, not a murder. Don Dantes is already tragic enough. Let's spare him. Eliminating the target of the investigation means that the investigation is a success, because there's no need to investigate further. What do I do? Should I still take on this mission? It's a total of £500. I just need to repeat what I previously discovered to receive at least £200. However, my competitor is Mr. World. Perhaps it's a collaboration, not a competition? Why would Mr. World be interested in this mission? He's actually paying attention to the framing of Baron Syndra's or the assault on Member of Parliament mocked. When Furs finally grasped the crux of the problem, the hanging man Alger and the hermit Catlia had already cast their gazes on the world, German Sparrow. To them, be it the framing of Baron Syndra's, the assault on Member of Parliament mocked, or the wealthy merchant Don Dantes' donation of more than £10,000, they weren't matters that needed special attention. However, the fact that Mr. Fool's Blessed had taken the initiative to take on the investigation mission made the problem appear extremely complicated. It made them feel as though there was an important secret hidden within. Emlyn didn't think too much about it, but he also realized that this seemingly ordinary investigation mission wasn't that easy. He originally planned on earning some pocket money to make up for the £5,000 he was about to lose, but now he suddenly didn't wish to speak. Don Dantes really isn't simple. There's a huge problem with him, so much so that Mr. World took the initiative to take over the investigation? Or could it be that those two cases are more important and crucial than I imagined? Audrey's heart stirred as her eyes darted around slightly. Using the advantage of her position, she memorized the reactions of all the tarot members. Among them, Derek was the only one who wasn't in the situation. To him, wasn't it normal for everyone on tarot to help each other? Wasn't it normal to accept a mission given by someone else and have the ability to complete it? Audrey's gaze then turned back to the bottom of the long bronze table and asked with a hint of anticipation, "Mr. World, do you wish to accept this mission?" After returning to Bakeland, She searched for news of the past few months at sea and confirmed that Mr. World was the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow. She was deeply impressed by this gentleman who appeared polite but was actually dangerous. He had done many great things, and she felt that her adventurous feelings at sea had faded significantly. Klein had already thought of a response. After controlling the fake world to raise his hand, he waited for Miss Justice to ask a question. At that moment, he made the German Sparrow wear a solemn expression as he said in a deep voice, "That's right. Don Dantes is an identity." After a short but repeated consideration, Klein decided to reveal a portion of the information and set Don Dantes as the public alias of his blessed. He believed that if he chose to hide at this time, there would still be a risk of being exposed in the future. This was because Don Dantes was about to venture deep into Bakeland's high society. She could find clues to the great smog of Bakeland and other cases at any time. This way, it was very likely that he would need Miss Justice's help. When the time came, this spectator would likely notice something and discover that World had been deliberately hiding it, and that Mr. Fool hadn't warned him. This would lower her sense of belonging, and she might even suspect more things, triggering a crisis of trust in the Fool. Two members didn't know each other and didn't know of each other's existence, but they worked together with tacit understanding. By completing the designated missions, they pieced together the overall goal. It looked beautiful, but in fact, it was very difficult to succeed, especially when the companion was a mid-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway. It was impossible to hide from her. Therefore, most of the time, being honest was a better, more effective, and less troublesome method than lying. As for why he didn't directly say that Don Dantes was German Sparrow, it was because Klein didn't want to give the tarot members the impression that he was the only blessed who appeared. Don Dantes is just an identity? Audrey acutely read the hidden meaning in this sentence and had a vague guess. Then, she heard the World German Sparrow simply say, "I share an identity with my companion. I occasionally disguise myself as him. I occasionally disguise myself as him." At this point, he swept his emotionless gaze at the magicians. Shared identity, occasionally disguise myself as him. That tragic Don Dantes is the World German Sparrow. That wealthy businessman with kidney or prostate problems is the World German Sparrow. Magician's Furs felt as though she had been struck by lightning as her entire body stiffened. As her brain went numb, she felt a baffling sense of lingering fear. She subconsciously felt that Zio's unintentional words made sense. When a person's butler, valet, neighbors, and surroundings all had problems, the chances of him being normal wasn't high. No, it's not that the street where Don Dantes lives or the butler he hired happened to have a secret, but because they had a secret, they were chosen by Don Dantes and German Sparrow. The one who was pitiful and miserable wasn't Don Dantes, but the things around him that were related to the Beyonders. I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked Zio to pray for the goddess to bless him. This is more like a curse to the World German Sparrow. Furs suddenly shuddered, glad that she hadn't suggested to Don Dantes to seek treatment for kidney or prostate problems. Otherwise, she suspected that she wouldn't be able to participate in this tarot gathering, or that she would be attending in the form of a Beyonder characteristic and be sold to the other members by the world. Typically speaking, Mr. World shouldn't know that I'm a magician's, but I had Lamino's travels with me back then. He had used this spell book and added demigod-level Beyonder powers to it. He must have secretly observed me, memorized my looks, and evaluated my value. The lingering fear in Furz's heart surged like a raging sea as her expression was filled with bitterness. At this moment, she saw Mr. World sweep his cold gaze at her. Her regret instantly intensified into extreme regret. Thankfully, I didn't rush to answer. I didn't mention my impression of Don Dantes. When Furs gradually calmed down from her horror, she couldn't help but think of another question. Were we protecting Don Dantes during the bodyguard mission, or was Don Dantes protecting us? Should I return the money to Mr. German Sparrow? This, at times, Don Dantes is equivalent to Mr. World. Audrey was first alarmed before she felt that all her questions had been answered. Furs did no Don Dantes, but she didn't know that he was Mr. World. Her clearly shocked reaction proved this point. The reason why Don Dantes was more surprised to see me was because he recognized Lai. Although this mystical item had changed its appearance, it originated from the Beyonder characteristic provided by Mr. World. Perhaps it has some sort of connection with this crazy adventurer. After all, German Sparrow can also disguise himself as anyone and has the ability to change his appearance. Although I've only asked Mr. the Hanging Man about what happens when an animal consumes the potion, the ingredients I gathered are usually double. Mr. World might have guessed that there's another spectator beside me, so he's wary of Susie who's observing the hall from the shadows. Others might not suspect animals, but Mr. World is experienced. He must have come into contact with Beyonder creatures, so it's very normal for him to be wary of such matters. That is to say, Don Dantes, no, Mr. World German Sparrow already knew that I was Justice, but he didn't choose to make contact or communicate with me. Yes, there's nothing wrong with his handling of the situation. Under such circumstances, unless he directly said it, it would be very difficult for me to guess or believe him. And to say something related to tarot in St. Samuel Cathedral, that's just too crazy. After a brief moment of shock and astonishment, most of Audrey's emotions quickly calmed down, leaving only excitement. Apart from Magician's Furs, whom she had introduced to the club, this was the first time she was meeting the other members of Tarot in real life. It feels like history is being written at this moment. Mr. World, as well as Mr. Fool's other blessed. They should also be considered World. Why did they create the identity of Don Dantes? What are they trying to do? The matter of Baron Syndra's being framed, Member of Parliament mocked being attacked, and the matter of them donating to establish a bursary foundation are really more complicated and important than I imagined. Why do I suddenly feel like the upper echelons of the kingdom aren't calm? I had this feeling when the great smog of Prince Edisac's death happened. It's even more intense today. Now that I know of Don Dantes' identity, I might be able to participate and cooperate from the side to reduce the risk of Mom and Dad being implicated, as well as the risk of the innocent dying. Amidst her thoughts, Audrey quickly made a decision. It was to agree to her father's request to join the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. Then, she mumbled inwardly, "Isn't it reasonable for Mr. Tarot World's Charity Bursary Foundation to have Tarot's Justice join?" The Hanging Man Alger and the Hermit Catlia weren't too surprised that Don Dantes was the World, an amalgamation of Mr. Fool's blessed. The most common thought that flashed through their minds was, something major is about to happen in Bakeland. P.S. There's a Gold League Alliance update today. PS2. Recommending a book, The Great Foppish Sons of the Ming Dynasty. He looks ferocious like he's a gangster, but he's actually a classmate with excellent morals. He said that he would treat me to an extremely large mantis shrimp. Chapter 891. What's Brewing in Bakeland? A continuation of the Great Smog of Hell. As the Hanging Man Alger and Catlia guessed, they placed importance on the framing of Baron Syndra's and the assault on Member of Parliament mocked. They planned on using their respective channels to obtain more detailed information to see if they could discover anything abnormal. They weren't in a rush, and they didn't plan on directly asking the world what German Sparrow's intentions or what he was planning. They felt that he wouldn't answer them in detail. At most, he would give them a brief explanation. Therefore, they planned on gathering information and doing a peripheral investigation before deciding on the follow-up based on the specific situation. At the same time, they suddenly realized that announcing the identity of Don Dantes to Tarot seemed to be a rather good move. In the future, as long as they paid attention to the news of this tycoon, they would be able to grasp the actions of Mr. Fool's blessed. From there, they could tacitly cooperate or provide help. And this was a fake identity. Once it was exposed, they could immediately throw it away. Similarly, they could also indirectly testify for this identity, making Don Dantes appear more real. The simplest example was if this tycoon had a background at sea, then Catlia could instill the corresponding information into her crew, friends, and business partners. It would make them feel from the bottom of their hearts that such a person really existed. When the official organizations attempted to investigate Don Dantes' origins, they would discover that there was indeed such a person and such a matter. After a brief silence, Audrey was just about to respond to Mr. World's words when she saw Mr. Moon sit up straight and look at the end of the long bronze table. He took the initiative to ask, "What's the use of this public identity? Is there a deeper problem with the Baron's framing and the assault on a member of Parliament that Miss Justice mentioned?" As a resident of Bakeland, Emlyn was rather concerned about his living environment. "Why don't you investigate it yourself when you're asking so many questions? In order not to be embroiled in the maelstrom, I've already taken the initiative to jump out." Klein lampooned Emlyn White as he made the world chuckle. Of course, pending investigation. His succinct answer could be translated into detailed words. "There must be a deeper problem with the two cases, but it's a secret. I'm not going to tell you." Similarly, don't ask about the public identity of Don Dantes. Although Emlyn had low emotional intelligence at times, he could still tell the hidden meaning behind World's words. He laughed dryly and leaned back, pretending to be very satisfied with his answer. Upon seeing this, Audrey took a second to stop the corners of her mouth from curling up. Then she said to the World, "German Sparrow, all right, I understand. Thank you for the information." At this moment, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that joining the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation was a good thing. In the future, if she were to encounter any danger or something she couldn't handle, she could inform Mr. World ahead of time. Then, she could head to the foundation as usual and busy herself next door to Don Dantes. If psychological alchemy suspects me or uses a mission to test me, I'll arrange to meet them at the foundation. Don Dantes' image is completely different from Mr. World's above the gray fog. Mr. World is an experienced impersonator. Also, Don Dantes is a public identity. It's not equivalent to German Sparrow at all times. It's no wonder there are rumors that he has a wide range of preferences when it comes to women. A crazy killer and adventurer like German Sparrow is definitely suitable for pure and innocent girls. As a spectator, Audrey couldn't help but make some connections. Upon hearing her answer, Klein couldn't help but lampoon. "What do you mean by thanking me for the information? Shouldn't I be paying £500 for the investigation? Are you treating this as a sharing between internal members?" He made the World German Sparrow nod and didn't speak further about Dantes. He turned to look at Little Sunday. He turned to look at Little Sun and said, "Do you have Bizarro Bane?" The World paused for a moment before adding, "Perhaps you use other names to call it. In short, it's good at disguising itself, and its abilities are bizarre. It's nearly at the level of a demigod, and it has a main eye that gathers characteristics." He deliberately pointed out that it was nearly at the level of a demigod, not to show off, but to remind Little Sun that it was a very dangerous monster. However, the Hermit Catlia and the Hanging Man Alger didn't pay too much attention to this. This was because the World represented Mr. Fool's Blessed, so it was very normal for him to purchase demigod-level ingredients for his companions. Besides, even if he was preparing it for himself, it wouldn't be too surprising. German Sparrow was already a Sequence 5, so it was normal for him to gather ingredients ahead of time. Vaguely, they felt that it was a good thing for Mr. World to quickly leave the level of Sequence 5. Sunderic thought for a moment and said, "It's not among the commonly seen monsters, but perhaps someone has encountered it before. It's not on the list of commonly seen monsters, but someone might have encountered it before. I'll search for information or help you ask." The dummy, the World, hummed in acknowledgement and returned to silence. After magicians Furs failed to purchase the ancient wraith's cursed item and remnant spirituality, the transaction came to an end. Before Mr. the Hanging Man could ask about Sun, Furs stole a glance at the World's German Sparrow and said, "I recently had a strange dream. I had a strange dream recently. In the dream, there were treasures that were almost real, including," she described the scene in the dream in detail and said, "I'm sorry." Finally, she said, "It's a complicated symbol that combines fate and concealment." Just as Furs was about to turn to the end of the long bronze table and request Mr. Fool to conjure it, the World's German Sparrow suddenly said, "Are you talking about such a symbol?" The fake World first made a request before showing a badge. This badge was only the size of an eyeball, and on its surface was a combination of the symbols of fate and concealment. It came from Lenivus and was the proof of entry to the Hermits of Fate's gathering. However, Klein had never tried it even once. Magicians first took a look and stammered, Yes, that's it. After answering, she realized that Mr. World had not only restored the symbol, but he had also given her an item. Suddenly, she had an epiphany. Don Dantes' choice to stay on Buckland Street was a targeted action. Just as she had this thought, she heard the world's German sparrow's hoarse voice. That treasure is a trap. He really does know. Fortunately, I understand that I have to consult someone with rich experience. Magician's furs heaved a sigh of relief and forced a smile. Thank you for your reminder. Audrey asked curiously, What's going on? Mr. World, what does this symbol represent? Why did you say it was a trap? Klein controlled the world and answered simply, That's right. It represents a group of thieves who call themselves the Hermits of Fate. Hermits of Fate, thieves. The hanging man Alger and the hermit Catlia memorized these two terms in thought. Based on their own knowledge, they made certain guesses. The former suspected that it was an organization established by a group of thieves, while the latter believed that an ancient family from the Fourth Epoch was involved. After careful recall, Emlyn White confirmed that he had never heard of such an organization. He planned on consulting the Sanguine's upper echelons. As for Klein, he was thinking of another problem. The Marauder Pathway demigod that was once sealed deep in the sewers hasn't left Buckland Street after all. It's very likely that he's hiding in Hazel's house. Furthermore, this demigod isn't content at all. He's actually using a dream to influence Miss Magicians. No, I can't let him continue like this. I have to eliminate this latent danger as soon as possible. I'll find my poet classmate and warn him. The grandpa and him won't be uninterested in a demigod of the same sequence. With this in mind, Mr. Fool, who was leisurely looking at his members, smiled. Audrey vaguely sensed the change in Mr. Fool's emotions as she mumbled inwardly. That group of thieves who call themselves the Hermits of Fate are related to one of Mr. Fool's old friends? The topic of the dream treasure quickly came to an end. Catlia recalled something and said to the world, German Sparrow, the information you want will be given to you this week. I'll give you the information you want this week. At that moment, she was a little curious as to why he wanted information regarding Westbound. However, she wasn't the sun, nor was she the moon. She would immediately ask if there was anything she didn't understand. She was more used to gathering clues herself. All right, the fake world nodded. Klein sighed inwardly. With such a secret organization, many things were indeed much simpler. Seeing that he didn't say anything else, the hanging man Alger turned his head and said to son Derek, Have you figured out the matter regarding the former chief's mausoleum? Son Derek said in shame, I didn't have anything else to say. Have you figured out the matter regarding the former chief's mausoleum? I've only made 2 friends. As a Beyonder of the Sun Pathway, he couldn't win more than 1 out of 10 fights in the training grounds. By relying on being beaten up, he finally established contact with his former acquaintances, but there were only 2 who could be considered friends. Without waiting for the hanging man's response, he hurriedly added, However, I heard that the 6-member council wishes to open the mausoleum. No matter what, they have to at least retrieve the characteristics. In the City of Silver, no one felt that such behavior was wrong. This was because to them, wasting was a crime. The hanging man Alger nodded slightly and changed his lecturing words. Well done. It doesn't have to be a friend to provide help. When you establish contact with enough people, you will naturally obtain a certain amount of information. P.S. Update first before making changes. I originally had a draft, but I ended up sleeping all the way into the afternoon. I didn't hear the alarm at all. Perhaps it's because I've been writing at night during my previous travels, so I wasn't completely jet-lagged and lacked sleep. Yes, I'll keep my word. I'll update in the wee hours of the morning, and I'll make up for the draft tomorrow. Chapter 892. Sun, who had been acknowledged, was taken aback for 2 seconds. The shame in him faded as he said in embarrassment, I'll get to the bottom of this matter. I'll try my best to make 1 friend before the next Tarot gathering. I'll try my best to make 1 one friend before the next tarot gathering. Derek quickly set another goal in his heart. Upon seeing this, Klein made World German Sparrow say in a low and hoarse voice, "If it involves the domain of death, you can seek my advice. If it involves the domain of death, you can seek my advice. And I can seek Mr. Aztec's advice," he silently added inwardly. As for Frank Lee's new mushrooms, he temporarily didn't plan on handing them over to Little Sunday. This was because it was only a half-finished product. The final fruit would be filled with poison and madness. "Thank you, Mr. World," Sun replied gratefully. After discussing other matters, the tarot entered the learning phase until the end. After returning to the real world, Klein immediately began to resolve the matter regarding the marauder demigod. However, he realized that his plan had just begun when he encountered a problem. He had no idea where to find Leonard Mitchell and the grandpa parasitized in his body. St. Samuel Cathedral? There's a high chance that Leonard is underground, but I have no way of entering. He only goes to the cathedral to pray once or twice a week, and the time isn't fixed. It's impossible for me to go there 3 times a day, 7 days a week, just to meet him once. What kind of plot is this? Could it be the so-called waiting by the tree stump? Even if I really do that, it might not be effective. As a red glove, he might very well have already left Bakeland. As Klein lampooned, he deeply regretted that he had placed too much emphasis on his words. He was too focused on hoodwinking Leonard Mitchell that he had forgotten to ask how to contact him. Back then, I should have told Leonard, "I'll inform Klein Moretti of my identity being exposed. If he has anything to say, I'll convey it on his behalf. That way, we can set up a private method of contact." Klein slowly exhaled and could only use his last resort. That was to ask the magic mirror. After drawing the symbol that was a combination of prying and concealment on the paper, Klein turned his gaze to the full-body mirror. He saw that the aqueous light was rippling as white Ruan words appeared one after another. "Great and exalted master, your puny, humble, and terrified servant, Erodes, has come to answer your summons. Before I answer the question, let me say, I was wrong. I was wrong." Klein raised his eyebrows. "Why did you suddenly admit your mistake?" On the surface of the mirror, the pale Ruan text wriggled and changed into a new one. In short, "I was wrong." After a series of ellipses, the pale words trembled as they took shape. Recently, many people have been asking about your situation. They know about your current identity. So, the image of Don Dante as being a flirtatious man who could accept anything as long as he was beautiful has already spread. Even Miss Justice knows about it. Thankfully, the explanation I used is a public avatar. More than one blessed is playing the role of Don Dantes. So having a wide range of hobbies is completely explainable. Look, I made the mirror pale in fright. Klein came to a realization as he chuckled inwardly. It's your turn to ask. On the full-body mirror, the words were still pale, forming a new sentence. "Do you forgive me?" "No. I mean, are you willing to see my subsequent performance?" This attitude, Klein clicked his tongue in his heart, but on the surface, he said solemnly, "Then work hard." "Yes, great master." On the surface of the mirror, the pale words glowed with silver light. "Did you summon me here because you have a question to test me?" Klein nodded. "Yes." "Where will Leonard Mitchell be staying for the next few days?" The silver-white traces twisted and formed new words, 7 Pinster Street. Under the words, the aqueous light on the mirror rippled, forming an image. It was a terraced house with unit number 7. It was a black-haired, green-eyed youth who was fishing for his key. It's still the same place. It hasn't changed at all. If I were to visit Leonard directly, it would ruin his image of Dwayne Dantes in his mind and lower my standards. Let Emlyn White go? Anyway, my dear poet should have already found out that this vampire has ties with Sherlock Moriarty, who is also Klein Moretti. The problem now is that it's hard to determine that grandpa's stance. Without being able to determine his true motives, giving him a huge gift in his present state might not be appropriate. It might bring great danger to Leonard. As it doesn't involve me, divining above the gray fog might not be effective. As it doesn't involve me, I might not receive any effective revelations. Klein's mind stirred as he thought of changing his plans. Compared to directly informing the grandpa in Leonard of the marauder demigod's existence, using Palaz Zarost or Amon's name to warn the target and make him stay away from this street is a gentler way of dealing with problems that have lesser latent risks. Of course, the premise is that I don't expose myself. Klein pondered for a few seconds before asking again. Where is the demigod beside Hazel mocked hiding? On the surface of the mirror, ripples of light spread out like waves as the scene changed. On the thick carpet embroidered with gorgeous patterns, there was a small leather sofa. On the surface of the single sofa, there was a cushion covered with pure white fur. In the middle of the cushion, there was a gray mouse. Compared to its peers, its eyes were closer to a dark red. Rat. That marauder demigod has parasitized a rat's body? Furthermore, he's openly sleeping in Hazel's room and even got himself an expensive-looking cushion. Is it because I disrupted his plans that he has no choice but to become like this? Klein was first surprised before he felt like laughing. The scene stabilized as a line of silver words appeared. Great master. Do you have any other instructions? Very sharp, Klein tersely acknowledged. Use the mirror in the room to warn that demigod. Tell him that there's a marauder pathway angel who doesn't have any good intentions lingering around this street. Furthermore, blasphemer Amon might come at any time. All right, master. I'll do it immediately. The words on the mirror glowed. In Hazel's bedroom, the gray rat's spiritual perception was triggered as it abruptly stood up and cast its gaze at the full-body mirror in the room. On the surface of the full-body mirror, words that seemed to be written in blood that had yet to coagulate appeared. Stay away from this street. The gray rat's gaze froze for a second. Why? The words that seemed to be flowing with blood slowly dissolved and formed new words. There's a marauder pathway angel in the surrounding area that's in urgent need of replenishment. The natural enemy of all high-sequence beyonders of this pathway, blasphemer Amon, is on his way. I'm reminding you because I don't want them to benefit from it. The gray rat squeaked twice and asked in a hoarse voice, Who are you? He was very annoyed at the moment. He was annoyed that the power he had accumulated was always wasted. Otherwise, he could have used astrology to confirm the situation. At some point in time, the blood-dripping words on the full-body mirror that had darkened suddenly disappeared and reappeared, replaced with new content. I've answered one of your questions. According to the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. Right on the heels of that, a new line of blood-red text appeared below. After you hastily parasitized a rat's body, you should have been affected by this body structure and hormones. Now, the target that will make you feel the desire to mate is human female, human male, female rat, male rat, or all of them. Please answer. At this moment, Hazel opened the door a crack, and for some reason, the gray rat inside didn't notice it. The door opened a little more, and Hazel discovered that the demigod who claimed to live in legend was staring blankly at the mirror, as though he was intoxicated by his present appearance. A gray rat. Hazel frowned slightly as she subconsciously paused in her actions of opening the door. Then, she saw the gray rat tremble as its red eyes revealed a clear, ferocious glint. Don't joke with me, the gray rat roared hoarsely. He turned his head and was about to leave the room when invisible shackles suddenly bound his rat body. He wasn't afraid of such power when he was in perfect condition, but now, his accumulated power had been expended time and time again. The most recent time was when he appeared in a dream of the Beyonder bodyguard hired by Don Dantes. Pa! A thick, silvery white bolt of lightning descended out of nowhere and struck the gray rat's head. Hazel's eyes first lit up, and she couldn't see anything else. Following that, she regained her vision and saw the gray rat with charred fur lying on the ground. Its forelegs were twitching. P.S. Update first before making changes. Chapter 893. What happened? The sudden change left Hazel, who lacked experience, momentarily at a loss as to how to deal with it. She was stunned for a few seconds before she pushed the door open and rushed in. When she came to the side of the charred rat, the self-proclaimed demigod had already flipped over and stood up. You forgot to close the door. Hazel wore a blank look before realizing that she was in a rush to figure out the situation. She didn't close the door like she usually did to prevent the maid from peeking inside. Seeing that Rat was fine, Hazel pursed her lips, turned around, and walked back to the door. During this process, she did not forget to glance at the full-body mirror. Everything was normal, and there were no problems. The mirror clearly reflected the scene in the room. There was not a single person or thing missing. Amid the clicking sounds, Hazel took the initiative to ask, "Teacher, what happened just now?" The rat with charred fur faced her sideways and cast its gaze out the window. In the world of mysticism, any place that involves supernatural powers is filled with danger. We can't be careless. I tried to use the mirror to do a divination, but I ended up attracting the attention of an unknown existence. After an intense struggle, I finally resolved the problem and prevented the danger from spreading to the entire street. The mouse spoke fluently without the slightest stutter, as if the lightning strike just now was just a trivial matter. Is that so? Why didn't you remind me about this before? Hazel couldn't help but frown. She could vaguely smell the mixed smell of burnt hair and decomposed oil in the air. Without waiting for her to respond, the rat turned to face the balcony, its back almost to her. It's no longer suitable for me to stay here. Otherwise, I'll be easily discovered by the Church of Evernight. Yes, find a chance to send me to your manor in the suburbs. Looking at the rat's charred fur and smelling the roasted meat fragrance, Hazel fell silent for a few seconds. She suppressed her puzzlement and nodded. All right, 160 Buckland Street. Klein, who was sitting in the reclining chair, saw the surface of the full-body mirror ripple like water waves, and silver rays shot up. The silver words formed one after another, forming a sentence. Great Master, your puny servant, Erodes, has already followed your instructions and warned that Marauder Pathway demigod and gave her a tiny punishment. Her, just as Klein was ruminating over the pronoun Erodes used, the mirror's surface shimmered, reflecting a scene. Silver-white lightning fiercely struck down, and the gray rat twitched and fell. Isn't this too weak? Klein suddenly realized that this demigod's condition might be worse than he had imagined. Are you satisfied with how I handled it? The silver lines wriggled quickly and turned into a question. Not bad. Klein gently nodded. Considering the demigod's state, he paused for a second and probed. Why didn't you just kill her? Erodes outlined silver words on the mirror's surface. If I can't guarantee that I can kill the demigod target, it's best not to force them into a corner. Once they stop suppressing themselves and completely give up on themselves, they will mutate into incomplete mythical creatures that have lost their rationality. Most of the time, when they aren't in the right state and can't unleash their full power, it's because they're fighting against the tendency to lose control. I am not here, so I can only give her a tiny punishment. As the last line appeared, the full-body mirror's aqueous light shimmered twice. Klein suddenly felt like a creature was looking at him. He didn't respond to it as he nodded and said, That's all for today. If there's anything else, I'll summon you again. All right, Master. The mirror immediately reflected a simple drawing of a hand waving. After tidying up the room, Klein ended his afternoon nap and walked out of the master bedroom. Before long, the white-gloved butler, Walter, came to the third floor and entered a half-open room with a balcony. He said to his employer, Don Dantes, Sir, the church has sent a letter. Sir, the church has sent a letter inviting you to become a board member of the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation's board of directors. You can choose to directly take up a post and receive a decent salary, or you can use it as an honorary title. You can only participate in discussions and votes when there are important matters. The church is very efficient. They've already set up the framework. Klein thought for a moment and felt that since he had already donated more than £10,000, there was no need for him to receive a salary. It was better to do things more thoroughly. He deliberated and said, Treat it as an honorary title, but I wish to occasionally participate in the actual operations of the foundation and contribute to its promotion to help more people. I will convey your thoughts to the church, Walter replied seriously. If you don't have any other questions or matters, it's best you witness the official establishment of this foundation on Wednesday morning. Klein raised his porcelain cup and drank the black tea. All right. On the Golden Dream, Donis stood in front of the deck, looking melancholically at the undulating blue sea. After being urged by German Sparrow once again, he felt that he couldn't delay it any longer. Otherwise, it might turn into a bounty at any time. I don't want to become a pile of cash while I sleep. So what if I'm suspected? Donis grimaced for a moment before mustering his courage and heading straight for the captain's cabin through the hatch. Since he wasn't able to find Anderson Hood in a short period of time, he could only face Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwards. After arriving at his destination, Donis took 3 deep breaths before raising his right hand to knock on the door. At this moment, Vice Admiral Iceberg's voice sounded from inside. Please come in. Donis paused his right hand, forced a smile, and opened the door. He then saw his captain sitting behind a desk, holding a dark red fountain pen and writing something. Captain, I have something to ask you. Donis leaned over, bowed slightly, and said with a smile. Edwina put down her fountain pen and tugged at her sleeves with a lace bow tie that resembled a flower. She glanced at Donis. You wish to ask about West Balham? Huh. Donis' expression turned sluggish. The captain already knows? It must be Ironhide, dog shit, those bastards. They must have told the captain. I knew it. On this ship, no secret can be kept. Even more so for the captain. After cursing in his heart, Donis put on a smile again. Yes, I'm very interested in history and geography. Edwina's limpid eyes darted about as she looked out the window. This is international politics. Without waiting for the suddenly stiff Danitz to find another excuse, she continued, Don't worry. In West Balham, there are cities managed by Rouen, valleys belonging to Intis, native generals supported by Rouen, tribes that follow Intis's orders, and there are relatively independent first-level factions that rely on the balance between the 2 major countries. They are secretly in contact with different factions of the charismatic order, vying for power or claiming to be descendants of death. In addition, Rose School and the Fasak Empire have a very strong influence in West Balham. On the surface, no faction belongs to them, but in fact many generals and chiefs have submitted to them. Among them, Donis listened in a daze. He suddenly laughed dryly and raised his hand. Captain, I need to make a note. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to remember them. Edwina, who had been interrupted, wasn't angry. She pointed at the pen and paper on the table. It's a good habit. I don't think German Sparrow wants to get the wrong information either. Donis was stunned again. West Balhamshire is chaotic. Even if it's an average-sized warlord, it's hard to tell which faction he belongs to on the surface and who he's supported by. Rose School has a lot of influence here. That's a sudden rise in danger for me. Klein took Donis' letter from Miss Messenger Rionette Tynker and opened it on the spot, quickly reading through it. This made him feel that he shouldn't head to West Balham personally unless he went with Mr. Aztec. P.S. Update first. Chapter 894. After watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein looked at the letter in his hand and considered the problem of West Balham once again. He believed that he had to be prepared for Mr. Aztec to not reply for a month. That was to say, when July came, he might head to West Balham with a few military personnel without the protection of the former Death Consul. This way, the shadow of Rose School would forever hang over his head. 2 plans. If it's confirmed that the danger is extremely high, I'll directly abandon the identity of Don Dantes. Instead, I'll seriously consider the client list. I won't include any faction that's suspected to be connected to Rose School. Why don't I first set a target and control any accidents? The intelligence provided by Donis likely came from Vice Admiral Iceberg. There are 2 native generals that appear rather unique. Any other faction, regardless of what, will be labeled as being closer to Rouen, Intis, Fasak, or Fainapotter. Perhaps there are many factions that have their own inclinations to achieve a balance. Only they don't have any foreign countries in their annotations. They only have the support of the charismatic order. Klein read the contents of the letter from the beginning and vaguely grasped something. He had a preliminary suspicion that the 2 native generals were connected to the Church of Knowledge. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina didn't label them because she was deliberately highlighting their uniqueness. She was telling German Sparrow that they were partners he could work with. This way, she didn't need to worry about the possibility of Donna's leaking information. This was because there was no information to leak. All that existed was hints. May Sanchez Katami. The former has the support of the royal family and the charismatic order, while the latter secretly claims to be a descendant of death. Even if it's true, it's an unknown number of generations of descendants. If I were to meet Mr. Aztec, how should I address him? Klein laughed as he flicked his wrist and burned the letter. Following that, he enjoyed an exquisite afternoon tea in a half-open room with a balcony until Butler Walter came in and whispered, "Sir, another police officer has come. It's regarding Quarren's suicide." On the surface, the clues pointed to Don Dantes. Therefore, even with Baron Cinderas handling the aftermath, the police still had a visit from time to time. Otherwise, the reporters would definitely accuse them of malfeasance. As for Member of Parliament Mock's assault, as Don Dantes was only a relatively important eyewitness, he wasn't disturbed after his statement was recorded. Invite them to the living room on the second floor by the garden. Klein put the half-eaten light cream sponge cake back on the tray and took a sip of black tea. As the master, he didn't have to worry about wasting the afternoon tea because the rest belonged to the serving men and maids. If he ate it all or asked for it to be just right every time, his reputation of being stingy would spread among the servants on this block and enter the ears of the ladies and gentlemen. Walter's expression didn't change much as he replied, "They want to invite you to the police station because today is the day that Quarren's family identifies the suspect. They said that they were very sorry, but this is a necessary procedure and can't be missing." Klein slowly stood up. "I understand. Richardson, get my coat, hat, and cane." Since he had already jumped out, he was rather willing to see what Quarren and his family had encountered from a bystander's point of view. He wanted to know how the matter would turn against Baron Cinderas. Northborough Police Station. In a spacious room, through a glass wall, Klein saw Quarren's family. There was an old man, an old granny, a lady in her 40s, a 15-year-old boy, and a girl who wasn't even 10. Their gazes swept across the suspects behind the glass wall and simultaneously landed on Don Dantes' face. "It's him! It's him!" The boy shouted loudly as his eyes turned red. He clenched his fists and attempted to charge at the glass wall. "It's him, officer! It's him!" The lady in her 40s suddenly wept as she looked at Don Dantes with eyes filled with hatred and animosity. The girl she was holding cried out loudly, "Daddy! Return me Daddy!" The two elders wiped their tears. One forced himself to remain calm, while the other nearly fainted from sobbing. A sorrowful atmosphere instantly spread. However, Klein had never even seen them before. Memories were implanted into them. He frowned slightly as he sighed and guessed at what Quarren's family had encountered. At the same time, in the underground morgue of the police station, Daily Simone picked up a pencil and began sketching with her body, trembling slightly. As she was here to help out at the police station, there was a possibility of encountering newspaper reporters. Therefore, she didn't wear her usual spirit medium robe. Instead, she changed into a black and white checkered female police uniform. She had a top, skirt, and knee-high leather boots. At that moment, her palm moved uncontrollably. Soon, a desk, oriel window, an ink bottle, a revolver, and other items appeared on the surface of the paper. A silhouette was reflected in the oriel window. The figure's hair was neatly combed back, a mixture of silver and black. He had a wide forehead, high cheekbones, and many wrinkles. He was none other than Baron Cinderas. "Pa!" The pencil in Daly's hand dropped onto the paper. She looked up and said to Leonard Mitchell, who had taken the initiative to help, and the two inspectors in charge of communications. The second Quarren committed suicide. There was a rather strong resistance in his heart. In other words, his suicide was hinted and guided. This isn't a simple psychological problem. It definitely involves high-level beyonder powers. And this contradiction and resistance caused his emotions to break down and his spirituality to explode. To a certain extent, he was restored to his true self before his death. This is the scene that was fixed in his eyes. The high-ranking inspector by the side frowned. "Ma, M. Simone, are you implying that the final person Quarren saw was the real murderer?" Baron Cindras is really the real murderer? Leonard Mitchell immediately scoffed. What the eyes see might not be the truth. You might not understand the illusion I'm talking about, but if I were the murderer, I could have found someone who looked like Baron Cindras to appear in a room before Quarren committed suicide. The two inspectors were very satisfied with this explanation as they heaved a sigh of relief. We'll immediately arrange for Quarren's family to come over. I'll have to trouble the two of you to obtain more realistic clues without harming them. All right. Daly rubbed the corner of her eyes and said, I'll head to the washroom first. This time, she didn't with a strange eyeshadow or blush. Apart from her pale skin, she didn't look bewitching at all. Furthermore, she appeared much younger. She went from being in her 30s to being in her 20s. She had bright eyes and beautiful facial features. Realizing that he would be busy for a long period of time, Leonard Mitchell also left the morgue and headed for the washroom on the upper floor. Just as the two finished walking down the stairs and rounded a corner, they suddenly saw a gentleman with white sideburns appear at the other end of the corridor. He was walking towards the police station's entrance with a manservant. This gentleman was mature and elegant. He had a pair of eyes that were as deep as a lake under the moon. It was none other than Don Dantes. Daly Simone was in a daze for a moment. She turned her head thoughtfully and looked at Leonard Mitchell. She realized that the black-haired, green-eyed poet was also staring at Don Dantes. Why did you suddenly apply to help me? That member of the charismatic order should be locked down soon. You don't lack things to do. Daly didn't give Leonard a chance to find an excuse. She paused for a second and asked directly, Do you think there's something wrong with that gentleman? Leonard retracted his gaze and was silent for 2 seconds. Don Dantes greets your grace. He deliberately didn't confirm or deny it. He only mentioned St. Anthony in a seemingly irrelevant answer. In other words, the Archbishop didn't say that there was something wrong with Don Dantes. As for whether he didn't realize it or simply didn't say it, no one knew. Daly nodded gently and turned her gaze towards the washroom. On Wednesday morning, Audrey Hall, who held the invitation letter, rode a carriage and arrived at Phelps Street, where St. Samuel Cathedral was located. The soon-to-be established Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation was located at 22 of this street. The building belonged to the Church of Evernight, so there was no need to pay rent. Before getting off the carriage, Audrey held the invitation letter in her hand and looked at the scenery outside the window. She was filled with anticipation for the future. She would become a member of the board and enter the fundraising and external liaison department. P.S. Updates will be made later. It will return to normal tomorrow. Chapter 895. After entering 22 Phelps Street, Audrey immediately saw Don Dantes walking out from the side corridor. This good-looking gentleman was wearing a black formal suit and holding a golden-laid cane. He was conversing with the foundation staff beside him. As though sensing Audrey's gaze, Don Dantes naturally turned his head and looked at the door. Then, his eyes lit up as though he had seen a treasure. Following that, he smiled and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Audrey responded with a smile that was flawless in terms of etiquette. She nodded and followed the staff of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, who welcomed her up the stairs to the second floor. During this process, although she didn't look in that direction, be it her feminine talent or her instincts as a spectator, they both told her that Don Dantes' gaze had been secretly following her figure until it was blocked by the wall beside the stairs. Impeccable acting. He fully displayed the reaction of a gentleman who lacks resistance to beautiful women, but is sufficiently cultured when meeting me for the second time. It's as though we really only met once at the charity gala. This is no different from what I expected. He even managed to make his eyes suddenly light up. Is this a technique brought about by his Beyonder pathway, or is it an ability he possesses to begin with? I have to say that Mr. German Sparrow is really a professional, an excellent actor. Furthermore, he's not overly exaggerated like those theatrical performers. Audrey thought approvingly. Then, she saw a few newspaper reporters waiting on the second floor to interview the establishment of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. She wasn't a noble lady who liked to have her photo appear in the newspapers. As she communicated with the manservant who had followed her and informed them that they couldn't take photos in the name of Earl of Hall, she led her personal maid, Annie, into the VIP lounge. Earl Hall was friends with the owners of several newspapers and had made corresponding investments, so he had a lot of shares. If Audrey was willing, she could totally exchange some of the assets she had received for a sizable newspaper. In the VIP lounge, Audrey, who felt that it was not appropriate to bring a dog on such an occasion, greeted the children of the nobles, the children of the rich, and the relatives of the clergy of the church. Out of habit, she found a place where she could see the whole audience and sat down, waiting for the formal beginning of the ceremony and the first meeting of the board of directors. She looked around and said to the female worker in charge of receiving her, "Love Shah, this is my first time participating in the actual operation of a charity organization. I really want to know what we should do." The lady known as Love Shah was less than 30 years old. She also had a head of blonde hair, and her skin looked rather rough with many sunburn spots. However, her smile was very sunny, and she was rather amiable. Upon hearing Audrey's question, Love Shah introduced without reservation. The current preliminary plan is to not be in a rush to expand. With Bakeland as the main focus, we will go deep into public elementary schools, Sunday schools, and night schools to promote the foundation to all students. This will allow those who need to apply to us. After we receive the application, we will immediately organize personnel to do a detailed review. Not only do we have to confirm the basic situation through the government, but we also have to understand the applicant situation on the spot. Once the review is approved, we will distribute a bursary fund to help the poor who yearn to change their fates with knowledge. Lovisa had just said that when a magnetic male voice interrupted. That's right. I have two suggestions. First, organize personnel to go to the various Sunday schools, night schools, and public elementary schools today to promote the foundation. This is because June is the examination season, a critical period to enter higher level schools. If we aren't efficient enough, there will definitely be many students from poor families who give up on the examination due to financial reasons. Even if they later learn of the existence of the bursary fund, they won't be able to afford the loss of a year of neglect. As a result, they will lose the opportunity to change their fates. What we are doing may seem simple, but it affects the lives of one child after another. Therefore, we have to start as soon as possible. We can't waste time. The person who spoke was none other than Don Dantes, who had just entered the lounge upstairs. His expression was gentle but serious as he expressed his thoughts. All right, June is the examination season. Be it entering a grammar school to prepare for university or go to various technical schools to gain professional experience, this is a critical period. Once they give up on the corresponding entrance examinations, they will have to wait until next June. I completely forgot about this matter. Ma Love Shah and the other members of the foundation seem to have neglected this problem as well. Mr. Don Dantes actually noticed this detail and considered the children who are on the verge of giving up on their dreams. He's actually a very gentle person at heart, right? Audrey suddenly gained a new understanding of Don Dantes and German Sparrow. This was what a spectator had just learned. A cold-looking assassin and adventurer actually has a gentle heart. Unfortunately, the information I have on German Sparrow is only the description of his madness. There's no way to verify it. Audrey blinked as she listened attentively to Don Dantes' explanation. My second suggestion is that it's best to place the scholarship funds in a corresponding bank account. When paying the tuition fees, bring the documents to us to withdraw it. There's no need to go through so much trouble if it's a small amount of food or lodging expenses. It can be withdrawn once a month or once a week with a fixed amount. This is to prevent the applicant's parents, siblings from spending the money. To a poor family, this is an irresistible temptation. Similarly, one account for one person. Regardless of the withdrawal method, there has to be a person present. This can effectively prevent everyone from being tested by the devil of greed. When Klein said that, he pressed his hand to his chest and said to Audrey and Love Shah, "My apologies. Forgive me for rashly joining your conversation." Audrey smiled and said, "Mr. Dantes, your suggestion is excellent. Mr. Dantes, your suggestion is very good. You made me realize that I haven't considered many aspects. The only problem is that it's meaningless for you to tell us this. I'm only listening to Ma and Lovesha's briefing. Lovesha laughed as well. Yes, you should talk about these matters at the first board meeting. Didn't I deliberately come here to convince Miss Audrey ahead of time? With Justice joining in, I can guarantee that there won't be any objections in the board meeting. Otherwise, it's very likely that someone will find an excuse to delay or change the plan, such as a lack of manpower. Klein revealed an enlightened and regretful expression as he rubbed his palms. I was too nervous about these matters. I wish to turn them into reality the moment I have the chance, so much so that I forgot the occasion. Mr. Don Dantes' acting is a little exaggerated. He should know that he can't fool me. Oh, he deliberately came here to communicate these two suggestions to me in advance without leaving any traces, so as to get my support? Audrey instantly read his thoughts as the smile on her lips became more obvious and pure. Although she would have supported Tarot's companions in a while if the world hadn't informed her in advance, she was still rather happy that she had communicated with him beforehand. This was because she could sense that he was treating her as an equal. After forgiving Don Dantes' rashness, Audrey retracted her gaze and said to Lovesha, I'm in charge of collecting donations at different occasions, as well as communicating with the government and Parliament. Forgive Don Dantes for his rashness, and watch the gentleman walk to the long table with drinks and desserts in the lounge. To you, this should be a simple matter, Lovesha replied frankly. This was also the reason why the church's charity department wasn't opposed to, and was even eager for, Miss Audrey Hall to join them. Audrey nodded and thought, if I have spare time, could I participate in your publicity at the various schools and the vetting of the applicants? Lovesha was originally unwilling to agree to this matter, worried that the environment wasn't suitable for Miss Audrey. However, when she saw Audrey's clear green eyes and sensed the irresistible pleading, her heart softened. She felt that such kindness shouldn't be stopped or isolated from the lowest levels of reality. If Miss Audrey is still willing to help those pitiful people after witnessing true suffering and ugliness, she will definitely be of greater use. It will prevent the higher-ups from always enacting unrealistic bills. Lovesha quickly found a sufficiently convincing reason as she sighed with a smile. No problem. However, you can't wear such a dress or any jewelry. What about lie? Turn it into an armband and hide it under my sleeve? Audrey thought for a moment before replying with a faint smile. All right. With Miss Audrey Hall's support, the first board meeting after the founding ceremony of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation came to a successful end. Klein returned to 160 Buckland Street in a good mood. As per usual, he entered his master bedroom around 2 in preparation for his afternoon nap. In his hazy dream, Klein suddenly jolted awake as he became alert. Someone was attempting to invade his dream. Who is it? Even my afternoon nap is being disturbed now. As Klein mumbled, he changed the dream into the half-open room with the balcony. Then, he saw the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard flip in through the window. Can't this fellow use the main entrance? Why did he suddenly come here? Remember to leave me a way to contact you this time. Klein sat in a reclining chair in exasperation and amusement. He looked leisurely at his poet and said, This isn't a polite visit. When Leonard heard that, he gave a bow that wasn't too standard. Mr. Dantes, I have something to consult you on. Consult? That's not a bad attitude. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be anything serious. Klein secretly scared. What is it? Leonard found a chair to sit down and asked after some deliberation. He deliberated and asked, You were embroiled in Quarren's suicide. Who do you think the real murderer is? If I knew, I would have long thrown Frank's mushroom at him. However, I can't say that I'm not clear at all. It'll damage my image. Klein was very accustomed to such situations. Without answering, he asked, What did you find out? Chapter 896. Leonard Mitchell clasped his hands and leaned forward slightly. We restored the scene Quarren saw before his death. This didn't directly show the murderer's appearance, but the oriel window's glass happened to reflect Baron Cinders's figure. After pausing for a second, Leonard added, "This is too simple. It's not convincing. For a noble and powerful banker like Baron Cinderas, even if he wanted to kill someone, it's impossible for him to do it himself or be a bystander, unless he has a special hobby. And as you know, there are too many ways to create such a scene. Be it illusions or disguises, they can all be done." When he mentioned disguises, he looked up slightly and glanced at Don Dantes, as though he was saying, "What you look like now is likely not your true image, just like German Sparrow and Sherlock Moriarty. What a simple and crude framing. It makes me suspect if the mastermind really wants to frame Baron Cinderas. I'll comb through everything from the beginning. Let's first assume that Don Dantes, would react like a normal person. Anyway, I won't say a conclusion. I'm only using questions to guide your train of thought. If the final answer isn't right, it must be because my dear poet has misunderstood me and failed to correctly understand my hints." Klein smiled as he raised his porcelain cup and took a sip of black tea. "Let's not consider this problem for now. If I wasn't the one who was implicated, what would have happened?" Leonard raised his crossed hands slightly as he tapped his index finger gently. As a suspect, Don Dantes was locked up in the police station. However, his butler, servants, neighbors, and friends could confirm that he had never come into contact with Quarren's family. Hence, there was a huge contradiction between the two accounts. The police were unable to resolve the matter and had no choice but to request the Nighthawk's intervention. Through mediumship, we obtained the scene Quarren saw before his suicide. From it, we extracted Baron Cinderas' figure. As he spoke, Leonard suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, under Dwayne Dantes' smiling gaze, he continued, "I'm not sure. Regardless of whether Baron Cinderas' appearance is too strange, too simple, or not convincing, we will still follow procedure and make contact with him to carry out the corresponding investigations. And this will cause us to notice certain problems with him. Baron Cinderas had problems involving the Beyonder domain to begin with, so he couldn't withstand the Nighthawk's in-depth investigation. The more Leonard spoke, the more certain he became. He seemed to have grasped the mastermind's train of thought. They didn't care if their trap would be seen through. As long as the Nighthawks did a routine investigation on Cinderas, their goal would be achieved. This was because Baron Cinderas hid a rather serious problem that could be easily discovered. Yes, that's what I'm thinking as well. This is actually closer to a report, but it's gentler. It looks like a trap, forcing the Nighthawks to investigate and hide their existence. Of course, I won't directly confirm your guess. Wouldn't it be awkward if I'm wrong?" Klein lifted his right foot and placed it on his left leg as he smiled. "With the vigilant Baron Cinderas, there should be no problems now." Leonard slowly nodded and explained to himself. This Baron's experiences are rather legendary. He was on the brink of bankruptcy several times, but he managed to pull himself back and climb to new heights. Perhaps, one of those times, he was in despair and had no other choice. Therefore, he sold his soul to an evil god, devil, or other hidden existence. That's quite a reasonable story. Klein didn't say if Leonard's guess was right or wrong. Instead, he asked, "On the other hand, how would you view the real murderer that caused Quarren to commit suicide?" Leonard temporarily cast aside his previous judgment and said, based on the premise of normal development, the trap setup was too crude. The cues, guidance, and memory implantation weren't subtle or gentle enough, making it easy for others to discover the problem. Therefore, it's unlikely to be done by a mid-sequence or high-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway. It's more likely that beyonders of other pathways use the corresponding mystical items to disguise their actions. Before he finished his sentence, Leonard fell into silence once again. It was unknown what he had in mind. Klein maintained a faint smile as he calmly looked at him, as though everything was under his control. "However, I won't say it. It all depends on how much you understand it. This matches what Old Man said previously. Was it really done by a mid-sequence or high-sequence beyonder of the spectator?" His seemingly rash and crude setup that was filled with loopholes had actually accurately considered everyone's reactions. He had considered the human nature of following procedures, but he had miscalculated Don Dantes' experience and wisdom. Leonard felt that he had figured out the situation. He straightened his body and coughed lightly. "Thank you for your guidance." Klein immediately chuckled. "I didn't say anything." Without waiting for Leonard's response, he took the initiative to speak. "Your former colleague wants me to ask you how he should inform you if he discovers any traces of ensangual." Leonard, who was about to stand up to bid farewell, raised his buttocks and sat back down. With a complicated expression, he remained silent for more than 10 seconds. "Send the message in the form of a letter to 7 Pinster Street." "Does that mean you won't be leaving Bakeland for a long time? Or could it be that even if you went somewhere else to carry out your mission, you still have a way to monitor 7 Pinster Street and read the contents of the letter remotely?" It's more likely to be the latter guess. An angel of the Marauder pathway definitely has many strange mystic techniques, and there's no lack of them that Leonard can use. "I can't ask. Once I do, it will lower Don Dantes' level and ruin my persona." Klein put on an unperturbed look as he smiled. "I'll tell him." Leonard didn't leave immediately. "If I want to contact him, what should I do?" When he asked this question, his green eyes were deep and reserved. Klein was prepared. He smiled and said, "A spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a messenger that belongs solely to the German sparrow. If you aren't sure about the exact ritual, you can consult Palace." Leonard knew that the German sparrow was Sherlock Moriarty, who was also Klein Moretti. He nodded indiscernibly and stood up. "Thank you for informing me. Please forgive me for my sudden visit." With that said, he retreated to the door, opened it, and left the dream. "Hey, you're leaving just like that? As a nightmare, or rather, a former nightmare, aren't you going to consider the flaws in your memories? You can remember it just by hearing it once? Isn't that too little?" As Klein watched Leonard's back disappear, he couldn't help but lampoon. He shook his head in exasperation, ended his afternoon nap, and busied himself with West Ballam's matters. On the Golden Dream, Donis, who had finally completed his mission, was drinking ice beer due to the recent hot weather. If it wasn't for the fact that producing ice required beyonder powers and there wasn't much of it, he felt that he could finish half a bucket in one go. "This is enjoyment." Donis gulped down the remaining liquid in the cup. At that moment, a grayish-white fog emanated in front of him as German Sparrow's voice echoed in his ears. "Please inform Donis to immediately rush to West Ballam and figure out the situation in the territories of the 2 native generals, May Sanchez and Katami. He needs to pay special attention to any signs of Rose School activity." "W go to West Ballam?" Donis held his cup as he repeated German Sparrow's request with a stutter. He had once gone there with the crew of the Golden Dream in search of treasure. He had also obtained rather detailed information from Captain Iceberg Edwina, so he knew how chaotic and dangerous West Ballam was. "Furthermore, I'm going alone this time." Donis pursed his lips, feeling that his future was bleak. In his mind, scenes of primitive forests that hid all sorts of terrifying creatures, native tribes that believed in death but had their own oddities, roads filled with bandits and the resistance, villages frequented by wraiths and shadows, and cities where gunfights and beyonder battles would erupt from time to time. "No, I have to reject German Sparrow." "Reject?" "At the very least, he has to send me an assistant." Even ordinary people can survive in West Ballam, become rich, and have their own manners. This means that it's not as terrifying as I imagined it to be. I'm only scaring myself. Besides, German Sparrow only wants me to figure out the situation. He doesn't want me to contact anyone to deal with anyone." Donis quickly forced a smile and asked Mr. Fool to inform German Sparrow that he would immediately set off. Then, according to German Sparrow's instructions, he set up a ritual to request Mr. Fool's bestowment in his room. At the end of the ritual, he saw an illusory door open. A dark gold brooch in the shape of a sunbird flew out and landed on the altar. This was the brooch of the sun. In the southern continent, in the kingdom ruled by death, the sun pathway was one of the most useful beyonder pathways. He directly gave me such a valuable item. It's not bad working for German Sparrow. However, I think he said borrow. Donis picked up the brooch and felt the heat and humidity around him intensify. After assigning tasks to Donis, Klein was just about to open the door to instruct his valet, Richardson, to prepare a cup of ice water when his spiritual perception was triggered. Following that, he secretly activated his spirit vision and saw Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker walk out of the void. In her hand was a blonde, red-eyed head that was biting on a thin letter. Chapter 897. 7. Pinster Street. Leonard Mitchell walked to his desk and spread out a piece of paper. He then picked up a fountain pen and lowered his wrist in preparation to write. However, just as he produced a dark blue dot, the fountain pen paused. He attempted to move his wrist a few times, but everything returned to normal. Raising his wrist and lowering the fountain pen, Leonard repeated the same actions again and again. Finally, his wrist froze in midair. "Ha!" Leonard threw down the fountain pen, crumpled the letter into a ball, and accurately threw it into the trash can at the foot of his desk. 160 Buckland Street. Klein took the thin letter from one of Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker's heads. He weighed in his hand, and only when his spiritual intuition didn't give him any warning did he open the seal and take out the piece of paper inside. There was only one page of paper, and on it were 2 lines of words written in beautiful handwriting. "I have something that I wish to receive your help with. We can discuss the details in person. Sharon." So it's a letter from Miss Sharon. Klein resolved his puzzlement as he took out a gold coin and did a simple divination in front of Rionette Tinker. Then he took out another piece of paper and wrote a single word, "Tonight." He folded the piece of paper and handed it to Miss Messenger. He asked, "Can you still locate the sender?" If not, he would give Sharon's address. 126 Guard Street, Hillston Borough, Mrs. Merriam. "Sure." One of Rionette Tinker's blonde, red-eyed heads gave a response. She then opened her mouth and bit down on the folded piece of paper. After Miss Messenger's figure vanished from the room, Klein immediately set up a ritual, preparing to bring creeping hunger from above the gray fog back to the real world. Then, he would travel to the various archipelagos in search of lucky pirates. Creeping hunger had yet to be sealed, so it still needed to eat 1 person a day. Klein could only barely use it. He would bring it out every time he needed to feed it, and when the time was right, he would throw it back into the gray fog. After all, it wouldn't make up for the difference. If creeping hunger dares to cause trouble, feed it mushrooms. After ending the ceremony and cleaning up the scene, Klein put on the thin human skin gloves. His figure quickly faded and disappeared. After dinner, after creeping hunger finished its dry howl above the gray fog, Klein used the excuse of having an upset stomach to enter the bathroom. He took it out again and used it to teleport to the outside of the Brave in the Bakelin Bridge area. During this process, he had naturally changed his appearance to that of the black-haired, brown-eyed, bearded, bespectacled detective Sherlock Moriarty. Bending down and rolling up his pants, Klein let out a self-deprecating laugh. He pulled down the brim of his hat, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and entered the bar. After asking the bartender, he took a glass of Southville beer and went outside billiard room 3. He knocked on the locked door. Thud, thud, thud. The door creaked open with a rhythmic thud. The red-eyed Ian craned his neck to take a look, and he instantly smiled. "Sir, please come in." As the weather was getting hotter, he didn't wear his old coat. Instead, he wore a simple linen shirt. Klein nodded with a smile. In a flash, he entered the billiard room and quickly took in the scene inside. Merrick, whose hair was a little messy, wore a white shirt, black vest, and black pants. He was holding a long cue stick and bending over to play billiards. Perhaps he had a deep impression of the chaos caused by Sherlock Moriarty, but he didn't gather his zombies to play cards. "Long time no see." Klein took the initiative to greet him. At the same time, Sharon, who was wearing a small black bonnet and a regal dress of the same color, appeared on the other side of the billiard table. She sat quietly on a high stool. "Good evening, ma'am." Klein looked over and bowed with a smile. Sharon stood up in a floating manner, lifted her skirt, and bowed slightly in response. Merrick put down the cue stick and said in a deep and slightly hoarse voice, "From the looks of it, you're still stuck in Bakeland." His face was still pale, but the malice hidden in his brown eyes had faded significantly. It was as though his restraint during this period of time had been rather effective. It could be seen that obtaining the scarlet lunar corona had prevented him from being on the brink of a breakdown at every full moon. Even his sedatives had to be changed frequently. Klein didn't respond to Merrick's words directly. He walked to the billiard table, put down his beer cup, and smiled. "I'm very sorry. I could have sold you a Wraith Beyonder characteristic, but unfortunately, I lost it." Sharon's blue eyes didn't move. She didn't probe for the reason. All she did was simply ask, "Are you all right?" She knew that the Wraith Beyonder characteristic Sherlock Moriarty mentioned belonged to Admiral of Blood Senior, and Admiral of Blood was Sherlock Moriarty's marionette. The disappearance of the Wraith Beyonder characteristic also meant that the marionette had been destroyed and lost. This was no trivial matter for the corresponding Beyonder. Fortunately, at least I didn't suffer any injuries. Klein sighed and smiled. "No wonder I didn't see Senor this time." Merrick muttered in realization. Merrick and Miss Sharon don't care too much about the Wraith Beyonder characteristic. They have other channels or means. Klein acutely grasped the situation and asked, "What's the matter? What's up this time?" Merrick immediately glanced at Ian. The calm young man, who could still be called a big boy, did not ask any more questions. He quickly left the billiard room and closed the door. Sharon's doll-like face remained expressionless as she allowed Merrick to speak. "The day after tomorrow, a ship from the southern continent will arrive at Pritz Harbor. It has close ties with the Rouen military. This ship is loaded with treasures and relics plundered from the Star Highlands, Paz Valley, and Hagati Plains. Among them, there's a mummy. It's the 19th king of the ancient Highlands Kingdom, Tutmosis II. The original language of the southern continent doesn't originate from ancient Fasak. It has its own structure. In the ancient Highlands language, the king is also known as Kadev. This is an exclusive term, and it was translated by Roselle the Great as Pharaoh. It's a mystery what he was thinking. Also, the mummy was named by him. In short, Pharaoh means the son of a god, the king of humans. Tutmosis II was once a high-sequence Beyonder, but after his death, the corresponding characteristic was recycled. Only his body was left behind and made into a mummy. To other Beyonders, this is a material filled with spirituality. It's an excellent material to make a zombie, but to us, it has an additional meaning, a very important meaning. Our goal this time is to obtain this Tutmosis II mummy. Additional meaning? Apart from being used as an ingredient, what other meaning does a high-sequence Beyonder's corpse have? Klein's heart stirred as he suddenly thought of M. Hermit's request to purchase a drop of mythical creature blood. Could it be a ritual requirement for Sequence 5 Wraith to advance to Sequence 4 Puppet? Miss Sharon already has the formula, and she has already digested the Wraith potion. From her usual lifestyle, she's basically acting as a Wraith all the time. She might have long digested it. However, the words of the evil spirit in the underground ruins seemed to indicate that Miss Sharon didn't have the puppet potion formula back then. Yes, everyone has their own circles. It's not too strange for Miss Sharon to have the means to obtain it. Klein swept a glance at Sharon in thought, but he didn't discover any obvious changes from before. She still resembled a puppet more than a living person, but there weren't any signs of her becoming more sinister. Sharon sat there silently, focused on Sherlock Moriarty and Merrick, listening to their conversation. If it's just a high-sequence Beyonder mummy without any Beyonder characteristics, the level of protection wouldn't be too high. Even if it's just the two of you, it shouldn't be too difficult to steal it, Klein pondered and raised a question. From his point of view, a Sequence 5 Beyonder was already considered a quasi-powerhouse. Unless the ship had a demigod watching over it, it would be very difficult for someone at the same level to effectively stop Miss Sharon when her target was only a mummy. After all, the Beyonders in charge had too many important items to protect. Furthermore, they could be scattered in different cabins due to the different ways they were stored. This time, it was Sharon who gave the explanation. She was as succinct as ever. She said simply, "I'm worried that it's a trap set up by Rose School. If there isn't 1,000 pounds, if there is, we'll be in charge of attracting attention. You take the mummy away. Depending on the danger, 5,000 to 10,000 pounds will be paid." "Is that so?" Klein didn't immediately respond. After some thought, he asked, "Do you know of spirit world plunderers?" Wraith were also a type of beyonder that could effectively move about in the spirit world. Sharon nodded slightly. "I can use gold pounds and information related to the spirit world plunderer as payment." Klein tersely acknowledged. "I'll consider it. I'll write to you before midnight." As an outstanding seer, he had to head above the gray fog to confirm the level of danger regardless. However, he was now certain that this was definitely not a trap targeted at him. This was because he had no need for the mummy. "All right," Sharon said without a change in expression. Klein didn't directly bid farewell. He walked to the door and beckoned Ian in. He casually asked, "Is there any news worth noting recently?" Ian thought for a moment and revealed one relatively important piece of information after another. "Someone is inquiring about the organization that believes in the Fool." Klein smiled in surprise. A young man with black hair and green eyes? He suspected that it was Leonard Mitchell. Ian shook his head. "No, black hair and black eyes. Which gentleman from the Aurora Order?" Klein thought for a moment. "Can you draw it?" Ian was stunned for a second, then said self-deprecatingly, "Then you might never be able to recognize who he is." At this time, Sharon said, "I can help you." "All right." Ian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he prepared a relatively simple ceremony as instructed. Then, he completed a sketch while trembling and convulsing in the Wraith's possession. It was a young man with slightly curly black hair, a wide forehead, thin cheeks, dark eyes, and a monocle. Amon. Blasphemer Amon. P.S. Thanks to the loyal servant Wong Kai for tipping the Silver Alliance Master. Chapter 898. Amon. Klein's pupils constricted. He looked normal on the surface, but he was tense on the inside as a storm stirred in his heart. Although he had always used Amon to scare the grandpa in Leonard's body and the Marauder Pathway demigod beside Hazel, it was only a pretext. He never expected that this blasphemer, a king of angels, would come to Bakeland so quickly. Furthermore, he was searching for an organization that believed in the Fool. In fact, this is unexpected, but it's reasonable. When there are angels and demigods of the Marauder Pathway in Bakeland, according to the law of beyonder characteristic convergence, Amon will come sooner or later. The only problem is that he has been searching for something in the forsaken land of the gods all these years, so it's unlikely that he would suddenly give up. Furthermore, his mausoleum in the outskirts of Bakeland has been destroyed by the machinery hive mind, making it impossible for him to return like before. Therefore, this isn't his true body, but an avatar? An avatar that originally existed in the northern continent? Angels of the Marauder Pathway should be good at using worms of time to create avatars, and Amon is definitely stronger than them. Klein's thoughts flashed through his mind as he gradually came up with a theory. At times, he even suspected that the mythical creature form of the Marauder Pathway was a bunch of worms of time that had been assembled in a certain way. As a king of angels of the Marauder Pathway before the Cataclysm, Amon definitely knows what the title of the Fool represents. He can also sense the corresponding aura. Even wants to steal control of the gray fog. He is here for the Fool. This is really a headache. After the initial shock, Klein gradually calmed down. What he was most afraid of now was that due to the law of beyonder characteristic convergence, he would encounter Blasphemer Amon when he was out. Furthermore, Amon was clearly able to sense his uniqueness. When the time came, there might not be any commotion, and the so-called Fool would have to consider if there was a chance of resurrection. After all, he was a king of angels, an existence second only to a true god. Furthermore, the Marauder Pathway was always known for its deceit and concealment abilities. Even in Bakeland, it wasn't necessarily true that he wouldn't dare to take action. Secretly stealing the lives of others might be Amon's forte. From the looks of it, temporarily leaving Bakeland and heading to West Balam isn't necessarily a bad thing. In short, the biggest problem lies with me. If I had advanced and become a Bizarro sorcerer, I would be able to hide the gray fog's aura. Even if I were to encounter Amon, I wouldn't have to worry about exposing myself. Klein silently drew a breath as he once again felt a sense of urgency. He had to push open the door to sequence 4 as soon as possible, change his life form, and become a demigod. For this, be it getting marionettes, deepening his acting, speeding up his digestion, or gathering the corresponding Beyonder ingredients, he had to work harder. Phew! Bakeland is truly a terrifying place. If Ouroboros hasn't left or has already returned, then just from what I know, there are 5 angels here, including 2 kings of angels. This doesn't include the royal family and military that have Bakeland as their base. I also don't include the underground evil spirit that has gone somewhere, the amalgamation of the former king of angels and the will of 2 angels. If Rose School's abomination Sua also comes here because he's pursuing German Sparrow, that would really be a commotion. Compared to this, the demigod battle outside by and back then can only be considered a child's play. Klein looked at the sketch drawn by Ian as he shook his head in confusion. Yes, I got it. To Ian and Merrick, his shake of the head was because he didn't know the man wearing the monocle, but in fact, he was expressing his helplessness. Gentlemen, I have to leave. I'll reply to you before midnight. Klein took off his hat, bowed, and slowly walked out of the billiard room. He teleported back to 160 Baclun Street from a secluded alley outside the Brave. Inside the master bedroom, the first thing he considered wasn't Miss Sharon America's request, but how to deal with the latent problems brought about by Amon. Having some experience in this aspect, he quickly came up with an idea. Find something for Amon to do to divert his attention. As for what it was obviously something he couldn't resist or be uninterested in. For example, the angel of the Marauder Pathway, Palez Zorost. This might be the key to whether or not Amon could become a Sequence Zero true god. It was more important than finding an organization that believed in the fool. Of course, Klein wouldn't directly betray Leonard's grandpa, because he hadn't shown any ill intent up to this point. His idea was very simple. It was to inform Palez Zorost of Amon's arrival in Bakeland. He wanted to see how the angel that had survived since the 4th epoch would respond. Then, he would decide what to do based on the situation. If that grandpa still couldn't do a thing to Amon, who might very well be an avatar, he could only get Leonard to use a mission as an excuse to leave Bakeland to hide from Amon. Then, I'll head to West Balam ahead of time and say that I'm rebuilding my network. I'll wait for Snake of Fate will Septon to be born before secretly teleporting back to retrieve the umbilical cord blood. Klein suddenly made up his mind. He took out a piece of paper and wrote, Amon has arrived. After folding the letter and putting it into an envelope, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. At the same time Rionette Tyneker appeared, he took out a gold coin from his pocket and pressed it on the letter. This was one of the 10 gold coins he had gotten his valet, Richardson, to exchange for. In order to maintain the image of Don Dantes being on the same level as Palez Zorost, Klein didn't mention that he needed a gold coin to send and receive a letter when he gave Leonard Mitchell his contact details. From this, it can be seen that face is bought with money. As Klein sighed, he said to Miss Messenger, who was dressed in a dark and complicated dress, send a letter to 7, Pinster Street. Yes, put it directly into the mailbox. There's no need to hand it to the recipient. As he wasn't sure of Palez Zorost's true intentions and character, Klein wished to hide more of his trump cards from him. Therefore, before Leonard took the initiative to write to Klein Moretti, he didn't plan on letting the poet meet Miss Messenger directly. The golden-haired, red-eyed head in Rionette Tyneker's left hand raised up as she sucked the envelope and gold coin in her mouth. However, she didn't immediately vanish. Instead, she floated on the spot as her 8 eyes looked at Klein in silence. What's going on? Klein was taken aback for a second before he had a guess. He asked with an odd expression, You don't know where 7, Pinster Street is? Only then did he recall that a messenger relied on a location in the sense of mysticism. It was the location of the contractor and the sender's aura. Therefore, once the latter moved beyond the range of her senses, the messenger wouldn't be able to find him. Upon hearing Klein's question, the 4 heads in Rionette Tyneker's hands nodded at the same time, indicating that she indeed didn't know. Klein coughed lightly, pulled open a drawer, and took out a map of Bakeland. He used a fountain pen to draw a huge circle and marked Northborough before circling Pinster Street. You can look at the house number when you get there. Klein folded the map and handed it over. The head in Rionette Tynker's right hand immediately opened its mouth and bit the map. Then, her figure faded as she entered the spirit world. Upon seeing this, Klein exhaled, turned around, and walked out of the master bedroom. He went to the half-open room with the balcony to read the newspapers and magazines. Late at night, before he took a bath, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the mysterious space above the gray fog. There's danger in helping Sharon and Merrick steal the Tutmosis II mummy. Klein took off the topaz pendant on his left wrist and did a divination. This time, the spirit pendulum spun clockwise. The amplitude wasn't huge, and the speed was rather slow. This means that the danger isn't high. Besides, even if there's a trap targeting Miss Sharon and Merrick, I'm not too afraid now. Klein beckoned with his hand, making a small, translucent black crystal card fly over. It was a fate siphon charm. Klein had used a worm of time to create a high-level charm at the demigod level. Right on the heels of that, he summoned Creeping Hunger and the Sea God Scepter. He were the former and picked up the latter to record Lightning Storm and Tornado. The mutated and upgraded Creeping Hunger could record 2 demigod-level Beyonder powers that weren't higher than Sequence 3 through Mr. X's soul and characteristics. With this, Klein didn't need to borrow Lamino's travels every time. Furthermore, it was more convenient. After all, flipping through the spellbook would affect Death Knell and the Fate Siphon charm unless he grew another 2 hands. After making the preparations, Klein returned to the real world. He took out another piece of paper and simply wrote exact time, location, and plan. At 1 a.m, Leonard, who had slept for 2 hours, woke up in high spirits. He prepared to leave 7 Pinster Street and head for the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. Just as he walked out the door, he suddenly had a spiritual intuition as he subconsciously cast his gaze to the side. Puzzlement flashed in his eyes as Leonard walked over and opened the letterbox. During dinner, he had already emptied it of newspapers, bills, and letters. Normally, there wouldn't be anything in the letterbox before daybreak because the postman would have returned home. However, at this moment, a thin letter was lying silently at the bottom. "Old man, you didn't warn me that there was a new letter," Leonard whispered as he picked up the letter. In his mind, the slightly aged voice replied, "No one came in. No one came in." Leonard knew that old man's perception was limited to his body. Without another word, he tore open the seal, took out the letter, and shook it open. The letter was mostly blank, except for a short sentence. "Amon has arrived." Amon has arrived. Leonard's pupils dilated. At the same time, he heard the parasite's breath for the first time. Chapter 899. Leonard actually didn't have a direct impression of Amon. He only knew that he was the enemy the parasite feared the most, the murderer who had injured the mysterious and powerful old man to such an extent. Therefore, his emotions quickly calmed down as he suppressed his voice and asked, "What should I do now?" In his mind, the slightly aged voice echoed 2 to 3 seconds later. "It's likely not Amon's true body, but his avatar. Indeed, Blasphemer Amon is an angel. He might even be a Sequence 1 angel. After all, Old Man is suspected to be a grounded angel." As Leonard absorbed the information and confirmed his theory, he listened to Palez Zoros continue. "If Amon's true body dares to appear in Bakeland, it might very well trigger a divine descent." A divine descent? How many years has it been since something like this happened? Since the 5th epoch, this was a legend recorded in the books. It had never appeared in public. Does this mean that even among Sequence ones, Amon is one of the top existences? It's no wonder he's called Blasphemer. In just a few sentences, Leonard gained a deeper understanding of how terrifying the angel named Amon was. As he stood in front of the letterbox, his thoughts drifted. Suddenly, he had an idea. He quickly whispered. He hurriedly whispered, "Since Amon is so highly regarded by the deities, can we think of a way to inform the church of his appearance in Bakeland?" From Leonard's point of view, the churches of Evernight and Storm, which were born in an earlier epoch and spanned the entire 4th epoch, likely had rich experience in dealing with angels. They were the best candidates to deal with Amon. In his mind, Palaz Zoros chuckled and said, "It's useless. It's useless. This might even be Amon's goal." To him, losing an avatar is only a waste of some strength. He won't suffer any actual damage, and he can use the death of his avatar to see the corresponding changes in fate. From there, he can find the source of the disturbance or wave. Although this can't directly lock onto you and me, it can greatly reduce the range and create the conditions for his true body to deliver a fatal blow. Besides, don't tell me you think that Amon only has one avatar in Bakeland. Based on his habits and style, there might only be one who doesn't hide his existence, but in fact there are a few, a dozen, or even 100 avatars surrounding this lighthouse. When we try to get rid of that conspicuous guy, it's very likely that we'll be watched by a few, a dozen, or even hundreds of almonds from different angles. He can be a passerby, a bird on the roof, an ant on the ground, an insect in the wood, or a tiny creature in the air. If you're not a demigod, even if his clone invades your body, you won't notice it at all. Listening to the old man's detailed description, Leonard felt a chill down his spine. He suddenly felt as if there were countless almonds lurking in the air around him. Scared, Palaz Zoros chuckled. If you knew that Amon could steal your fate without any abnormalities, you would be even more afraid. What do you mean by stealing destiny? Leonard asked cautiously and suspiciously. Palaz's aged voice sighed and said, "He will follow you home. Then you will realize that your parents will treat him as a son, your wife will treat him as a husband, and your children will treat him as a father. Your friends, everyone you know, will think that him is you. As for you, you will become the unluckiest. You will lose all connection with the real world and slowly die." Will this kind of theft last forever? Leonard couldn't help but draw a gasp. Palaz Zoros chuckled. Before a thief is caught, will he take the initiative to return the stolen items? Unless he has had enough fun. Leonard fell silent. He felt that an enemy at Amon's level was no longer something he could resist, but something he couldn't imagine. After a few seconds, he couldn't hide his hoarse voice. Then what should we do? He didn't take the initiative to share his thoughts because it was highly unlikely to be realistic. After a moment of silence, Palaz Zoros said, "Let's take another look." Inside the Bravehearts bar, Merrick was already waiting in Billiard Room 3 according to the agreement. Since Sherlock Moriarty had agreed to help, a face-to-face discussion of the details of the operation was a crucial segment. This was something that couldn't be explained clearly through letters alone. After gulping down a mouthful of beer, Merrick raised his hand to comb his hair. His pale face was devoid of any color, and the faint madness he exuded was much fainter than before. At this moment, his heart stirred as he looked up to the side. He saw a figure in a top hat and suit quickly outline himself. It was none other than Sherlock Moriarty. Teleportation? Merrick's heart palpitated as his pupils constricted. He instinctively raised his guard. It wasn't that he didn't trust Sherlock Moriarty, but it was a natural reaction when a creature was facing an existence at the top of the food chain. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of Sharon's doll-like figure on the high stool through the corner of his eye. Klein pressed down on his hat and bowed the two of them. He then smiled. "What I'm most concerned about is how much intelligence do you have? The more sufficient the intelligence, the higher the chances of success and the lower the danger. It's a very simple example. Can you confirm that the Tutansis II mummy isn't problematic? Can you confirm which coffin it's in? If it's possible, I'll directly teleport over before the guards react and bring it to the spirit world. That way, the problem will be resolved." Merrick was just about to recall when he heard Sharon say calmly, "I can confirm which coffin it's in, but I can't confirm if there's any problem. I can confirm which coffin it's in, but I can't confirm if there's any problem." Klein nodded and pulled a chair over to sit down. "Apart from this, what else do you know?" Sharon's blue eyes moved slightly. "It might be a trap by Rose School, or it might be a trap by the Rouen military. I didn't mention a second guess." "That's right. Without the other party confirming our cooperation, I wouldn't reveal too much either." Klein pondered and asked in response to the latter point, "A trap prepared for Rose School?" This time, it was Merrick who answered. He explained in detail. In the ancient Highlands Kingdom, the creation of mummies was a custom prepared for nobles. It was very sacred, and the pharaoh's mummies were not to be desecrated. Back then, before the Ruan, Intis, and Phanepotter armies conquered this country, the pharaoh's descendants had already moved the most important batch of mummies, including the remains of past pharaohs. This time, a secret base of the Highlands resistance was breached. The Ruan soldiers found Tutankhamun II's mummy at the lowest level and planned on sending it to Bakeland to an unknown military organization for research. To the pharaoh's descendants, this is the greatest insult. They have sufficient motivation to snatch back Tutankhamun II's mummy. And among these descendants, there's a demigod named Mamosi. He's one of the main leaders of the resistance, as well as an important member of Rose School. He's a student of Abomination Sua. Klein nodded slightly. In other words, Tutankhamun II's mummy might be bait used by the Ruan army to lure Mamosi. Of course, we can't eliminate the possibility that Rose School deliberately sacrificed a pharaoh's remains to get rid of you. He originally wanted to say that there wasn't a need for Rose School to go to such an extent since one of them was a Sequence 6 and the other was a Sequence 5. But when he thought of how Rose School was led by the indulgent faction, and that they wouldn't have any restraint in their desire for revenge, he felt that he couldn't make a decision with the mindset of a normal person. Furthermore, Miss Sharon and Merrick were able to escape the mother tree of Desire's restraints and successfully escape Rose School. Apart from luck, there might also be secret support. If that's true, they're definitely targets that Rose School would focus on. Klein naturally had such thoughts, but he didn't say them out loud. Yes, Merrick rubbed his temples. The large amount of words he said seemed to have stirred his mind and desires. Klein thought for a moment. If it's the former, things will be more troublesome than I expected. To deal with a demigod with accomplices, the Ruan military needs to have at least 2 Beyonders with combat strength at the same level as Mamosi lying in ambush. Apart from that, they definitely have to leave some room to prevent any accidents. For example, preparing a Grade 0 sealed artifact. In short, if it's not near Bakeland, or if it's a joint operation with the 3 churches, they might not be able to easily complete such a trap. Sharon's chin moved slightly as she nodded, agreeing with Sherlock Moriarty's judgment. Klein didn't emphasize the difficulty as he said, "Therefore, we need to have more accurate and detailed information. So that we can make more targeted preparations. Only then will we be able to achieve our goal." Without waiting for Sharon and Merrick to speak, he added, "I know of a secret existence that can do magic mirror divination. He strictly abides by the principle of equivalence. As long as one doesn't care about privacy or is able to withstand actions that bring about intense shame, one can obtain the answers to many questions from him. Are you willing to attempt it? I'll summon it. Whoever summoned it in black divination would bear the greatest risk. What if you refuse to expose your privacy or refuse to do such actions?" Merrick narrowed his eyes. Klein answered sincerely, "You will be struck by lightning. He will be struck by lightning, which can cause quite a bit of damage." Lightning. Merrick originally believed that with a zombie's toughness, it wouldn't be a problem to withstand direct damage, but he never expected it to be lightning that was rather effective against the undead. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Sharon. After receiving an affirmative nod, he exhaled. "All right." Klein didn't speak further. As he took out a pen and paper from his pocket, he instructed, "Prepare a mirror." Just as he said that, a palm-sized makeup mirror appeared on the billiard table. A palace-style makeup mirror. Klein glanced at it and drew the symbol that combined prying and concealment. A palace-style makeup mirror. Klein glanced at it and drew the symbol that was a combination of prying and concealment. Chapter 900. With Klein's final stroke, the light in billiard room 3 suddenly dimmed a little. On the surface of the delicate makeup mirror, wave-like patterns rippled out before finally turning dark and gloomy. Right on the heels of that, bloody words appeared. "Raise your questions." Such a scene was filled with a supernatural horror. Even though he was facing a wraith or a zombie, he seemed to be intimidated and momentarily didn't dare to speak. Only Klein maintained a smile, as though he was accustomed to all of this. He had already exhorted Rhodes to not ask difficult or personal questions. He told it not to act like a servant. If it wasn't for Sharon and Merrick, who understood the situation better, asking questions that would allow them to grasp the crux of the matter, Klein definitely would have preferred to settle it in private and not expose the fact that he had such a helper. After a few seconds of silence, Merrick took 2 steps forward and came in front of the billiard table. He opened his mouth. At this moment, Sharon's gentle but emotionless voice suddenly sounded. "Let me ask." Without waiting for Merrick's response, she stood up and looked at the makeup mirror. The Tutensis II mummy is a trap set up by the Rouen military to target Rose School, right? The blood-red text on a makeup mirror melted and slid down, leaving behind a stain. Only one word barely remained as it squirmed and transformed into yes. Indeed, it's a trap set up by the Rouen military to target Rose School. This can eliminate the possibility of Rose School having a plot against Miss Sharon and Merrick. After all, the risk involved far exceeds the value of Sequence 5 and a Sequence 6. Even if the people from Rose School don't restrain their desire for revenge, they wouldn't be crazy to that extent, unless they originally wanted to deal with the Rouen military and implicate a traitor. But if that's the case, the best place to start the battle should be in the southern continent or at sea, and not near Bakeland. Who knows how many terrifying fellows are hiding here? As his thoughts raced, Klein saw the surface of the mirror return to its tranquil state as new blood-colored text appeared. According to the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. He's quite obedient and didn't make any performance art requests. Klein, who was looking at the billiard table, nodded indiscernibly. At this moment, the previous sentence slowly disappeared, and a new word appeared. The bloody word froze for a full 3 seconds before there was a follow-up. Answer the relationship between the chain god and the mother tree of desire. For some reason, Klein felt that the latter part of the sentence seemed to have dimmed a lot. Fortunately, the question was not out of line, but he wanted to know. Sharon, who was wearing a black bonnet, looked at the makeup mirror and said without any change in expression, "At the beginning of the 5th epoch, with the fall of death, the Eggers family gradually lost control of the Star Highlands and Paws Valley. Those places had their own Beyonder organization, Rose School. In the beginning, there was no mother tree of desire, only the chain god. Rose School advocated temperance and established a religious ritual system, including laws. The official members led a life of abstinence to deal with the aftereffects of obtaining power. Suddenly, one day, there was an addition of words like indulgence in the oracle. Many people slowly changed and restored the ancient and bloody sacrificial tradition. Later on, some of the upper echelons of the school of thought began to secretly claim that the chain god was the embodiment of the mother tree of desire. It sounds like the chain god has been corrupted or replaced by the mother tree of desire bit by bit. If this was once a sequence 0, then the mother tree of desire is truly terrifying. It's no wonder all the other deities view it as an enemy. However, the chain god might not be a sequence 0. There's a high chance that it's a uniqueness that has completely come to life, or a king of angels with 2 sequence 1 powers. It might even be weaker. There's currently a lack of sufficient information to confirm it. Klein frowned slightly as he thought about the mother tree of desire. At this moment, Sharon asked, "What's the matter? What are the problems with the Tutensis II mummy?" On the surface of the makeup mirror, the blood-red words squirmed and changed, forming a complete sentence. It's full of curses, the incarnation of curses. It has the possibility of turning into a living corpse. This mummy is made of curses, as expected of a corpse left behind by a high-sequence Beyonder. How should it be resolved? Klein turned his head to look at Miss Sharon and Merrick and discovered that their expressions were sufficiently calm. There wasn't a hint of surprise, as though they were already aware of it. And this also meant that they had a solution. Of course, Sharon remained expressionless no matter the time. She remained calm. After Rhodes finished answering, it raised its own question according to the principle of reciprocity. "You What's the point of working hard to raise your level? This time, it similarly began with a bloody word, and after a few seconds, it continued with a sentence that wasn't as colorful. Does this mean that a Rhodes is hesitating, struggling, and fighting against himself? On the one hand, it can't control its instinctive desire to raise a question that's difficult to answer. But on the other hand, it has no choice but to restrain itself due to my instructions. Klein chuckled in thought. Sharon stood there in her complicated and exquisite dress. After a moment of silence, she said, "In the beginning, it was because I didn't want to be bullied by others. Now it's because I have the ability to protect myself and my companions, as well as revenge, as well as spreading the concept of temperance. If everyone can control their desires, there won't be war, there won't be massacres, and there won't be so much suffering." Klein was somewhat surprised when he heard that. This was because, in his impression, Miss Sharon rarely spoke in such a manner. This wasn't to say that she didn't know how to give a long speech, but that even if she gave a long speech, she would be extremely restrained. She didn't describe too much, just like when she answered the first question. All she did was simply reconstruct what had happened. It seemed like she had said a lot, but she didn't say anything unnecessary or subjective. And now, the last sentence she added was clearly more long-winded compared to her style. This is a point she's been thinking about repeatedly, a point she hasn't expressed for a long time. The chaotic reality of the southern continent that was filled with conflict suddenly surfaced in Klein's mind. There were large numbers of enslaved natives, and there were batches of people dying from starvation and disease. There were constant wars and sacrificial humans that constantly appeared. If I were born in the southern continent and lived to this day, I definitely wish for the world to be peaceful and for the people to be happy. Speaking of which, Miss Sharon and Merrick don't look like typical people of the southern continent. Yes, I heard that a portion of the upper echelons of the ancient Highlands Kingdom and Perth Kingdom are actually from the northern continent. That's true. Before death perished, the northern and southern continents were able to travel smoothly. Also, when Sharon mentioned vengeance, the word she used didn't carry much weight. It was as though she didn't have any hope, or didn't have such a strong desire. Klein sighed in silence as he listened to Sharon raise detail after detail and answer question after question. After figuring out the situation regarding the Tutansis tomb mummy, Sharon asked again, "Apart from Amosi, what other high-sequence beyonders will appear in this trap? Apart from Amosi, what other high-sequence beyonders will appear in this trap?" The surface of the vanity mirror rippled before finally condensing into a resplendent light that blanketed everything. Nothing else could be seen. With a Rhodes's powers, it likely involves an angel or a grade 0 sealed artifact. That's why I'm unable to give an accurate answer. Klein retracted his gaze and smiled at Miss Sharon and Merrick. From the looks of it, it's as I expected. The Rouen military has left quite a bit of room for maneuver. Sharon nodded slightly as she continued looking at the vanity mirror, waiting for the hidden existence to answer his question. The blood-colored words squirmed and were no longer as intermittent as before. They appeared in one breath. "What's your opinion of your teacher?" "Teacher?" Miss Sharon still has a teacher. That's right. As someone who believes in temperance, to be able to remain unaffected in the Rose School that has long degenerated, there must be someone providing her with protection. This is also one of the reasons why she and Merrick were able to escape. Klein was enlightened as he looked forward to Sharon's answer. Sharon pursed her lips and said, "I worship him very much." Using him? Klein was so alarmed that he nearly couldn't maintain his smile. In the various Beyonder organizations, including the Orthodox churches, grounded angels were extremely rare. There were only one or two of them. He had imagined that Miss Sharon's teacher was a Sequence 4 or Sequence 3 saint, the strongest being like Sea King John Cotman. To his surprise, he had used the honorificum. In Rouen, ancient Fasak, and even Jotun and Elvish, him was clearly different from Hishi and it. After his shock, Klein suddenly sighed. Miss Sharon's current situation indicated that her teacher was probably no longer around. Her and Merrick's escape was probably the final struggle of this temperance leader in Rose School. and to the mother tree of desire, there was no other choice but to either infect or erase it to make it into a sealed artifact. The surface of the vanity mirror turned dark once again as the bright red words vanished. After a while, a new line of text appeared. Continue. I don't have any more questions. Thank you for your help, Sharon said slowly as she lifted the hem of her dress and bowed. As she said that, the vanity mirror suddenly returned to normal. The light in the billiard room was no longer dim. Sharon turned to look at Klein and said in a normal tone, "Let's give up on this matter. Let's give up on this matter." Clearly, she also knew what the blob of light that appeared when the secret existence answered meant. Klein shook his head and smiled. "There's no rush to make a decision. I'll ask you a few more things. Perhaps there's still a chance, one that doesn't require too much danger. At least, the results of my divination indicate that there's such a possibility," he added silently in his heart. "What is it?" Merrick couldn't help but ask first. Chapter 901. Upon hearing Merrick's words, Klein picked up the piece of paper with the incantation to summon a Rhodes and casually shook it. He held back his smile and said in a rather serious manner, "Tell me the detailed process of the ancient Highland Kingdom's mummification." As he spoke, the paper made a cracking sound. It was dyed with scarlet flames and turned into specks of ashes that drifted down. Merrick glanced at Sharon and thought for a moment before replying. "The first step is to leave it for 3 to 5 days. Use certain supplementary means to allow the Beyonder characteristic to naturally seep out and not fuse with any part of the pharaoh's body to form a sealed artifact. The second step is to perform a cleansing ritual and place the corpse on the altar. Pray to the chained god, hoping that half of the deceased's spiritual power will remain in the body. This will not affect the return of the Son of God, and it will also allow the mummy to maintain its spirituality for a long time. The third step is to use Beyonder powers and real-world technology to extract the brain, organs, and bodily fluids of the corpse, leaving only the heart. The fourth step is to stuff the body with spiritual spices and medicines, and do a full dehydration treatment. The fifth step is to refill the body with the spices and medicine from before and do some ritualistic decorations on the surface of the body. Then, wrap the body in linen bandages and place it in the coffin. The sixth step is to remove the internal organs and process them similar to the fourth step. They will be used as materials for the ritual and placed in the 4 corners of the coffin. The brain and body fluids will be the same. The former will be mashed into a slurry and mixed with the latter. They will circulate through the reserved channels inside the coffin, mimicking the state of the deceased when they were alive. This can absorb and gather spirituality from the spiritual world. Even if the pharaoh mummy has been buried for thousands of years, it will still be a material rich in spirituality. It can be used to create a rather powerful zombie. It doesn't sound like it has anything to do with improving one's abilities. I wonder how an apothecary can turn something rotten into something magical. It's similar to the Egyptian mummification process on Earth, but it's also different. The meaning of mysticism is stronger. Klein listened attentively and quickly analyzed if there was anything that could be a part of his plan. No matter what, the Tutmosis II mummy is an object of great research value. Unless there's no other way, no one is willing to destroy it. Klein pondered for a moment and turned to look at Sharon, who was sitting on the high stool again. "What's the maximum effective range of your mirror flash?" Sharon sat upright and replied without any hesitation, "I'm not sure. 300 meters. That's pretty far. It's much more powerful than my flaming jump. However, that's normal. After all, a wraith's main characteristic is that it can come and go without a trace, while flaming jump is just a method to perform magic. That's not bad. I can use it." Klein couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although he had once had a wraith marionette, he didn't know the limits of mirror blink. This was because even if it didn't reach its limits, it would escape his control. And once it did, the marionette would be a dead object, and the blink would fail midway. Klein asked a few more questions and gradually came up with a plan in his mind. He looked at Sharon and Merrick respectively and said in a calm tone, "We still have a chance of taking away the Tutmosis II mummy. There's a certain level of risk, but it won't be huge. Yes, the prerequisite is that you have to listen to my arrangements and let me lead this operation. Of course, if you find it inappropriate, you can choose to stop and return at any time. That's your freedom. Just remember to pay me. If this were in the past, Merrick definitely would have rejected it without a second thought. He and Sharon were considered experienced mid-sequence beyonders. So how could they listen to the arrangements of a newly advanced beyonder who had once sought their protection? However, during their previous cooperation, the intelligence, adaptability, and strange items that Sherlock Moriarty had displayed had left a deep impression on Merrick. He subconsciously placed him on the same level as him. When news of German Sparrow reached Bakeland, he was alarmed. He believed that he was one of the strongest beyonders below high-sequence beyonders. In mysticism and beyonder combat, he was an authority. Since it was an authority, he had to obey. He can even teleport. Merrick recalled Sherlock Moriarty's appearance and had a baffling feeling that he had immense confidence. Perhaps he could really find a chance of success. He turned his head and exchanged looks with Sharon. The two nodded in unison. "Okay," Sharon replied. There was no hesitation in her blue eyes. Klein immediately smiled. "As for the exact details, I'll tell you based on the scene." He had deliberately appeared in the form of traveling to provide a secret presence to obtain intelligence. Apart from explaining the problem and gaining a more accurate understanding of the situation, it was also to establish his image and elevate his standing so that he could be in control. As a marionettist, even if he didn't have a marionette, he had to control others to complete a predetermined performance. To Klein, on the one hand, this operation was to help Sharon and Merrick, and, on the other hand, he hoped to use the grand scene and the puppet show he was in charge of to quickly digest the potion. It had to be said that the oppressive experience brought about by Amon's appearance in Bakeland, as well as his recent interactions with the spectators, made Klein, who didn't have a marionette, gain a deeper understanding of a marionettist rule that he had previously concluded: to use his marionette as a guide to control the enemy and stage a puppet show in reality. His present thoughts were, even without a marionette, he could use his aura, language, the design of the scene, or a certain level of cooperation to control a target and stage a puppet show in reality. What a marionettist controlled wasn't just spirit body threads. And what happened just now was just a tiny attempt by Klein. Just like Amon, just a simple appearance seems to lead many things. It makes me and Palaz Zarost seem to be waiting for his baton. Amidst Klein's silent sigh, he heard Sharon and Merrick reply in unison. "All right." At night, in Pritz Harbor, there were elegant gas lamps made of black metal. They emitted light that illuminated the various roads. At this moment, most of the ships had already entered the harbor. Silence was the main theme here. On the top floor of a warehouse, in an area surrounded by wooden crates, three figures suddenly appeared out of the void. They were none other than Sherlock Moriarty in his formal suit and top hat, Merrick in his white shirt and black vest, and Sharon in her black bonnet and regal dress. With the help of teleportation, they had directly arrived here from Bakeland. It was quite a distance from the harbor where the ship carrying the Tutensis II mummy was scheduled to dock. Klein propped himself up with his right hand as he stepped on the wooden pillar and nimbly leaped up the horizontal beam. As though he was walking on flat ground, he quickly arrived at the wall. There was a rather sizable air vent here. He then took out the binoculars that Miss Sharon had provided and looked at the harbor described in the intelligence. The roofs of the various buildings that were already occupied by soldiers with steam-powered backpacks and thick-barreled rifles in hand. They patrolled the area and were on high alert, prepared to shoot at anyone who dared approach without permission. All they did was give a single warning. Apart from these, there were a few exaggerated robotic monsters parked around the harbor. They were completely made of metal and were taller than giants. At the top was a rotating top, a water-cooled machine gun, and a vertical chimney. The bottom was grayish-white in color, and there were many exposed rivets, nuts, and gears. It looked very crude. In addition, there was a thick cannon barrel in front of the machine. At the bottom were 2 rows of metal wheels wrapped in rubber tracks. There were clearly people among them, but Klein couldn't see who they were. He couldn't confirm if there were any beyonders. Near these steel monsters, on the harbor, A black metal tower that was more than 10 meters tall had been erected. It had a complicated but seemingly unrefined pulley system, with steel cables and hooks hanging down. On the surface, it doesn't seem like a low-level military operation, but it's not too high-level either. Klein retracted his gaze and threw the binoculars to the approaching Merrick, allowing him to observe the situation once again. Before the official operation, they had come to a consensus. It was to try their best not to use their beyonder powers. They were to rely on non-mysticism creations to spy on the target to prevent themselves from being alarmed. After all, there might be a demigod lurking in the harbor. Of course, Klein had also adjusted the powers recorded in Creeping Hunger, using Paper Angel to match Tornado instead of Lightning Storm. After Sharon understood the situation, Klein, who had retreated to a wooden rack to the side, revealed a seemingly relaxed smile. We only have one goal today. That is to attempt it when there's a chance. If there's none, we'd rather watch by the side or even leave ahead of time. Is there any problem? No, Sharon replied calmly. Merrick shook his head to express the same idea. Klein nodded and looked at Merrick. How many mirrors did you bring? 9. Merrick displayed his preparations one by one, then pointed at his eye and said, This counts as well. All right. Klein pointed in a direction. When I tell you to leave later, run out of Pritz Harbor and throw down these mirrors along the way. Merrick opened his mouth as though he wanted to ask why, but he quickly understood Sherlock Moriarty's intentions. He nodded seriously and said, I'll do as you say. Klein smiled as he extended his hand and held it in midair. It's a pleasure working with you. Merrick hesitated for a second before extending his right hand and striking his palm. After doing this, the tension in his heart inexplicably eased. Klein turned to look at Miss Sharon, took out an iron cigar case, and handed it to her. Take it and fly towards the lighthouse after you get my signal. Then count to 3 and remove the wall of spirituality on it. During this process and after it's done, don't stop flying. Try to be as irregular as possible, regardless of the method. When you see the special firework I shot out, immediately use the wall of the spirit world to isolate the cigar case. Then, use mirror blink in Merrick's direction. Do your best. After you meet up, flee. There's no need to wait for me. I'll teleport over. One of the core elements of his operation tonight was the Aztec copper whistle. Stealing the Tutmosis tomb mummy is very difficult, but I can make it run over by itself. Chapter 902. After hearing Sherlock Moriarty's arrangements, Sharon didn't say a word. All she did was nod her head gently in agreement. Klein then took out a grayish iron metal mask and wore it on his face. Only his eyes and nostrils were exposed. Similarly, Sharon and Merrick also wore similar masks. However, they had different reasons for concealing themselves. The Wraith and the Zombie simply didn't want to expose their true appearances. They didn't want to be targeted by the Rouen military, preventing them from moving around in Bakeland. The Faceless was wearing a mask to conceal his pathway's characteristic of being able to change his appearance, so as to mislead the Rouen military and Rose School's subsequent investigations. After all, according to normal logic, if your face is fake and you aren't the real you, why would you wear a mask? After waiting for a while, a low hum sounded as a ship entered the harbor in the darkness. Klein returned to the vent, raised the monocular, and cast his gaze back at the harbor that was under martial law. He then saw a hybrid ship with a chimney and sails slow down as it slowly came to a stop. At the same time, 2 squads of soldiers in red shirts and white pants ran over in an orderly manner with rifles in hand and lined up on both sides of the road. Before long, a ladder was lowered, and people began to disembark from the ship. First were sailors carrying wooden crates, followed by a young man in a major's uniform. He held a crystal box with a solemn expression, and he was surrounded by several crew members. The crew members were all holding lanterns, allowing the light to illuminate the box from all angles, illuminating its surface and revealing the item inside. It was a human skull without any flesh or blood left behind. Furthermore, it had a strange luster flowing under the light. This group of people moved rather slowly, as though they were constantly paying attention to the angle of the lantern's illumination, not leaving any gaps. After they disembarked from the ship, they walked along the road to the nearest freight rail and walked towards the steam locomotive that was waiting there like a giant snake. Behind them, a man in a black suit came out of the hatch. He was carrying a huge metal bucket, which could be vaguely seen from above. It was filled with layers of ice cubes. For a second, Klein almost thought that there would be a bottle of wine in these ice cubes, just like the ones in the upper class and expensive restaurants. However, he quickly saw what was in the ice cubes. It was a hand made of pure gold. Unlike the previous group of people, the man carrying the metal bucket was extremely fast. His forehead was dripping with sweat, and the surface of the metal was covered with mist. He seemed to be worried that the ice would melt before he reached his destination. The military has plundered quite a number of sealed artifacts from Star Highlands, Paz Valley, Hagati Plains, and other places. Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart as he patiently waited for Tutmosis II's coffin. Another 10 minutes passed. In the distance, he, Sharon, and Merrick heard heavy footsteps at the same time. It was as though a giant was walking on the empty deck. Then, the door on the side of the cabin opened, and 4 knights in black full-body armor carried a golden coffin. They walked out one step at a time, their footsteps echoing and the creaking of the coffin reverberating. The coffin's surface was engraved with strange birds, snakes, feathers, and masks. It appeared ancient and mysterious, exuding the strong style of the ancient Highlands kingdom. It was none other than the bed of the Tutmosis II mummy. The sound of metal rubbing against each other sounded as the black metal tower slowly turned its body, lowering the steel cables and hooks down. They were bound to the 4 corners of Tutmosis II's coffin. Then, a complicated pulley system began operating as the heavy coffin was steadily hoisted up and moved to a roofless carriage outside the dock. The 4 knights in black full-body armor were relieved of the pressure and sat on the deck at the same time, panting heavily. Amidst the hubbub, one of the knights suddenly grunted. Dark red blood flowed out from the gaps in his armor. More and more blood flowed out, becoming more and more obvious. In the end, there were even tiny, hard black beetles inside. Thud! The knight fell backward and dropped his helmet, revealing a head with empty eye sockets and strips of flesh hanging from it. Countless black beetles were burrowing in and out of it. Curse! The Tutmosis II mummy is the embodiment of a curse. Even wearing armor that's imbued with blessings doesn't seem to be able to completely avoid the outcome of being cursed. Klein sighed silently as he cast his gaze to the golden coffin that was slowly descending onto the carriage. The carriage outside the dock didn't have any horses, and there were 4 knights standing around it, identical to the previous one. As the coffin descended, they approached and prepared to pull the carriage. At this moment, the carriage's wheels suddenly spun, automatically maintaining its balance as it began running to the side. At that moment, it seemed to come alive. Klein tensed up as he looked into the distance with even greater focus. Pa! 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 The wheels spun at high speeds, constantly crashing into the rocks, wooden blocks, and steps on the abnormal path. The horseless carriage pulled the golden coffin as it galloped through the empty area of the dock. This scene looked like a scene described in a ghost story. Near the dock, a steel monster with a chimney, cannon barrels, and machine guns turned around as a deep voice penetrated it without any obstruction. Attachments are prohibited here. Just as this sentence was said, the carriage that was galloping on its own suddenly lost its momentum. After leaving behind 2 long tracks, it came to a stable stop. At the same time, a figure appeared in midair. He wore a white robe with golden threads, and his hair was pale yellow and slightly curly. His eye sockets were clearly sunken, and his face was so thin that one could see his bones. This was a middle-aged man who looked like he was a mixed blood from the northern and southern continent. His brown eyes were filled with irrepressible malice and madness. His rather thick lips had golden nails covered in dense patterns that sealed his mouth. He exuded a sinister and terrifying feeling. According to Miss Sharon and Merrick's description and portrait, Klein instantly recognized him as an important member of Rose School, one of the leaders of the Highlands resistance, Mimosi. His nickname was the Silent One. The moment Mimosi appeared, He cast his gaze at the steel monster that had issued the decree. He completely ignored the Tutmosis II coffin that was placed diagonally below him on the carriage. His attempt from before was apparently to confirm the location of the Ruan military demigod. In an instant, Mimosi raised his right hand and pulled at the corner of his mouth. The golden nails that had penetrated his upper and lower lips flew out at the same time, no longer sealing his mouth. Following that, Mimosi opened his mouth. Klein didn't hear a single sound, nor did he see any luster. He discovered that the gigantic steam chariot had melted and warped. In a blink of an eye, it had turned into a goat with a pair of glazed eyes and messy fur. With a puff, blood spewed out from the goat's belly as a blob of meat rolled out. On it was a white glove and a golden mask. A beam of light suddenly burst out from the meat, cleaving apart all the chaos and evilness. The squirming flesh and blood began to reform into a human shape, returning to its original state. It was a black-haired, golden-eyed man wearing a mask. At this moment, Mimosi raised his palm, causing all the guns and cannons that were aimed at him to lift their muzzles, missing. Then he took out a doll. The doll seemed to be made of old cloth. It was stained with obvious stains and blood. Its eyes had been dug out by someone, leaving 2 empty holes. The moment it saw the light, its face began changing. Its reference target was the Ruan military demigod, and its eye sockets were aimed at the golden masked man. When the Ruan military demigod saw this, he immediately made the ring on his right hand emit a crystalline beam of light. He vanished from his spot and flashed behind Mimosi. However, the doll's transformation didn't stop. At the same time, beside Tutmosis II's golden coffin, the void darkened as it outlined a translucent mouth that was more than 10 meters long. The mouth suddenly opened and sucked in a breath, creating a terrifying gale that swept up the coffin and the carriage. This was suspected to be a spirit world creature. It wanted to devour the Tutmosis II mummy's coffin. Suddenly, the bullets and cannons that had missed their mark were dyed with resplendent light. They gathered together, transforming into a magnificent sea of light that drowned everything around it. Klein felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. Even though he had closed them in time, some tears still flowed down his cheeks. 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes again and saw that the spirit world creature with its gigantic mouth had vanished. Tutmosis II's golden coffin was still sitting silently on the stopped carriage. Mimosi's figure had used the metal surface to flash to the other side of the dock. The dirty doll in his hand had returned to its original state. The golden masked man had used short-distance teleportation to pursue him relentlessly. And where the duo originally stood, a female figure dressed in a black evening gown was outlined. She also wore a golden mask, and on her head was a crown woven from thorns. Above the crown, pure light rapidly flowed as it constantly gathered into a sea. However, at that moment, it appeared to be in a dim state. At that moment, Klein saw a hand wearing a black glove. It hid in the shadows and grabbed at the coffin where the Tutmosis II mummy was. The coffin instantly disappeared and appeared in front of the palm. Rose School didn't send 1 demigod, but 2. Furthermore, they seemed to have brought a sealed artifact of the Marauder pathway. Seeing this, Klein immediately turned his head and said to Merrick, "Run." Merrick had been waiting for the order, and when he heard it, he sprang up and rushed out of the warehouse, sprinting out of the dock. Klein immediately turned around and said to Sharon on the other side, "Begin." Sharon didn't hesitate either. She took the iron cigar case and flew towards the lighthouse. As a wraith, the walls and obstacles along the way didn't seem to exist. Her and Merrick's movements might have been noticed, but because they were far away from the pier and the battlefield, no one paid attention to them. Klein quickly retracted his gaze and extended his left palm, aiming it at the air vent and the location of Tutmosis II's golden coffin. Less than a second later, a transparent and blurry book condensed in front of him. He heard a distant and ethereal chant. I came, I saw, I recorded. The pages of the book flipped and stopped at one of the pages. Tornado. This was a demigod level beyond her power, with a huge range. Chapter 903. Hiding in a dark corner. The Rose School demigod wore a hooded black robe. His face was covered with a golden mask with red and black stripes. He didn't look fat or thin, but he definitely wasn't short. He was at least 8 meters tall. With the help of the Marauder Pathways sealed artifact, he had stolen Tutmosis II's coffin in front of him. His body immediately turned transparent and elongated, as though he had transformed into a thick, long, and soft rope. This transparent rope, that was almost incorporeal, quickly wrapped around the heavy golden coffin in a bid to bring it into the spirit world. At this moment, the Rose School demigod suddenly heard the intense sound of wind. It clashed with the air, producing an explosive boom. Boom! Tutmosis II's golden coffin was sent flying as the transparent rope around it collapsed, shrinking back into a human form. The Rose School demigod couldn't help but float diagonally upwards before transforming into a wraith. No, an evil spirit. He allowed the strong winds to blow through his body without moving. He saw the air swirl rapidly, and the uncontrollable tornado suddenly rose from the ground, sweeping the stones, gravel, debris, and the roofs of some dock buildings into the air at the same time. Even the carriage that had been running on its own before, because it was relatively close, flew up and broke into pieces of wood in the wind. Although it looked lucky, it was actually normal. The dark area where the Rose School demigod was hiding didn't have any Rouen soldiers. It was also far away from the main road. The lady wearing the crown of thorns and a black evening gown was obstructed by the tornado as her body involuntarily staggered backward. She was unable to immediately rush towards the golden coffin that had been thrown into midair. All she could do was turn her body sideways and cast her gaze at a warehouse far away from the dock. Right on the heels of that, she turned to look at the Rose School demigod because he wasn't affected by the tornado. Imprisoned, the lady who was also wearing a golden mask raised her left hand and grabbed the enemy's figure in her field of vision. The Rose School demigod's spiritual intuition was extremely strong. He could sense danger from the spirit world at any moment. So he took the initiative and used Mirror Blink to jump to a piece of glass 70 to 80 meters away. At this time, the tornado seemed to have lost its power and quickly calmed down. Pa-pa-pa. One item after another fell to the ground, including Tutmosis II's golden coffin. Bang! It smashed a hole, and its structure, which had been on the verge of disintegration in the tornado, completely collapsed. The lid of the coffin at the top flew off, and the gold and gems buried with the first 2 layers of the coffin splattered everywhere. Then, the coffin at the bottom rolled a few times, and a golden box and a jade jar fell out. Inside were the shriveled internal organs. A corpse wrapped in yellowish-brown linen strips rolled out as well. Its surface was already stained with a dark red, oily liquid. This was the mummy made by Tutmosis II after his death. It was extremely thin and wore a golden patterned mask similar to the one worn by the demigod from Rose School. 2 abnormally pure black gems were embedded in its eye sockets. The moment the mummy appeared, the surroundings seemed to dim a little. The golden coffin's main body came to a stop as dark red liquid flowed out, soaking the soil around the hole. The Rose School demigod who wielded a Marauder Pathway sealed artifact saw this scene and was first infuriated. Following that, he thought of something as his eyes turned pleasantly surprised. His figure suddenly vanished from the glass, and he was about to flash to the 2 black gems, eyeballs of Tutmosis II. Then, he would possess it and control it, using the mummy as the main body to enter the spirit world. Suddenly, the mummy in his evil spirit vision vanished. At the same time, the Tutmosis II mummy with its golden crown slanted suddenly bounced up, turning its face that was embedded with black gems towards one of the lighthouses in Pritz Harbor. This pharaoh, who had been dead for an unknown number of centuries, let out a terrifying sound that didn't belong to a human. Its thin legs that were wrapped in yellowish-brown bandages strode forward as it ran off. It seemed to be running for freedom, but it had forgotten that it was a corpse. It should be lying quietly. Tap, tap, tap. The moment the Tutmosis II mummy began moving, it completed its acceleration. Upon seeing this, The lady wearing the crown of thorns raised her right palm and aimed it at the mutated mummy. "All the dead shall rest in peace." She said a few words in ancient Hermes. Bang! The Tutmosis II mummy exerted strength in its legs and leaped up, jumping in another direction. With an agility that didn't match a corpse, it escaped the region where the dead could finally rest in peace. The black-haired, golden-eyed man who was pursuing Mimosi narrowed his eyes as the ring on his finger emitted a crystalline beam of light once again. His figure immediately teleported in front of the mummy in a bid to stop the dead from leaving. However, Tutmosis II changed directions once again, charging over from another angle. It constantly changed the direction it was heading in, as though approaching the lighthouse was its goal. It was moving in an irregular manner. Mimosi's heart stirred as his figure suddenly vanished, flashing to a piece of glass not far from the mummy. With this as a springboard, he finally succeeded in making his figure appear above the two black gems in Tutmosis II's eye sockets. Although the demigod from the Ruan military had forbidden the possession of objects, the Highlands Kingdom's pharaoh mummy wasn't a simple object. It had some remnant spirits. Upon seeing his companion succeed, the Rose School demigod who wielded the Marauder Pathway's sealed artifact didn't hesitate to extend his black-gloved left palm and aim it at the lady. He clenched it into a fist and made a half-circle. The lady immediately fell into a daze for a second. Following that, she was tightly bound by her evening gown. And almost at the same time, the Ruan soldiers on the distant warehouse roof failed to control their guns as they aimed over and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The steel monsters with thick cannons also fired their cannonballs at the lady. The golden-eyed Ruan demigod didn't attempt to save his companion. Instead, he looked at the Tutmosis II mummy that had stopped moving due to Mimosi's possession. He clenched his right hand into a fist and swung it down. Execution! There was a flash of joy in his eyes. This was because it didn't matter if the mummy died again, but not Mimosi. Elsewhere, just as the bullets and cannonballs were about to hit the lady, they suddenly slowed down. It was as though they had fallen into a swamp formed from air and were repelled by the laws. On the lady's head, the crown of thorns suddenly lit up. More than half of the sea of light she had previously accumulated had been expended. The hooded Rose School demigod immediately realized that the distance between him and the lady had vanished. He had been fundamentally wiped out. This also meant that he had arrived in front of the lady and saw her raise her right hand. In her right hand, pure light condensed into a blazing spear. At the front of the spear, two pure white wings spread out as they clustered around the tip like an angel. The Rose School demigod's eyes widened as he heard the footsteps of death. He attempted to use mirror blink to leap away, but he realized that his surroundings had been sealed by the pure white wings. An intense sense of horror surged out as it inundated his rationality. It made him abandon his resistance towards his roots and strength. At this moment, a shrill cry sounded. The lady's pupils momentarily turned glazed over. The blazing spear in her right hand deviated and was unable to maintain its stability. It disintegrated into resplendent beams of light that swept into the air like a hurricane. And near the Tutmosis II mummy, Mimosi had been ejected. A dirty rag doll had fallen beside him. The rag doll's chest had a crack that nearly penetrated it. It stood up as its eyeless face seemed to come alive. It turned abnormally warped and hideous as it constantly emitted shrill cries. It made the nearby Ruan Kingdom's golden-eyed demigod feel as though an invisible hand was gripping his neck. He struggled in midair as he kicked his legs. It was because of this rag doll's existence that Mimosi wasn't executed. The other Rose School demigod wasn't struck by the blazing spear. Upon seeing this, the latter immediately used mirror blink and approached the Tutmosis II mummy that was still focused on the lighthouse. He planned on seizing the opportunity to join forces with Mimosi to achieve the goal of this operation. At this moment, the lady erased the distance once again and appeared directly above the area. The crown of thorns on her head emitted the purest light. She pressed down with her right hand. This place's mysteries are weakened, but reality is strengthened. Just as she said that, the blood-stained rag doll immediately lost its expression. It no longer cried out shrilly. The golden-eyed Ruan Kingdom demigod finally had a breather as he forcefully pulled away the cursed hand that was gripping his throat. From this moment forth, the strength of demigods like them would rapidly weaken, while their attacks that stemmed from reality would rapidly increase. This also meant that the Ruan Kingdom soldiers on top of the surrounding warehouses and the steam-powered war chariots that were slowly approaching with their tracks would be the deciding factors of this battle. To the Ruan Kingdom's military, this was actually magnifying their advantage to the extreme. Mimosi and the other Rose School demigod immediately reacted. One wanted to possess the mummy, while the other attempted to pick up the eyeless rag doll and escape before its strength weakened to a certain extent. Of course, the lady and the golden-eyed demigod wouldn't allow their enemies to do as they wished. But just as they were about to take action, a stream of light soared into the sky from afar, exploding into dreamy, colorful fireworks. Right on the heels of that, the two demigods' spiritual perception was triggered as they turned their heads to look in the opposite direction. A hand wearing a transparent glove reached out from the void near Tutensis II's golden coffin, grabbing a clump of soil that was soaked in a dark red liquid. The liquid was a mixture of Tutensis II's brain and bodily fluids. It was a ritualistic ingredient to maintain spirituality, and the latter included blood. Mimosi and the Rose School demigod who wielded a Marauder pathway-sealed artifact looked over as well and happened to see a figure dressed in a formal suit and top hat appear. This figure was bending down to pick up the clump of soil that was soaked in the dark red liquid. During this process, his right hand was constantly pressing down on the left side of his chest, as though he was bowing to the demigods. Then, he maintained his posture and looked up to reveal a grayish iron-masked face before rapidly turning transparent and vanishing. Chapter 904. With the iron cigar case in hand, she passed through the wall and left the warehouse she was originally hiding in. Sharon strictly followed Sherlock Moriarty's arrangements and flew towards the tallest lighthouse in Pritz Harbor in a wraith form. Right on the heels of that, she silently counted the time. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second before she could finish her thought, Sharon heard an intense sound. It sounded like a terrifying tornado had touched down at the distant dock. Her left hand, which was holding the iron cigar case, suddenly extended and sharpened her fingernails. She stabbed at the wall of spirituality, using a wraith's spirituality attack to completely destroy the invisible isolation. A sudden gust of wind dispersed as Sharon suddenly felt that her spirit body had been strengthened for some baffling reason. And this stemmed from the item inside the iron cigar case. She wasn't affected by her curiosity. She was long accustomed to restraining such emotions as she continued approaching the lighthouse at high speeds. Throughout the entire process, she maintained an irregular trajectory. At times, she would turn left, and at other times, she would float to the right. At times, she would use mirror blink to jump to another path before continuing her approach to her target. This made her look like she was avoiding an invisible and terrifying enemy. But Sharon knew very well that nothing was chasing after her, nor were there any distant attacks locked onto her. She felt that she was only acting in a one-man show that seemed to have an opponent. However, she didn't have any doubts. She didn't waste any time observing or waiting. She pretended that the air around her was Mimosi, a demigod from the Ruan military. She tried her best to dodge and maneuver around them. After flying for quite a while, Sharon's blue eyes that were constantly looking at the sky reflected a crimson stream of light. It flew to a high altitude and suddenly exploded, turning into a beautiful red, orange, and yellow firework. Sharon immediately retracted her gaze. As she used the wraith's fingernails to spew out spirituality and reconstruct the barrier, she leaped towards Marik's path. At regular intervals, there would be a shattered mirror. Sharon's figure in her tiny bonnet and black dress kept flashing on it. Soon, she appeared in Marik's brown eyes. Following that, she nimbly took a step forward as the iron cigar case in her hand was covered with a wall of spirituality once again. Merrick and Sharon didn't speak, nor did they make eye contact. It was as though they were being pursued by an invisible monster. They didn't dare stop at all. Frankly speaking, they had a general idea of the effects of what they were doing. After all, Sherlock Moriarty had once used the copper whistle to attract zombies and shadows. As for Sharon's mirror blink, the two of them were very familiar with it. However, they couldn't imagine how the detective with many secrets would steal the Tutmosis II mummy under the watchful eyes of the demigods. It wasn't to say that the mummy would definitely be able to escape if it wanted to. The demigods would definitely stop and chase after it. At this moment, they saw a figure instantly appear in front of them. He was wearing a black suit and half-top hat. His face was covered by a grayish iron mask. In his hand was a clump of dark red soil and a book with a dark brown cover. It was none other than Sherlock Moriarty. Merrick immediately slowed down. As he allowed the man to smear the soil on the book's surface and into his clothes, he grabbed his shoulder and surveyed his surroundings. However, he didn't discover the Tutmosis II mummy. Did I fail in the end? Mentally prepared, he sighed as he watched himself, Sharon, and Sherlock Moriarty turn transparent and vanish from their spots. In a region where the demigods were fighting, when a man in the grayish iron mask teleported away, while bowing, the golden-eyed demigod from the Rouen military had a baffling foreboding. He felt that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He had to be stopped. Although he didn't know what he had done, he had to be stopped. Such thoughts instantly surfaced in his mind as the golden-eyed demigod immediately activated the ring on his finger, using traveling to fight traveling and teleport to pursue teleport. However, in this short interval, he realized that he was unable to lock onto the mysterious guest's aura. In other words, the other party had either interfered at the demigod level, or he had teleported to a faraway spot. Regardless of the possibility, it meant that his pursuit would easily fail. And more importantly, if he were to leave, it would be equivalent to leaving the lady in the evening gown with Mimosi and the other Rose School demigod. This was an extremely dangerous situation. After all, the current region's mysteriousness hadn't dropped to the point where it could be completely suppressed by the guns of reality. Besides, there haven't been any losses. The mummy is still around. That person only took away a bit of soil that's rich in spirituality. The golden-eyed demigod swept his gaze across the Tutmosis II mummy that was standing there in a daze before casting his attention back onto Mimosi. Suddenly, in the four demigods' spiritual perception, the mummy that was covered in yellowish-brown bandages and soaked in dark red liquid had vanished. Such a solid mummy had disappeared without any warning. Gone. For that 1 second, Mahums and the other demigods felt as though they had watched an interesting magic show or a play that contained a trick. But sadly, as demigods, they failed to discover the trick behind the magic show or the trick behind the play. Moments later, Mimosi and the other Rose School demigod, who had lost their target, didn't hesitate to fade their bodies as they attempted to enter the spirit world to escape. The golden-eyed demigod and the lady stopped them in their tracks. After 2 consecutive teleports, Klein brought Miss Sharon and Merrick back to the 2-bedroom apartment they had rented in Bakeland's East Borough. "I will pay you according to the agreement," Sharon said the moment she found her footing. At the same time, she returned the iron cigar case to Sherlock Moriarty. They had already agreed that regardless of whether they ultimately achieved their goal, Sharon would provide them with the information regarding the spirit world plunderer. If they succeeded, they would be compensated with 3,500 Rouen coins, or £5,000. Klein took the iron cigar case that had traces of corrosion on its exterior and casually weighed it in his hand. He sensed the slight throbbing of Aztec's copper whistle inside. He then put away the item and smiled at Miss Sharon and Merrick. "Gentlemen, please wait in the room outside. Give me another 5 minutes." His tone was very certain, as though he was saying that he had succeeded. What can he do in 5 minutes? It's impossible for him to teleport over and bring back the Tutmosis II mummy. This will be even more dangerous and difficult than before. Merrick was filled with questions as his footsteps appeared extremely slow. As for Sharon, she had already arrived in front of the wooden door that separated the inner and outer rooms. She passed through it. Merrick hurriedly reined in his thoughts and followed closely behind, opening the door and leaving. Klein watched them with a smile the entire time. Then he teleported to a cheap hotel in another direction in Eastborough. He had disguised his identity and appearance in the afternoon to rent a room there. Right on the heels of that, he took out a book with a dark brown cover that was smeared with dark red mud. It was Guru Rosel's Travels. As long as blood that hadn't dried yet and still had remnant spirituality was smeared on its cover, it could forcefully pull the corresponding target into the world in the book. And the liquid in the Tutmosis II mummy's golden coffin contained blood. This also meant that at that moment, the mummy was already in Klein's hands, in Rosel's Travels. After hearing Merrick's explanation of the pharaoh mummy's creation, Klein actually had a general plan. It was to use Aztec's copper whistle's attraction to the corpse as a spirit body threads to control the Tutmosis II mummy. He would then use this marionette to lure the demigods away from the coffin's vicinity, creating the conditions for him to teleport over to retrieve the liquid. He had never thought of directly taking the mummy away or allowing it to successfully escape the dock. It wasn't realistic. This required him to face the attacks of a demigod, and he, Sharon, and Merrick were unable to deal with it, even if they joined forces. Even if he spent a large sum of money to summon Miss Messenger Rionette Tynker, it might not be possible. Therefore, Aztec's copper whistle and the mummy's reanimation appeared to be a goal and plan, but in fact, it was just a method to control and guide them. This could make the other actors ignore the situation around the golden coffin. This was an overt scheme that even demigods couldn't resist. This was because they were protecting the mummy and not the golden coffin. They were targeting high-sequence beyonders like Mamosi from Rose School, and not a few fellows wandering far away with unknown intentions. Klein's plan wasn't interconnected or ingenious. It couldn't be carried out without any accidents happening. There were very few problems that he needed to control. As long as the tornado successfully flipped over the coffin, Miss Sharon had to follow his instructions and maintain an irregular trajectory. As long as the military didn't have enough manpower to easily finish off Mamosi and the other Rose School demigods, all he needed to do was wait for an opportunity to appear. After the demigods left the vicinity of the golden coffin and before the mummy was possessed by the evil spirit, he would teleport over and take away something soaked in liquid before immediately escaping. There was no need for him to worry about the exact changes in a demigod battle. He didn't care which side had the upper hand or which side would be injured. He also didn't care how far the Tutmosis II mummy had to run to be considered victorious. As long as the other party could successfully start moving and was difficult to catch, there wouldn't be any problems. Finally, he bowed. On the one hand, it was to pick up the soil in passing. It was equivalent to a curtain call, and on the other hand, it was to press down on Rosel's Travels by his chest. If any accidents happened, he could immediately pull it out and use it as a shield. And it was precisely because of this that Klein had just teleported away that he had smeared the soil soaked in blood onto the book's surface. The overall progress is in line with expectations. The director has succeeded. Klein felt wistful as he felt the potion in his body being digested at an accelerated pace. He didn't waste any time as he quickly set up a ritual and sacrificed Rosel's Travels above the gray fog. Then, in his spirit body form, he entered the world of the book with creeping hunger, Aztec's copper whistle, the soul assure beyond her characteristic, and the anti-curse golden bead that Sharon had given him. Chapter 905. In the book's world, the moment Klein appeared in a remote area outside the city, he immediately took out the dark red soil from before and picked up a withered branch. He then used dowsing rod to search for the Tutmosis II mummy. He was worried that the mummy known as the embodiment of a curse would harm the residents here. Although the book's world didn't lack sequence 5 beyonders, and the Tutmosis II mummy had lost the stimulation from Aztec's copper whistle, leaving it in a muddled state and lacking mobility, it was a demigod beyonder when it was alive. The curse that its corpse produced after its death was definitely extraordinary. Even Klein himself wouldn't dare approach it if he didn't have the anti-curse golden bead that Miss Sharon had given him. Of course, Klein had weighed the pros and cons before deciding to use Rosel's Travels to steal the Tutmosis II mummy. His previous experiences and the encounters of others proved one thing. When outsiders entered the book's world, they wouldn't directly appear in front of the locals. They had to explore to meet them, especially the first time. Therefore, Klein believed that the Tutmosis II mummy had been moved to an uninhabited place. And in the zombie state, there was a high chance that it would circle around the vicinity. It was difficult for it to independently explore in different directions like humans, elves, and giants. This also meant that as long as he didn't waste too much time, there shouldn't be any losses. And from the moment Klein smeared the bloody mud onto the book's cover, only 2 to 3 minutes had passed. Following the dowsing rod's direction, Klein flew towards a nearby mountain peak. Soon, he saw a valley. At that moment, the Tutmosis II mummy that was wrapped in yellowish-brown cloth and stained with dark red liquid appeared. It wore a golden patterned mask with colorful patterns. It emitted an inhuman sound from its throat as it charged over, causing the surrounding air to darken. At the same time, in the valley, a few mutilated animal corpses lifted the soil that covered them as they approached Klein with great difficulty. Klein, who had his spirit body reinforced with Aztec's copper whistle, immediately scoffed. How passionate! He unhurriedly threw away the withered branch and picked up a dark mass. This was the sole Assure Beyonder characteristic that he had released from the mutated, creeping hunger. At the core was a pure point of light, and its entire body was like a night sky with stars. The formless waves dispersed unsmoothly, and the surroundings suddenly darkened, as if it was midnight. The feeling of tranquility and serenity descended along with the specks of starlight. The mutilated animal carcasses first became sluggish, then they fell down and returned to sleep. The Tutmosis II mummy also slowed down. Its movements became slower and slower, but it didn't lie down again. Directly using a Beyonder characteristic really isn't very effective. Furthermore, the negative effects aren't low. Klein couldn't help but raise his left hand to cover his mouth and yawn. He then made creeping hunger turn pale and tainted it with a tinge of green. He directly used the powers of a zombie to control the dead. The stacking of the two Beyonder effects finally calmed down the Tutmosis II mummy. With 2 black gems embedded in its eye sockets, it slowly walked to Klein's side and silently stood there like the most professional manservant. Unfortunately, there's a curse. Klein immediately took out a golden bead that had the style of the ancient Highlands kingdom from his spirit body. There were deep bluish-green patterns on it. This came from Sharon, and it was specially prepared for the Tutmosis II mummy. It could effectively suppress and remove curses. Otherwise, why would this wraith dare to target the pharaoh mummy? After fiddling with the golden bead, Klein made the Tutmosis II mummy open its mouth. Then, he stuffed the item into the mask's mouth. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the surrounding darkness vanished. After doing all of this, he took a step forward and possessed the Tutmosis II mummy in his spirit body state. Then, he didn't hesitate to end the summoning and return above the gray fog. The mummy had already become a zombie that belonged to him. Just like his marionette seigneur, he could bring it out in such a manner. There was no need to forcefully store it in his body. After a series of bestowments, the Tutmosis II mummy, a material rich in spirituality, returned to the real world and returned to his cheap hotel room. After dealing with the corresponding traces, Klein reached out his right hand to grab the mummy's shoulder and teleport it back to the 2-bedroom apartment where Sharon and Merrick were. Looking at the slightly greasy yellowish-brown cloth and the dark red liquid on it, Klein silently retracted his right hand and switched to his gloved left palm. After his left palm gripped the mummy's shoulder, it immediately turned transparent. Furthermore, this phenomenon quickly spread to his entire body. With a flash, Klein returned to the room from before with the mummy. He wasn't in a rush to open the door to present the outcome to Miss Sharon and Merrick. Instead, he took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. There's still 36 seconds to 5 minutes. Klein got the Tutmosis II mummy to pull out a chair as he leisurely sat down. After waiting for a while, he finally heard a knock on the door. "Come in," Klein replied with a smile as he controlled the Tutmosis II mummy to welcome the person. The door squeaked open, and Sharon and Merrick both saw a skinny figure who was wearing a gold-patterned mask and wrapped in yellowish-brown strips of cloth. The black gems in the figure's eye sockets shimmered before it quickly lay down on the ground and assumed a pose. Instantly, Sharon and Merrick were at a loss for words. Klein, who had already used a wall of spirituality to isolate Aztec's copper whistle, removed his control over the zombie and smiled as he pointed at the mummy. What happens next is up to you, and the play I directed has come to a successful end. Klein sighed inwardly as he silently experienced the visible, rapid digestion of the potion. This made him feel that perhaps he didn't need to wait until the end of the year. He could consider advancing to a demigod 2 months or even 3 months earlier. Furthermore, with this digestion, the number of marionettes he could control had finally increased to 2. The maximum distance he could reach was 200 meters. When facing an enemy with a spirit body of the same level, the time taken to gain initial control of the target and completely convert the target into a marionette was reduced to 10 seconds and 2.5 minutes respectively. The range was expanded to 10 meters. He really succeeded. Merrick stared straight at the Tutmosis II mummy as he couldn't help but mutter softly. He couldn't imagine how he had succeeded. Sherlock Moriarty had successfully stolen the item that 4 demigods and 2 terrifying sealed artifacts were vying for. Furthermore, this gentleman had been empty-handed. Could it be that the mummy sent itself over? Emotions were hidden in Sharon's blue eyes. She was calm as she observed the target, this time attentively. After confirming that it was indeed a pharaoh mummy and that it was indeed Tutmosis II, she turned her gaze to Sherlock Moriarty, who was sitting cross-legged. Sharon opened her mouth and closed it for a while. "Thank you. I will send you the corresponding reward by mail. I wish you, all the best in the future," Klein replied sincerely. Then, he sighed with emotion in his heart. If Miss Sharon can successfully advance to Sequence 4, it means that I have an additional demigod-level helper. As the saying went in the Foodie Empire, one had to rely on one's parents at home and rely on one's friends when one was out. The more half-deity level friends one had, of course, the better. We, the tarot, want to have more friends and fewer enemies. However, it seems that my enemies are also increasing. With this in mind, Klein exhorted him again. Be careful of being tracked down. Too many of the Tutmosis II mummy's items had been left with the Rouen military. It was very easy for Beyonder means to lock onto it. As for Klein's paper angel interference, it could only last for a limited amount of time. Of course, he believed that Miss Sharon and Merrick were definitely prepared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of stealing the pharaoh mummy. Similarly, he also believed that they could handle the origins of the grayish iron mask and the special fireworks. If it were Donna's, he would most likely tell me that I've never thought of such matters. Klein made a comparison with a particular fail hunter. Sharon nodded, indicating that she would take note of such matters. Then, she transformed the Tutmosis II mummy into her zombie and brought it into the spirit world. Thank you for your help. Merrick, who was left in the room, exhaled as he restrained his surging emotions and bowed at Sherlock Moriarty. Right on the heels of that, he left the room, removed his disguise, and blended into the bustling crowd in East Borough. During this process, Klein, who was wearing a black suit and a half-top hat, sat in his chair the entire time, silently watching them leave. At some point in time, his figure had vanished as well. In a room near Pritz Harbor, a golden-eyed demigod from the lone military pushed open the door and entered. He said to his companion, the lady in an evening gown, "Let's go." Nothing for the time being. That's very normal. If he didn't have a certain level of confidence, that mysterious person wouldn't have stolen the Tutmosis II mummy, the lady said in a deep voice. However, we can expand the scope of the investigation. That fireworks, that mask, that attire, that provocative bow. We should be able to figure out something. She was certain that the loss of the Tutmosis II mummy wasn't the handiwork of the 2 demigods from Rose School. If it were really their doing, there was no need for them to wait until such a dangerous situation. They nearly failed to escape. The golden-eyed demigod nodded. Back then, I had a premonition that something would go wrong. Unfortunately, we didn't join forces with the churches for this operation. We didn't have enough manpower. He paused for a moment before asking, "Have you figured out what method that mysterious person used?" The lady picked up the crown of thorns in front of her and stabbed the thorns into her neck. As blood flowed out, she shook her head. Perhaps taking away the soil that contained the Tutmosis II mummy's bodily fluids was a ritual. This is a very cunning fellow who's good at deception. P.S. I'll update today. Seeking monthly votes. PS2. Recommending a book, Ethereal Mortal Realm. He was born in an immortal family, unable to step into the immortal Tao. He was tainted by demonic aura, unable to step into the fiendish Tao. He read all the scriptures, unable to step into the sacred Tao. He debated with Buddhism, unable to step into the Buddhist Tao. He spent 130,000 years in the mortal world, all to seek his own Tao. A white crane carries a text in its beak, and Jade Void delivers a brush. Watch a lone youth rise to prominence in the ethereal world. Chapter 906. The golden-eyed Ruan military demigod nodded in agreement. That's indeed the case. It's very similar to the style of certain fellows from the Intis Intelligence Agency. However, the Tutmosis II mummy vanished a few seconds after he took away the clump of soil. It's unlikely he could complete the ritual in time. The lady looked down at the crown of thorns on her neck as she said with a slightly slow reaction, "Perhaps he, or they, had already completed the other steps of the ritual. Perhaps he, or they, had already completed the other steps of the ritual. Once they teleported back, they immediately threw the clump of soil into the altar and completed the last step. Of course, it might not be a ritual. It might also be a sealed artifact that can use bodily fluids to achieve certain effects. There are too many possibilities in this regard. Although the main effects and negative effects of a sealed artifact would generally follow the sequence characteristics of the 22 pathways, allowing the researchers to barely make a guess. Just like how everyone had different personalities, sealed artifacts would have all sorts of strange characteristics due to the combination, the environment when they were formed, the possible presence of a high-ranking Beyonder's aura, or the curse of the original owner. It wasn't an actual test, so no one could think of them ahead of time and list them out one by one. The golden-eyed demigod pulled out a chair and sat down. This is very difficult to investigate, so there's no need to consider it for the time being. However, you missed out on the direction of the investigation. Do you remember that tornado? It swept up the Tutmosis II mummy's coffin, causing the ritual materials inside, which are bodily fluids, to leak out. It also made the mummy roll out, allowing it to obtain the conditions to turn into a zombie. In short, this laid the foundation for subsequent developments. Therefore, it can be confirmed that this was done by that mysterious person or his helper. The lady's eyes turned a little less unfocused as she slowly took off the crown of thorns. You mean that the Church of the Storm has the high-sequence formulas and most of the Beyonder characteristics of the Sailor Pathway, and that there aren't many Beyonders or mystical items that can create tornado that don't belong to them. So, we can follow this line of investigation? The golden-eyed demigod nodded. And I remember that not long ago, there was a case in Eastborough. The Aurora Order's Mr. X was killed at a gathering he held. Back then, lightning storm and tornado were used at the scene. This attracted the attention of the Church of the Storm. They have been looking for clues. It can't be a coincidence that two tornadoes that do not belong to the official organization have appeared consecutively in the same area in a short period of time. I think it can be preliminarily confirmed that there is an internal connection. The people who killed Mr. X and stole the mummy are likely to be the same group. We need to cooperate with the Church of the Storm to investigate together. The lady put down the crown of thorns and thought for a moment. This is a very good direction. Also, we can analyze the situation from their goal and motive. It's impossible for people who only use the mummy as living corpse material to attempt to steal it at such a high risk. I suspect that the Tutmosis II mummy has an additional significance to them. The key to the ritual? The golden-eyed demigod deliberated and said, "From the situation at the scene, the one who used a special item to attract the mummy's pursuit is likely a wraith or a mystical item. Combined with the goal and motive, I have a guess. The lady's heart skipped a beat as she blurted out. A defector from Rose School? Yes. The golden-eyed demigod nodded gently and said, although the creation of mummies is influenced by the worship of death and the sun, Rose School didn't forbid this burial custom even after it occupied a dominant position in the highlands and river valleys. This is enough to prove that mummies have a certain effect on them. Perhaps it's a ritual requirement of a certain sequence. At this point, he chuckled in a self-deprecating manner. There's another possibility, showing off and performing. That group of people might not really want the mummy. They just happened to meet the conditions and had a chance to steal it. Therefore, they put on a grand performance. For certain sequences of certain pathways, this is the key to digesting the potion. As a demigod, he had seen a lot of things, so he could naturally think of more possibilities. The lady in the evening gown deliberated for a moment and said in a deep voice, I suspect that it's not a single possibility, but a mixture of many factors. We'll use this as a starting point to investigate. Bakeland, Cherwood Borough, near the Tussock River. Mimosi sat in front of a square table that was covered with a tablecloth. He looked at the golden nails placed on it and said in a deep voice, that's right. He looked at the golden nails placed on it and said in a deep voice, Zatwin, who do you think stole the Khedive mummy? Not far behind him, on a piano stool, a figure quickly outlined itself. The figure wore a black clergyman's robe and a black glove on his left hand. His face was thin, and his skin was brown. His eyes were sunken like a mummy's, and the roots of his beard were black and white. It extended from the sides of his mouth all the way to his ears. However, they weren't thick and were rather short, appearing like stars. Zatwin's eyes were close to his skin color, light brown. He clearly had the bearing of a priest, but he exuded a cold and terrifying feeling. It was as though he was a pervert in silence. He thought and said, the number of people who yearn for the Khedive mummy and are willing to take the risk during a demigod battle can be counted on one hand. Among them, the only one hiding in Bakeland is Sharon. She likely received Rionette Tynker's help. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to succeed. Mimosi picked up a golden nail covered in fine patterns and fell silent for a few seconds. Who's the one who's good at teleportation? It doesn't look like German Sparrow. A helper that Sharon hired? Perhaps. Zatwin coughed twice as he said with a livid expression, I believe we still have to think of a way to pray to the mother tree. This should give us a certain revelation. Mimosi nodded gently as he stabbed the golden nail into his mouth, penetrating his lips. Upon seeing this, Zatwin covered his mouth and slowly got up. With great difficulty, he went down to the first floor and prepared to leave and return to his hiding spot. On the first floor, he saw a dark environment with shimmering candlelight. The fragrance of food wafted over from various places as it filled the air. The houses nearby were terraced, and the ground floor facing the street was a shop. On the surface, the Rose School's contact point was a restaurant. It mainly focused on the southern continent's cuisine. As he had been injured during the operation, Zatwin didn't wish to maintain his evil spirit form. This was a rather heavy burden on him at the moment. Therefore, after changing into a black clergyman's robe, all he could do was walk to the door. At this moment, a customer walked in from the restaurant's entrance. The customer wore a black suit, black pants, and black leather shoes. He had a pair of black eyes and a thin face. He had a rather wide forehead and wore a monocle and a tall top hat. His gaze casually swept the area before landing on Zatwin. Seeing the black glove on Zatwin's left hand, the customer's lips curled up slightly as he shook his head with a smile, seemingly a little disappointed. Then, he entered the restaurant and brushed past Zatwin, who was returning with a malicious gaze. Zatwin didn't think too much of it as he walked outside and onto the street. Under the illumination of the street lamps, the cool night breeze blew over as the Rose School demigod suddenly shivered. Zatwin knew that this was a sign of his spiritual perception being triggered. His heart tightened as he hurriedly looked down at his hands. He was surprised to discover that the black glove on his left hand had disappeared. It's gone. As a demigod, Zatwin had no idea when the sealed artifact on his hand had disappeared. He suddenly turned around and looked into the restaurant. The image of the man just now suddenly appeared in his mind. Soon, he locked onto his target's aura and discovered that the man was still in the restaurant. He had even called for a waiter and asked for a menu. Zatwin originally wanted to use Mirror Blink to possess him, but for some reason, his hands couldn't help but tremble. He vaguely felt that there were dangerous, terrifying, and undetectable enemies lurking around him. A thought flashed through his mind as Zatwin subconsciously took a step to the side and walked to the end of the street as though nothing had happened. Sherwood Borough, in a house. Furs was flipping through the latest issue of Ladies' Aesthetics when she suddenly heard the sound of a key turning and the door opening. "Why are you so late today?" She looked up at Zio at the door. Zio ruffled her short blonde hair. "When I was about to return, I saw the meeting sign from a My9. It was urgent." "What's the matter this time?" Furs put down the magazine in her hand with piqued interest. "A continuation of the murder of Mr. X," Zio said casually as she bent down to change into her slippers. Furs's expression froze as her eyes darted around slightly. "Are there any clues?" "It can't be called a clue. Back then, there was a demigod-level tornado at the scene. This isn't common outside the Church of the Storm. And earlier tonight, a dock in Pritz Harbor suffered a small-scale tornado attack. A pharaoh mummy was stolen in the chaos," Zio explained simply. MI9 suspects that the two incidents were done by the same group of people, so they urged us informants to work harder to gather information and find clues. "There's a tornado in my Lamino's travels." "Mr. German Sparrow? Why would he steal a pharaoh mummy?" Furs forced a smile. "Perhaps it's done by the Church of the Storm?" Zio rolled her eyes at her as she quickly walked into the kitchen in search of food. Early in the morning, 160 Buckland Street. Klein had just finished washing up, and before he could open the door for his valet, Richardson, to enter, his spiritual perception was triggered. He saw Miss Messenger's headless body walk out of the void with 4 heads in her hand. One of them was biting on a rather thick envelope, while the other opened its mouth and spat out a large pile of gold coins. "I'm finally going to clear my debt." Klein glanced at Rionette Tinker's 4 heads and heaved a sigh of relief. "I remember that I still owe you 3,413 gold coins. You can now withdraw the last portion of your debt." At the same time, he found the pile of gold coins a little familiar, but he didn't think too much of it. This was because all the gold coins looked familiar to him. P.S. Thank you, Jiangnan, for tipping the Silver Alliance. Seeking monthly votes,